Bum 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 bum. So, I have a terrible idea. We should kill Sai. Oh right, I remember where we left off. We just discovered the fucking hidden door, right? Remember how many hours have I been saying there's a hidden door, there's a hidden door, there's a hidden door? Haven't I been saying that since like like all fucking game? Yep. Hello, random. This is Sekimeiya. Wait, shit, I forgot to. Oops, I forgot to. Doot. No, wrong order. Doot. This is Sekimeiya, and Parody is here. This is. And how did the culprit know about it but not Kate? Why was it. Hot take. You want my hot take? Remember, we discovered this after Kate goes out to the turn on Discord. So, you want the real hot take here?
Yeah.
Well, okay, we discovered this after Kate went out to go to the bathroom, right? And he didn't return. Kate tried to open the door, discovered that the thing is fucking blocked, and realized that,
You mean the door to the storage room?
Yeah, he realized that the door to the storage room. The door, he couldn't leave, so he closed it. That's something was noteworthy. Even though a perfect hiding spot existed, the Sekimeiya had never been hidden in it. Why? Earlier it had been hidden in the storeroom. Therefore, the person who hid it there was probably not aware of the movable wall. No, he didn't want us to use the movable wall. I want to Actually, this revises an important bit of my entire theory. So, okay, not the part where we swapped Akaro as the insider who stays in the building and Kate as the person who leaves. Not that part. You know what it swaps? When Kate leaves. I assume Kate grabbed the Sekimeiya and left while we were unconscious. Kate? Or maybe... No, Kate would have had to leave while we were unconscious. Why? Why am I saying that Kate would have had to leave while we were unconscious? In the timeline where he escapes.
Why is that?
Testimony is Liz time-traveling doppelganger.
She said there was only, what, 2 boys or something like that?
Yes! She would have said 3 if Kate had stayed in there. Or no, it's 3 boys. So that's Akaro, that's Atsuki, that's Sai. He would say 4 if Kate had stayed in. Not Kate vanished.
That makes sense.
Yes. So yes, we had to catch us up. So how many fucking parts is chapter 1? So it hasn't moved. It's clear that either Sai or Kate didn't go to the bathroom earlier, so they were up to some other business. They were up to Raid Shadow Legends. How do you feel about Raid Shadow Legends?
Just stream it.
No.
I would watch a playthrough.
I know, but Raid Shadow, I watched like 5 minutes of the plot. It's bad. Alright, by the way, I'll be right back.
The gameplay's okay.
No, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello, I have returned with drinks. With drunks. So I don't know. Oh, good thought. Tell us, Kate. What exactly were you doing that justified lying to us? It's time to put an end to all this. Simon stopped lying as much as he pleased, so we'll have to wait until the security footage reveals all his actions. You want to know what I honestly think? Security footage won't reveal anything. Why? What?
I didn't see anything in the hallways, right?
No, I mean, okay. Security would have seen if Kate went to the thing, but why is security footage not going to see that? And I have a reason to believe that the security footage... So... he appears in the... When during the time travel thing, Atsuki appears in the security room, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can access the cameras, the live feed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the drive the footage is supposed to be backed up to isn't connecting. We have live cameras. It's not properly backing up. There is no backup footage. There we go! There we go! Of course, the computer isn't detecting the system, but as soon as that's solved, it'll have access to all the stored footage. Brad, did you perhaps think you'll be able to roam free without consequences? Okay, I'm a streamer, okay? I am a streamer, okay? Would you like to know what happens when it doesn't detect the drive it's saving the live footage to? And this happened to me once. Verity, do you know what happened? It gives you an error. You can still live stream, but there's no local recording.
Yep. I've had that happen.
Yeah, I had my drive suddenly disconnect on me midstream once. That's not all they did, so, no. At the same time, our only method of communication was removed. I believe the reason behind that entire thing was to prevent us from conveying what's happening while we're still here. It's possible that whoever did it doesn't care about Ashia finding out. You try to make that sound interesting, but it's idiotic. They were able to power off the computer, but it turned back on minutes later, so why did they choose to keep it off forever? Most likely the reason they let us use it again was because they made sure the recordings wouldn't be accessible. Additionally, it clearly told us they could somehow disable our communication method. Ta-da! Hey, Sai got it! I figured that out 5 minutes ago! Literally 5 minutes ago. To be honest, even though the cameras are still functional, I find it hard to believe that what's being recorded will ever be seen. There's no way the person responsible would be fine with being seen once we get out, so if we can't access the system, it's doubtful Ashia or the police will be able to. I feel like you're right about that. It would also explain why they keep putting themselves in front of cameras. It's Sai plus it is Kate plus Akaro, I think. I'm gonna say that for certain now. Our culprits are Kate and Akaro. Now I understand I'm repeating myself, but wouldn't you think that the security staff member among us who conveniently avoided giving us information has lied multiple times and could have had knowledge of the secret passage as the most likely candidate to have orchestrated this? That's enough, Sai. Is that all you have to say? Of course, once the security cameras will prove I'm right excuse runs out, you have no arguments to defend yourself with. It seems that the discussion between these two wouldn't cease until one was proven wrong definitively. I knew that Sai wasn't any less of a liar than Kate. But if that hadn't been the case, I would have quickly sided with him. The problem is that when Sai says, I will never lie to you, I think he will never tell a direct lie. It's just a feeling I get.
It's possible.
That bothers me. People like that bother me. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Why don't we stop with this and wait till we can leave? Surprisingly, it was Irina who tried to calm them down. Her voice came out like the wind rustling on dried leaves. That's easy to say, but Katae would just take advantage of that again. No matter who's in the right, someone's guilty. Although we don't know who it is, can't we lock ourselves up in one place so they can't move around freely? Yes it is, Random! By the way, if you need a full accounting of the notes for the stream, it's in the game game Discord. By the way, I should probably announce the stream in the playthrough channel. Don't oppose that. Technically, only the culprit should have a problem with it. That's what Irina wanted. I'd attempt to make it happen. She wanted to avoid any more tragedy and only intended to wait for external help. Locking ourselves up, isn't that going a bit too far? Kate! Technically, only the culprit should have a problem with it. I can't help but notice you're the first person to object. Why would it be? You'd agree if you were innocent. And if something happens while we're staying somewhere, it means the culprit was never one of us. Could we even do that if we wanted to? I doubt it. We can lock the bathroom, but they're not big enough for all of us. Are there no other places? What about the security room? Doesn't Kate have the key for it? We won't be able to lock ourselves in there. From the inside, the lock can be done with just a doorknob. What about the lobby? The hallway doors are locked until 9 o'clock, right? They aren't. Permission to move ahead is simply not granted at that time. They can be locked, but I don't have keys. If we do this, we'll have to commit to it. Locking ourselves in a place with the key to unlock it doesn't prove anyone's sincerity, since they could leave anytime they wanted. But that's all we could do if we managed to find the right key. We won't be able to lock ourselves inside and leave the key out because the doors won't close if the deadbolt is set. Are you all forgetting about the attic bedrooms? We saw they had a keyhole. One had a working chain, and they're spacious enough for all of us. Could they work? Won't we run into the same problem? I turned around, and after staring at the door for a short time, I spoke. I don't think so. Actually, I can think of a difference that would let us lock ourselves up without being able to leave. The silence let me know that nobody would directly oppose me. I began to walk until I thought of a question to ask. Oh, does anyone have the cabinet key? If we're gonna stay put, let's make sure to lock the cabinet too and keep the key with us. It's possible the person behind all of this has a duplicate, but nothing actually proves that. Once again, nobody said anything. If not, it has to still be where I left it, on top of that bed in the attic. Let's see if it's there then. We took the stairs up. Wait, are we gonna do another exposition of us walking up 5 flights of stairs? This game really likes narrating. We walked up 5 flights of stairs. You can jump. You can actually just do a jump. We took the stairs up. The elevator had been out of commission for a very long time. It's better to keep it like that, as it had caused us a few headaches during the short time it worked. Oh, it's actually still here. Good. Surprising enough, the key hadn't been taken while everyone had a chance. I picked it up and glanced at the door. I messed with it a little. It appeared to be a double-cylinder lock, meaning that to unlock it, the key would be needed from each side, as opposed to... What the fuck? I have a question. How does this actually work?
Okay, so...
Wait, this is a real thing?
My parents' house's front door is like that. You do need a key for both sides.
Huh. Okay, how do you unlock from both... Okay, how do you lock this thing? If it must be locked from both sides, how do you go inside? You go inside and you lock it. How do you unlock it then?
Wait, hold on.
The key needs to be from both sides. Okay, so we lock it outside, we lock it inside. How does a real person get out? Like when you lock a door like this, how does a real person unlock it? You can unlock it from the inside, but not the outside.
Oh wait, never mind. So the front door just needs a key from either side to open it. Like there's no latch or thing you can just simply turn. So it's not quite the same.
This is weird, but okay. Wind shelter? I just need to... It's gonna work. We won't have to lock it either. How? I went ahead and looked through the drawers I had inspected earlier. First, I took out the key to the room. We'll have to leave this outside. Now, I'll explain how we can technically do this, but it's not exactly a smooth way. The second thing I took out of the drawer was a screwdriver. Hey there, Hata, Random, and Astral. Astral, you missed the party with Mr. Beast. He blew up a cake. Well, we didn't invite you, actually. Removing the handle is incredibly easy. We can take it out, leave it outside, and close the door. Since we'll be unable to turn it, even though the door will be unlocked, we won't be able to open it. That's the big difference with this door. The handles on the crystal floor don't have visible screws to attach. Yeah! That's the party! Removing a handle is incredibly... Is this keyhole? Isn't on this handle itself? We would need to leave the key outside, otherwise we could get the door open by inserting the key and turning it. Even though the lock wouldn't be set, it would act as a turn of a handle, and the door could be dragged open. On top of that, we can remove the outer handle. Mr. Beast! Easily get in. Finally, even though we'd hide the key outside, So we're not gonna lock it. We're just gonna remove the doorknob. But you can manipulate the mechanism to get in. Finally, even though we'd hide the key outside, if someone found it wanted to enter, they couldn't do it. They could find the key and open the door like I described, but we can set the chain from the inside. If we do this, the door shouldn't be opened until the police enter the building. There's no way it'll be broken down. This is a weird fucking plan. This is a weird fucking plan! This is fucking weird! And I don't think it's good either. Nobody was sure what to say. Personally, I knew I meant giving up on understanding the Sekimeiya's mechanics, but after what happened to Isla, it was clear that something terrible could come out of that. You must be joking. This is Ashia's special place, and we're currently being recorded. Do you not understand what will happen if they see us ripping the handles apart? Honestly, who cares? It'll be easy to reattach them. We can do that right as this tower opens. But we will unfortunately have to leave the handles out of the room, otherwise, or else we could leave at any point. That reminds me, what time is it? It's been a while since I last checked. 14:56. Hey there, sorters! I'm kind of thinking that we want times. Excuse me. What an easy way to test the recording. If nothing happened after we waited those last 6 hours, we would have to have a long discussion about it. That's what I wanted, thank you. Hearing its gratitude was the ultimate deciding factor. We'd lock ourselves away from the Sekimeiya, ensuring its powers couldn't influence our peaceful way. Hopefully we'd also be preventing the culprit's plan from moving along. Hi, Dr. Parody! I do lock the Sekimeiya cabinet myself, but we're trying to act together by doing this. Let's avoid separating for now and creating chances to prepare anything. Any objection? Sai and Kate rolled their eyes, but they kept quiet. If we were alone with both Sekimeiya locked in place as well, nobody could use them. Everyone looked uncertain. Sai seemed depressed. He made it obvious he was enjoying his time in power, and instead of having another 6 hours to play with a time travel device was already over. We entered the event room and saw the Sekimeiya hadn't moved. I made sure the glass was properly adjusted, and I manually locked it. From that point on, only the key that I had could open it, so I possessed the keys to both Sekimeiya. Regarding the locker key, I'd have to surreptitiously leave it somewhere in the bedroom after waiting a while. That way anyone could have had it. Finally, we went up again. We'd just gone through staircases 18 times. That time I got reincarnated as a staircase. You know, did that ever happen to you? Did you ever get... We are doing this to basically try and narrow down the culprit. You see, if the culprit isn't any of us, we can just wait out the timer, the 6-hour timer, until the security lockdown I know, it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, if in the future one of us goes out, or has already gone out through time travel, then someone could be around just waiting to circumvent all this. You know, I'm not sure why we're doing this parody. This is actually a fucking terrible plan. This is a terrible plan. This is a terrible plan. No, I actually do not like this plan. I actually do not like this plan. The idea of waiting calmly in a bedroom with 3 big bloods started to sound slightly more pleasant. We'll be here for 6 hours, so it's the right time to use the bathroom. Once inside, we'd have no way to exit. So everyone made sure to prevent a future problem. All of us went to the bathroom one at a time, and when we were all set, Sai spoke. Sure, if we're gonna do this, let's do it well. We're doing it as someone who's teleported and gone back in time before. So regardless of whether they're one of us or not, we need to keep that in mind. We need to make sure this door won't be open no matter what, but a single key can ruin that. We went to grab the bedroom key I'd left on top of the drawers. Kate, are you sure the key in the other bedroom won't work? I said it earlier, they're not interchangeable. So I moved from one room to the other, and came back with the key for the neighboring bedroom. You're right, they're different. He attempted to insert the wrong key into the door's keyhole, but it only went halfway in. He went to return it and close the door behind him once he came back to the hallway. Now, there have been instances where we thought the Sekimeiya teleported. The first time was when it was appeared in the storeroom. It recently appeared in the cabinet next to Isla. Atsuki and Rumia could have put it there. But if they didn't, it might have moved by itself. That's not a random location either. So if it was part of the culprit's plan, there's a chance they understand how to exploit this self-teleportation. It's more likely they moved it themselves. But keep in mind that if that's what happened, they had to travel from the future because we inspected the whole building before that point. If we're gonna stay here till the end, it means none of us will have the chance to go back in time and meet Sekimeiya. The 4 main possibilities are the culprit isn't one of us and we kept missing them. The Sekimeiya teleported there randomly. The culprit made the Sekimeiya teleport there without touching it. Or one of us will go back to the past after spending 6 hours here. I think we're gonna need to actually take this testimony. This is important. No matter which one is right, before we lock ourselves away, we need to thoroughly inspect this bedroom, both levels. If a Sekimeiya is already here, the imprisonment wouldn't mean anything, as anyone could leave at any time after making sure nobody else is in range. A key would do the trick too, and we've seen that some kind of replication has occurred. We found 2 identical suitcases and 2 Naomis. I didn't mention it, but even though I hadn't seen both at the same time, 2 Sekimeiya had to have existed too, at least at one point. Searching for an extra key to the bedroom might sound paranoid since nothing indicates it exists, but it's necessary. If we ignore these precautions, we're leaving a potential escape route for the culprit that can be used at any time. He's surprisingly diligent about this. They have higher knowledge of the Sekimeiya than we do, so there's no guarantee they couldn't obtain a key they would hide later. Use it to escape, go back to the past, and preemptively hide a replicated key inside, knowing we'd lock ourselves in here. Yeah, our intention is to be safe in here, so let's search around beforehand. You're saying that be safe, but at the same time, you inside keep implying that one of us is behind all this all. This person's already killed us 3 times, so if what we're doing opposes their plan, wouldn't they just kill us instead of escaping in this convoluted way? I wouldn't say they'd have an easy time of it, but let's see. Hey Jackass, if you're actually here, we're gonna lock ourselves in this room for 6 hours. And if you intend to kill us to continue with your plan at some point, hurry up and do it now before you need to deal with breaking the door down. Nobody moved, but it was clear we all had our guard up. If somebody was around and didn't care about killing us if they had to, the right call would likely be to start after we were locked inside so nobody could run away. It's not like anyone has really spoken up against this plan, right? Okay. It might be that by staying here, we're not inconveniencing some mastermind. In any case, it's undeniably safer than continuing to roam around. That seemed to assuage Karo's worries. The 6 of us went to the upper section of the bedroom to inspect it. Karo, I think you are behind all this, and that Kate is your accomplice. I used that time to try and prevent something really bad from happening. The Sai's insistence made me realize something else was to come. The space was small, so we were shortly determined there were no keys anywhere. We repeated the process below, and once again it seemed nothing had been preemptively hidden, revealing that nobody had attempted to outsmart us. We're ready then. Don't be silly, we're missing the most important part. What do you mean? We need to search everyone. Someone could definitely have the key. Of course, as I thought, Sai wouldn't miss such an obvious procedure. It was very important to do it, but in our situation it meant something else. The key to Naomi's locker that I had kept on myself was likely about to be found. You should have put it in your fucking shoe. Shiruya must have been aware of it too. As soon as I found myself in that unavoidable situation, there was nothing I could do without being seen. All I managed to do was prepare a risky trick before we went up the ladder. And I'd already begun to run through possible excuses while foolishly forgetting that I hadn't hid it in the bathroom. When we were up top, I made sure nobody had the funny idea of leaving anything hidden for later. I'm very sure that right now, both sections of this bedroom don't contain anything the culprit has deliberately left here. I'll begin. Sai showed us the contents of every one of his pockets, his hip pack, and his shoes. Wait, Wow! You know, I wasn't expecting you to do shoes! He held the original key to the bedroom, but he'd been gripping it even before we'd started to look around. However, he took something else from one of his back pockets. This is the key to my house and my identification. This is the ticket for today's event. I have nothing else on me. Let's all do the same. Hold on, you don't mean to say that rooms are clean, do you? My exception had a reason behind it. The method of showing we didn't possess anything was highly disadvantageous for me. Even letting them find my key wouldn't have been the worst. Shiburi and I would have become very suspicious if anyone realized what the key was for. They would all see the Sekimeiya in the locker. Furthermore, it'd bring back the commotion Annie and I had been trying to eliminate. That's why I took the single chance I believed I had. Oh, of course. Do you want me to get naked? Honestly? In this situation? Yes. Get naked. I mean, okay, at the point where we're taking off our clothes to prove that we're not carrying any contraband, the only place to hide anything would be the ass. Just a while ago, you said we should do this well. You could have a key under your clothes, yes, but you don't have to undress. I walked at him and, like a security agent, I began patting his body from top to bottom. Alright, now you can say you're clean. I need to go get a line from the long kiss goodnight.
You said the longest goodnight?
The long kiss goodnight. You see, he says that he has a gun. He has 3 guns. He's I think this is his shoulder, ankle, and right next to Mr. Wally, where most pat-downs will never reveal it, as even the most hardened federal agent is often reluctant to feel up another man's groin. What I'm saying is, and this is not me being like obnoxious or problematic or anything. Atsuki, did you check his fucking dick? Because, okay, most people are not gonna look there.
That's a good point.
Well, thank God, I was gonna do this too. Don't worry, let's continue with you then. I just wanted to make sure, and that's fine, since you won't find anything. You planted it on Sai! I immediately knew I had sounded a little off. It was intentional, to set the expectation that nothing would be found on me. As such, when he got to the right pocket of my pants, he looked at me with a frown, noticing I'd been incorrect. Oh? I took that brief moment of surprise to take out what he felt in my pockets. I'd forgotten I put this key there. With 2 fingers, I was gripping the Sekimeiya cabinet key. I moved aside and placed it on top of the drawers. I'll leave it here. We need to lock ourselves inside with it, as I said before. Trying to appear nonchalant, I walked back and told Sai to continue. Like I'd done to him, he finished. Oh my god, that was clever! Guess what just happened?
Okay, explain.
When he puts the key on top of the drawers, he puts the other key back in that pocket. That's what he did. Okay, you're clean too. Hey, mind being next? I took a deep, discreet breath. Shiryu had been fixing her eyes on me, but I just happened not to meet them. I stepped back and Katei took my place. I moved to Shiryu aside. She was probably wondering if I'd already gotten rid of the key. Later, without being heard, I'd have to tell her what I'd done. Despite how things seemed, it was still in my right pocket. Yeah? So, he put the Sekimeiya cabinet key there. Then while he was moving the key, no, you put both keys there and only took one out. That's what he did. He put both keys there and only took one out. I thought the only way to avoid being found out, I would have easily noticed that I'd attempted to leave the key somewhere. Taking advantage of the fact they also had the cabinet key and that it was slightly bigger, I'd removed the locker key from my back pocket and slid it into the same pocket as the cabinets. Until that point, I'd avoided keeping them both together, so that I didn't produce metallic noises as I walked. The locker key was small. I'd purposely put it horizontally behind the cabinet, so Sai would press his hand on it and only notice the bigger shape at front. Fortunately, I'd been able to diffuse his minor surprise by taking out the cabinet key and leaving the smaller one inside. When the bodily inspection proceeded, he assumed the right pocket was clean and didn't check it again. What's this? I looked up. Sai was feeling one of Kate's pockets and he appeared he found something inside that time. It was Sai who put his hand in first and retrieved yet again a key. Alright, I'd forgotten I had this. What is it?
What if he does the same thing?
Oh, it's the old-looking key we found on the floor, hallway A. Didn't you say you'd keep it somewhere safe? I forgot, but don't worry, my pocket's plenty safe. After staring at it, Sai put the key back in. In the next pocket, he found something else. For the third time in a row, there were keys. He knew these four as well. One is for the bathrooms, another's for the security room, another opens my lock to the staff room. Hold up. I think we need to, we need to say, this is testimony. This is a statement of testimony. And testimony can be disproved later on. Suddenly, Sai finished the inspection without finding anything else. Still unsatisfied, he took out all the keys once again and attempted to insert them into the door's keyhole. They don't work. You're done then. He gave the keys back to Kate before the next person could be examined. I voiced a thought. That first key, could it be for the hidden door we found? I just thought the same thing. Both have this feeling of being fairly old, and there's no other door in the building that does. Oh, you might be right actually. I thought the culprit dropped in a hurry. That's what happened. It could be why they had to remove the handle. But the key spent a long time on the floor, so why didn't they retrieve it before we found it? They already left the suitcase in hallway C at some point. Didn't I say that key was for, No, I said the key was for the attic. Never mind. We weren't quite to mention the suitcase. We more or less assumed that Naomi had left it there, but we weren't sure anymore. You're right. Maybe they wanted to avoid every possibility of being spotted and didn't want to step into hallway A. The fingerprints you saw. Are they clear enough to be useful? The police can figure out who they belong to. They could be a path to the culprit. I'm not sure. The clear ones were all replaced by mine. But there might have been some more around there, because you need to push the wall in order to open it. I see. If whoever it is doesn't go erase them upon realizing we found them, some should still remain. But if they're one of us, the fingerprints won't mean anything, since it won't be provable that they were left before we found the door. Give me a moment. I know what I need to do. I need to move something so I can put my foot up. There we go. That's cozy. Yeah, there's one more thing too. When we discovered the secret door, my first thought was that someone bypassed their searches by hiding there. However, even though the light wasn't very bright, what Shimori and I initially saw were 3 distinguishable fingerprints. I don't think there were any overlapping. I mean, the door was only recently opened once. From hallway A, maybe. If it was only opened once, it can't be that someone went to hide there from all the times we searched, unless they spent hours inside. Maybe that proves it wasn't one of us. Huh. I suppose they could have used the Sekimeiya to teleport inside without opening the wall, but that doesn't sound likely. Anyway, who's next? Shimori volunteered. In her case, nothing was found in her clothes, her purse was almost empty, and it only contained a wallet. 2 of the 3 tickets we'd bought for the event, and our personal identification to match the tickets, and the key to my house. Akara was next, in the same way his inspection was handled quickly, and once again, personal keys and identification, his own entrance ticket, blah blah blah. Alright then, finally, I didn't mean to suspect you, Arena, but ignoring you would defeat the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish. No, that's fine. She moved ahead. Unusually, it would have been worth considering that the person who proposed the arrangement had a secret reason, but I knew Irina was genuine. Sai gently made sure she hadn't been concealing anything by letting us know that her purse was clean as well, put an end to our last measure. Personal keys and identification had been found in her purse. We were specifically searching for hidden keys, so even though it was normal that we all possessed ours, Sai made sure to confirm that their shape didn't match the bedroom doors. Good, this went well. Now, doing what I explained should be easy. Since nobody had complaints, I took one screwdriver out of a drawer and compared it with the screws that kept the door's handle attached. It'll work. Not a perfect match, but it'll definitely suffice. We wanted to hide the key and outer handle outside, right? That's not much of a point to it, since the chain will prevent anyone from entering, but do you think you can think of a good place to hide it? I feel like under the bathroom carpet's good enough. Like you said, it's not too important. Regarding the handle, no great spot comes to mind. But it doesn't matter anyway, the attic's full of removable handles. Someone outside could probably unscrew one of them to use it on the door if they really wanted to open it. In case that happens, we only have the chain to rely on. You know what I think the fatal flaw here is? You're telling Sai where you're gonna hide the key. I don't think Sai is the culprit, but I do think Sai likes to cause problems. And that sounds fine. In the hallway, we clearly saw Sai leaving the key under the carpet without any kind of trick involved. Here it is. Only one thing to do then. We all moved back inside. With the big screwdriver, I removed 4 screws of the inner handle, which fell in my hands. It'd be great if we could use this on the storeroom door. We should all get ready to face the consequences of this. Don't be surprised if Ashia blows this tiny action out of proportion. We get it, that's fine, they can do what they want. I unscrewed the outer handle too and left both of them under the bed in the opposite bedroom. In the door, only one hole became visible, and the keyhole wasn't found on the handles themselves. I made sure the door couldn't be opened through the hole. A very short metal cylinder was poking out, but it was incredibly tight. We weren't going to turn it from the inside. When I was certain, I asked one last time. Okay, this is it. If I close this door, we won't be able to open it again. Any final objection? I looked at the 5 of them. Who knew what their next 6 hours would be like? Nobody opened their mouth, so I proceeded with the most important action. Slowly, I pushed the door forward. There was no friction against the floor, so I applied force until it satisfyingly set into place. We'd sealed ourselves in. Surprisingly, it had taken a fair amount of concord. A fair amount of concord? That's a weird fucking sentence. No, that's actually a weird fucking sentence.
What does concord even mean?
I think agreement? Like, this is purple prose. In a bad way. As the icing on the cake, we set the chain. I attempted to pull the door inward and push it outward, and as expected, it didn't budge. It had become a barrier from both sides. And only way to unlock it would be telling the police where we'd left the key and detaching the chain for them. Cooperation from both sides was needed. Now we wait. We could do with a deck of cards. We don't have any, so just try to stay still and quiet for once. You've been enough of a handful for one day. Kate, there's a lot of resentment within you. How does it feel to know that after we wait 6 hours, you're going to go straight to prison? I haven't done anything, so that won't happen. Well, Ashi doesn't seem to think the same, remember? Wasn't your authority revoked? What's the time? 15:08. Did something else happen with your watch? It seems like it's still working fine. Excuse me? Oh, you know about that? Yeah, we fixed it earlier. What? Yeah, we were waiting in the lobby before you two appeared, but what? You didn't know? Sai asked me if I had lithium batteries because his watch wasn't working. He didn't mention that part when he told you what happened, but it was insignificant. That's right. How did you know that, Atsuki? I wasn't talking about that. It didn't work once before the point. You're still claiming that wasn't you, right? Probably, since I don't know what you're talking about. It was inconvenient that Kate had the right type of battery in the security room. What time and date was displayed when you changed the battery? Some minutes earlier than the time shown on the computer, which is much when it must have been when it stopped working, then I synced it properly again. That's so. I don't know what you two are talking about, but I bet Sai failed at looking innocent again, right? Your irony knows no limits. Are you already thinking about how you'll lie to the police? Stop, we decided to stay here to end these discussions. I know, we've already locked in though, so I have to rub it in Kate's face. I bet he's crying internally. Wait, shit. Give me a moment. just having this weird moment where I was wondering about Sai's name, that's all. But Katei was right. Sai had noticed his watch stopped working again. So like I did, I asked for the lithium battery. He asked for the lithium batteries. There's further indication that he remembered the time he and I fixed a watch. Wait. Hold up. What's wrong with the sentence?
Synced it properly again.
Again? Maybe you're trying to fake us out, but maybe not. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. We just locked ourselves in a room.
Seems like a perfectly
the time he and I fixed the watch.
Yeah.
What? Wait. Wait a minute. No, that's not the thing. He knows what battery.
Oh. Huh.
He didn't know what battery it was before.
Ooh. Wait a minute. Well, well, well. God.
I think that's the part we're going to... that we're going to want the flag. No, wrong color. So how are you, Sylvie?
Not bad.
Aren't they all pretty much lithium batteries?
You didn't know that before.
I mean, been better, but I'm surviving.
You know what that actually I think that tells me? The Sai that was in the attic was not actually our Sai!
Makes sense. God, fucking multiple fuckers running around.
Or at some point Sai swapped. I'll go up and wait there.
Some fucking Togami behavior up in here.
Yup. The rude conversation snowballed again. Irina was the one who stopped Sai. To get as far from the door as possible, she chose to go rest in the upper bedroom. I knew the illusion of tranquility was well achieved there, so taking advantage of her opening, I decided to follow her. We will too. Separating ourselves into 2 groups of 3 will be the best way to utilize the space. Wait a minute. So we're leaving 2 culprits down here? Plus Sai? Taking my cue, Shiruya went up with me. It seemed that Aiden wanted to distance herself from the commotion that Sai and Katei continued to spawn. By claiming the upstairs area for ourselves, we at least had a chance to remain unbothered for a long time. Irina was sitting on a bed. She didn't pay much attention to our presence, so we silently sat on the opposite one. Although 6 hours still had to pass, I promptly realized they really love those adverbs. Though I was still exhausted, it was possible I could sleep and fast forward to 2100. We'd closed the hatch so we couldn't hear the people under us. If they decided to keep arguing with moderate voices, we wouldn't hear it. It was time to disconnect. I'd been actively trying to piece everything together, but in choosing to abandon that, only time would force me to go back. In the case that something horrible awaited us at the end of the road. At least that was what I've been ready to accept. You two didn't do anything to Isla, right? Taking both of us by
Most of.
surprise, Arena broke the silence she had set up. We raised our heads to see her deep eyes peering at us. Absolutely not. We were sleeping in the other bedroom when everything happened. Is it possible one of you left while the other was sleeping? There's no way that happened. Do you two trust each other that much, even though there's a killer around? Are you two related? I only saw that one of you had house keys. We're just friends. Unfortunately, we have no way to prove it. But I promise that we left after Isla was found. Earlier, I thought Sai had a point. Why did you go straight to the lobby from hallway B without looking at the cleaning room? That was my mistake. I should have acted as if we'd already seen the cart and the missing Sekimeiya. But without a second thought, I had tried to appear surprised and make it seem like we'd never entered the room and couldn't have hidden it. It might sound iffy, but what we said earlier was the truth. We went to the bathroom and then checked the event room in the lobby where we thought people could be. Then is Kate the only person who could have done it? Him? Right, a lot of things regarding his whereabouts still don't make sense. But it couldn't be that straightforward. It could have been an accident caused by the Sekimeiya. It's no accident. Isla saw something inside that cabinet, so she must have been lured there. Kate could have made her disappeared. He's known about the Sekimeiya for longer than anyone else. Then he showed up after he left Isla's body in the cabinet. You two must have experienced what the Sekimeiya does, but I don't know how to think about it. It's possible that she was sent to the cabinet from the future, right? Good job, Sylvie, on 55. Isn't that similar to something you said a while ago? If that happened, it could have been anyone. But she would have to still be alive. It was clear that Arena was attaching herself to the slightest gleam of hope that persisted. The recording proved that Arena would be alive in the future. Not in our timeline! By the way, I have decided that the Arena is dead timeline is the timeline where we're trapped in the tower. Arena's time-traveling doppelganger timeline comes from another timeline. There has to be three. Our Isla, Isla's time-traveling doppelganger, dead Isla. I hate that name, Isla. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know how that could have happened. I'm sorry. Every other name is vaguely Japanese, but Isla. I wanted to give her more hope, but I stopped myself, knowing it Majutsu. Knowing it would only make things worse if I was wrong. If even Isla could somehow be alive in a month, her fate was already been shown to us. She would end up dead in the Crystal Floor's cabinet, even if she had to travel there from a month in the future. At least that's what I have thought, until I remember that the two Naomi bodies defied that belief. I believe that no matter what had happened to Isla, being dead inside the cabinet had to be the end of her path. However, two identical corpses hinted that Sekimeiya could have had some sway even after death. That was the actual hope Irina had to rely on. I have to say something. Isla's time-traveling doppelganger is still outside, isn't she?
Outside?
Outside. Because remember, Isla was talking about her best friend! Her new friend! In a minute. Yeah! According to the European future, even it turned to be legitimate. In that instant, I felt the bubble of hope growing in my head. Sekimeiya hadn't caused any apparent effect when it touched Isla's dead body, even though we might not have seen it immediately. If Dad created a living version of her at an earlier point in time, she swapped. At some... Okay, hear me out. In some timeline, right there, Irina is dead in that cabinet. Isla swapped with dead Isla.
I believe it.
I was talking about in DMs. World line sliding is a phase-in. Hence, how could I touch your body had been blown to pieces? I forced myself to stop thinking. The fearless person in the room had lost someone very dear to us, and we all silently prayed that somehow they could be brought back. It was cool to consider that there was a culprit somewhere that had killed at least once, possessing a higher knowledge of how to Sekimeiya work. Exactly what all of us needed the most. It's my fault, isn't it? It doesn't matter who did it. I brought her here. What? I brought the tickets for today to make Isla happy. Instead, she... It should have been me. Why would anyone want to hurt Isla? I had no idea how to respond to something as dark as that, and Shibuya clearly didn't either. We lapsed into silence for a few minutes. Part of Irina, I was sure, believed that Isla was still alive somewhere, while another part accepted that she was dead and already mourned her. Do you know about the Akashic Park? The amusement park? Yes. I'd heard about it. It was a few hours away from Yushibana. Apparently it's surrounded by mountains and completed worldwide for the largest park in size. Its selling point was that it contained all possible configurations of every bride in the world. So despite my low interest, it had piqued my curiosity more than once. Wait, what? I might have thought Isla was obsessed with the gems downstairs, but didn't even come close to how much she wanted to go there. She brought it up countless times, but it's really expensive and I'd always been a bit afraid of ride malfunctions. I was gonna have more money than usual this month, since the end of the year. I decided to finally give it and surprise her with a trip after Christmas. I told her about it less than a week ago, in case she preferred to hold off with the money and plan a trip during summer instead. Even though she was really excited at first, she actually told me she didn't want to go. I can believe it. She said she didn't want to leave her friend alone when she went to have fun. Her friend? AKA her time doppelganger, which is... This whole thing is actually kind of weird. You're like, okay, I get something weird is going on, but... This Isla never questioned this shit? At one point, she also said she would only come to see the Sekimeiya because I already bought the tickets, and she didn't want to make me waste money, even though she started to talk about her friend before we got the tickets. I told you this my wife's her behavior changed, right? I forgot one. Sometimes she hid something from me, a small object, I believe. Huh? That's what it felt like I noticed. I noticed a few times she'd keep her hand in a fist for a long time. If I asked her to show me what she was hiding, she would run off, so I had to ignore it. It must have been something very small. Dojiko! I can't get it out of my head. What happened to Isla started weeks ago and I never realized it. All that was difficult to respond to, so I stayed quiet. However, Shuri said something far from the shallow answers I'd kept to myself. Hold on, Internet. I might know who Isla's friend was. What? Who? I frowned. How could she have known that? The only ideas I'd kept in mind were an imaginary friend, a Zim member, and a staff member from the tower. I'm not sure if it makes sense, but when we learned her friend's story, we hadn't experienced the Sekimeiya's powers yet, but just now I thought of something that could make a lot of sense. Apparently she and her friend were living together, but you said that was impossible since you hadn't seen her.
Oh my god, you called it! You called it from a mile away, wow.
I have been saying this since, like, how many hours I've been saying this? Could it be possible that her friend was herself after traveling to the past? With that sentence, the huge but simple possibility opened up in my mind. I hadn't considered it at all, but I'd been blinded by conspiracies. But I immediately understood why Shuri reached the idea. Herself? What are you talking about? I would have seen her! You did see her!
Yeah?
I think Shuri might be right. What? You would have seen her, yes. You said she started to disobey you sometimes, and you even found her at home once instead of being at school. Right! You were actively keeping her identity from you because they felt like they couldn't reveal that another Isla had appeared, but when one of them went to school, or to do what you instructed her to do, the other couldn't follow. During those instances, you could have been seeing the Isla who came from the future. But what? Did I just imagine her behavior changed? She distanced herself and spent so much less time with me. Then this is one of those things that explains it. Why else would she hide a friend from you? She didn't have bad intentions and neither did her friend. We watched my favorite movie together, and it was her favorite too. She went to the aquarium last month, just like us. I recalled a few things Arina had said. The way Isla described her friend made it sound like she made up a persona from her own traits and experienced the same events. However, it was herself from the future, wasn't it? She wasn't lying. Why else would she refuse to go to the amusement park? Both of them couldn't go at once. So she must not have wanted to leave her behind.
Oh my god.
How long? I just need to address this. How long I've been saying this?
Or
Many hours ago.
That right now she's outside. Isla specifically said her friend was waiting for her outside. And that has to be it. She'll exist in a month. I didn't want to deny it, but it wasn't that simple. In fact, nothing about her fate had changed. I could assemble things the following way. When Isla disappeared from the cabinet, she went far into the past. That range should have been a lot bigger, but it might be wrong about that part. In a month, Isla will somehow enter the tower. Tragically, no matter what I thought up, the following step had to be: Isla travels to the past and ends up dead in the cabinet. There's no way to end it differently. Okay. In one world line, let's say hypothetically there are 3 world lines, okay? Okay? In one world line, we get trapped in the tower for a month. In that world line, Isla is dead. Isla has swapped with that Isla from that world line. Meanwhile, Isla from another world line has somehow traveled to our world line and is outside the tower still. So let's be really clear. There is an Isla who is dead now. However, even though to a voice recorder had appeared in Isla's purse, the origin of it was still unexplained at that theory. Arina's head lowered and her expression went back to how it had been minutes before. I don't know, I appreciate that you wouldn't want to believe Isla, but there's no way what she said was true. You remember what her friend supposedly told her about today's incident, right? I tried to leave the major inconsistency for the end, but Arina was right. She told me something would happen in the tower. Hello! But not to worry, she said that if we stayed calm in one place, nobody would be hurt, and she promised I'd be able to see and touch the Sekimeiya. Hello, Madoka! So she was right, wasn't she? Yeah, according to her, there was going to be no danger. And she said only 7 people would get trapped. Exactly. There's no way she'd say those things after seeing Naomi's body and everything else that happened. Actually, this isn't what I'm most worried about. Thinking about it conceptually, this is something that cannot work. Conceptually. You have time traveled, right? Things that would normally be impossible are happening, you said so yourself. That's not what I mean. We've come to the conclusion that the past can't be changed. So what we're suggesting is that Ilsa met her own self that came from travels from the future. They kept her existence hidden from you, let the friend let the original Isla know about today's event, ignoring what she was told was incorrect. The next step is flawed. She can't go back to the past and relive what she experienced. She would have to replicate exactly what her friend had done and said, as the past would occur naturally as it had. There's naturally no way she would willingly do that. Isla said they've been hanging out a lot, so as I said conceptually, it's incredibly unreasonable to think that she spent the time as her friend knowing how everything would play out. You saw her once when she hadn't gone to school, which should be an impossibility since she would have known you would see her, and she would have avoided that. See, you're right, it's not possible, I hadn't seen it like that. Everything we think about goes back to the same core. We don't really understand how the Sekimeiya works. We can't say it's not possible, but the way we're currently thinking about it can't function. I've made up an arbitrary rules to explain a few things that have occurred. World line switching! But as long as they work, we can't discard them. If time traveling to the past made Isla's memory fuzzy, for example, she might not have remembered the time she spent with herself. Game? From her perspective, that would have been happening the first time, so she would have acted on her own without being aware of what was happening. She was repeating everything. She also would have misremembered what occurred today and given Isla false information that she trusted completely. Alright, thank you. Instead of continuing, Irina turned around and lay on the bed while Shiroya and I looked lost. Her idea had a lot of promise, but it appeared ultimately impossible until we had more information. Hey there! Loot! Instead of I'd been usually been able to create a patch design out of the loose ends of the theory. But in that case, I couldn't think of anything else. Needless to say, I don't think any part of my memory had been erased upon traveling. Although to be fair, perhaps I wouldn't have realized it. Were we completely off base? Was it all just a scheme planned by someone before I... Uh-oh. Wait. I just realized something. One of my lights that should be on is off. This is a critical part of being awake, you know? Ow. Fuck. Ow. Hello! Frostbite! Actually, piece of puzzle that we ignored came back to me. Where am I? What do you mean? We're still in Ashia Tower, do you not remember? No, I mean is, what happened to me? Where am I? Following that, there are a few unsteady, heavy footfalls, and I sleep is someone staggering. During the next few moments, Isla cried and nobody spoke, inside or outside the recording. Those were words said by Isla, and they were scheduled to happen in about a month. Was the dark meaning behind Isla's future actions that she discovered the fate that awaited her? Had she found out she had died, and her fate had been sealed? What happened to me? Where am I? I remembered the agonizing way it sounded. I breathed deeply, but that anxiety began to crawl up my back, exacerbated by my own lack of knowledge. Isla's bleak ending had already been revealed to us, making the process of putting together its outline all the more draining. Shiroya was resting her head on top of a large pillow. We'd been there for a large while, and people below us hadn't interrupted us yet. It seems that relaxing would be a natural option. I climbed over Shiroya and lay down, making contact with the cold wall. She was occupying both pillows, so I knew I'd have a hard time staying in a comfortable position. Trying not to mind it, I closed my eyes. As usual, attempting to keep my mind blank was futile, but the contents of what tormented me were very different. Time travel, a smoke attack, body doubles, murder, suspicion. What kind of mess were we in? I was worried there was no guarantee to ever feel my own bed again. Depending on what the truth actually was, around us really was. Ironically, the stiff bed began to help me get rid of those thoughts, and my senses slowly faded away. Nobody moved for many minutes. Atsuki, who do you think you are? I was about to lose touch with reality when a sound brought me back to my surroundings. The three of us started simultaneously and looked at the hatch that just opened. What? Katei appeared through the hatch with a dour expression. Since he'd addressed me, I tried to stand up, but I could only support my torso with an arm. Atsuki!
Monka?
What? Did you really think you could get out of this with simple threats? Those will not work on me, so once we make it out, you can say goodbye to your normal life. What the fuck? I couldn't comprehend a word of what he was saying. He just sat in the bed and put his face up close to mine. His eyes told me he was being serious, but I couldn't respond. Are you listening to me? What the hell are you on about? Stop with your facade. It all makes sense, and I know Shiroya must be working with you. For a second, I thought he might have figured out we'd hidden the Sekimeiya and decided to blow it out of proportion. Don't worry, Irina. I know he's been threatening you from the start. We're all locked up here, so now he can't pull one of his tricks. When I left the lobby earlier, you were the one who followed me, not Sai. However, you made the others cover for you. That wasn't a smart move, idiot. I didn't realize that everything was a fabrication. You killed the first Naomi, and... What the fuck?! Oh, wait a minute! He has decided that he's in the Oriental Express.
Oh my god.
That's why you made up the elevator noise to frame me for someone else. Are you fucking out of your mind? Why would I want to frame you if everyone else was covering for me? Don't try to change the facts. When the second Naomi died, conveniently, I ended up on floor 6. Well, you and everyone you threatened were under me. That's why you can all act as if you'd had an alibi for her death. You knew about the attic key, and we had been here already. You could have had every key from the beginning. Right, how did I ignore such suspicious behavior? You and Shiroya left the attic and didn't come back for 50 minutes. And then the Sekimeiya mysteriously disappeared. But you instructed Sai to immediately act suspiciously as soon as we went down to confuse me. Despite everything that occurred, my bewilderment thus far compared to what I felt from the words I was hearing. I'm tweaking out! And then Isla died. You were behind that, right? You tried to make us believe that you were sleeping as it happened. How did I swallow that lie? Shiroya found a hidden passage in the storeroom. How was I so stupid? You were about to use it. Before showing up in the lobby, you came from hallway B. You were too stupid to appear from hallway A after removing the Sekimeiya from the cleaning room. No wonder you decided with Irina and wanted everyone to stay locked in here. After all, you'd hidden the Sekimeiya and could safely sleep like you were doing just now. Did you think any of this would work? Are you just fucking around, or are you really this dumb? I suppose you're not gonna give up. The you two are the culprits behind this incident. Why were you at the first group of the guided visit when you show no interest in the gems? Now that I've learned about it, you must confess. I didn't know you didn't attempt to threaten me individually since I work here, and there's no way I'd give in to you. I'm having a hard time following. Do you actually believe what you're saying? What the?
Wait, you called this an incident? Show us your damn mark, you bastard!
What the fuck?
That's right, we have to resolve this incident with a Danmaku battle.
Katei's face shifted. I couldn't understand what the fuck was happening. I never thought you were brilliant, but come on, there's some huge inconsistencies in everything you just said. What's gotten into you? Instead of replying, he looked at Irina. Upon seeing that she didn't immediately corroborate his story, he breathed faintly to keep calm. I'm serious. Tell me, did you just rub some brain cells together for this and come here thinking that you'd cracked the mystery? I discovered a few theories because they relied on you being completely brainless, but now I should reconsider them. Once again, he decided to remain quiet. Subsequently, he retraced his steps and looked through the hatch. My perception of him had been changing as time advanced, but it had suddenly taken a significant turn. I still hadn't processed a few of the things he said. What the hell, that son of a bitch? Uh-oh. It was time to stand up. I moved first since Sekimeiya had forcefully changed my mood. I walked up to him and ignoring his awkwardly placed body, I kneeled down trying to understand what he was looking at. What? There's no way! Sai and Akara weren't there. From the hatch, I could see the entire lower bedroom devoid of any human presence. Where are they? They couldn't have left. I went down the ladder. They weren't in the wardrobe or under the bed. Countless questions hammered from inside my head, but I immediately went to check the door. The chain isn't set. I said that out loud to inform the others who remained upstairs. I attempted to get the door to open, but it was still locked in place. I don't get it. How'd they do it? It had to have been around 1530. Okay. If we assume the Sekimeiya works on a radius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody touched the Sekimeiya.
While everyone's here?
Downstairs. They got caught in the radius. What I'm thinking happened is, I will say one of them from the future did that. Touched the Sekimeiya to trigger the radius to get either Sai or Karo from the future. At first, Sai began telling me that you'd threatened him and went into detail explaining how you'd managed to accomplish everything. I didn't believe him at all, but he started to make some compelling arguments. So did Sai though, so I didn't take him seriously. However, even though Karo had been looking at it with some skepticism at the start, after a while, he confirmed Sai's story and gave his version. He said you'd threatened him too, that Aaron had fallen victim as well. I'm sorry, but after that time, everything is pieced together, and I truly believed him. Okay, you want me to tell you what just happened here? Okay. Akaro has incriminated himself here. How? What is the incriminating thing Akaro did? Sylvie? Parody? Everyone? What is the incriminating thing Akaro has just done here? Nobody?
Say that we threatened him?
But what?
Story and giving us his version.
Right. We know Sai is just trying to start shit.
Oh, right.
Akaro is jumping in because it makes him look innocent. Sai is shouting shit. He's having an anxiety moment. But Akaro is deflecting his own involvement. This is too much. So they escaped after you went through the hatch. I don't know, but yes. I had no idea what was happening. Maybe it should have been impossible, let alone in such a short time. Both of them probably wanted you to go up so they could leave without being seen. And your stupidity was the perfect base for it to work, like flour in a cake. Maybe the lock could be forced or something like a card, but it'd take a long time. There's no way they escaped in less than a minute. The chain isn't set, so they definitely left through the door. Would we not have heard it if they'd forced it open? Maybe it was removed as a trick to make us think they'd use the door. I hated that feeling when we'd been shoved into another mystery without solving anything, and Sai's plan had worked. Additionally, it appeared that Akaro had no problem working with him to create a story where I was the main culprit. Because Akaro is the culprit! We would have left eventually, but the notion that nobody would be able to go back to the past if we stayed there was already obsolete. It had become possible for Sai and Akaro to appear in the past, if that was part of their intent. Even though Irina hadn't reacted strongly, there was an important implication. Sai and Akaro worked together. So they could have orchestrated the recording if they'd worked with Isla or threatened her. No. The problem is, Atsuki has a good sense of this detective shit, but you know what he doesn't have a good sense of?
What?
He doesn't have a good sense of people. Sai just wants to is an asshole. He just wants to cause problems. Doesn't even matter, this is the logic Sai used when Shuri and I left the attic. If something happens, it'll be their fault. Can we not apply it now? Immediately I was tired and my body demanded me to sleep again. You're crazy, they played us like this. They played you. Do you want to break the door open? We agreed to stay here until the police came, and now we've learned who the culprits were. He must have had a goal in mind, and it's very likely they accomplished it already. You can go search for them if you think they'll do anything. I was exhausted. I let my body fall into the bed at my side, disconnected from the conversation. Katei began knocking on the door and yelling. I didn't know what to think, so I couldn't bring myself to completely trust his story. If everything that actually happened like he said, Sai and Akaro would have clearly communicated that they had ulterior motives, which they managed to keep hidden until that point, even though they'd escaped. Nope! They have different ulterior motives. Maybe anyway, that they'd get out. They needed to get out so badly they didn't care. Sai wants to play with the time travel. Akaro is just being opportunistic and deflecting blame. So what I think happened... Sai? There's two Sais in the building. Should we try to leave? They were probably hoping we'll stay here after they escaped, which is why they blatantly did so. I don't want to. I'm not sure what Akaro's deal is, but if Sai was the only one to escape, I would have thought his motive was to make us chase after him to undo the bedroom lock. If they're still in the tower, there's not much they can do. They can go to the past or hide the Sekimeiya, but they'd still be trapped in here. Even if they went so far back enough to exit the tower, there's no reason for us to chase them down. What if one of them has the handle for the hidden exit? They could leave with the Sekimeiya. Then they're already gone. However, if they could open it, then they would have done that earlier. They could have figured out a way to open the door after they found it. Isn't the lock broken? Katai's seismic exasperation to set the chain again. The key was outside, so the chain and Akaro and Sai from returning. Remember how I said I was saying Akaro with Katei as accomplice? Yeah, I want to reevaluate something. Akaro with Katei as Patsy. Why is the culprit hiding the Sekimeiya if we'll be able to find it? Reoccurring questions felt similar to our present situation. What could they have wanted to achieve by making it out? Unless they wanted to experiment.
It seemed like Katei is rapidly becoming useful idiot.
Yeah. Wanted to experiment with the Sekimeiya or hide it. The only reason for this was that they needed to go back in time to finish something off. The other question was a bit more intriguing to me. How had they escaped? It was time to go break the door open. There was no way to miss the hidden person and open it from the outside. To open the door, a key would have been needed. There was no way to accomplish it. However, we knew it couldn't have been inside the bedroom. As I thought earlier, the only way to undo the lock was by using the key from the outside and then unsetting the chain from the inside. With my eyes closed and without giving it much thought, I could reach a very easy explanation, similar to what Sai proposed before we locked ourselves in the bedroom. We left through the door and went to the passage in the Sekimeiya. Then, they opened the bedroom door with the key we hid under the bathroom carpet. To escape, they simply pulled the door open from the inside, which would have been slightly open. It was reminiscent of the first bootstrap paradox concept I thought a few hours earlier. The clean, brief way they managed to escape is an indication it was accepted in our universe. It was an inherent property of those types of paradoxes. They had no origin. They were closed loops that occurred with no root or motive whatsoever. Their escape methods though had a real origin. Sai and Akaru's thoughts. If one of them thought of the way to escape, the final thing they needed to perform it was the universe's approval. That A would have set an intangible origin of the loop, making it fundamentally different from a causal loop. Real people don't think like this shit, right? The key to the Sekimeiya cabinet is there, but what? I realized to accomplish that sort of plan, they had to escape with the cabinet key to be able to go to the past. Upon turning my head, I'd seen that it wasn't on top of the drawers where I'd left it anymore. What the hell did they want to do? In short, Sai and Akaru could have attempted one kind of type of escape route. They knew where the Sekimeiya was, so they were in reach of one of the points necessary to accomplish the creation of the loop. After thinking of the way things would play out, they baited Kitei out of the room. Subsequently, they left through an unlocked door. The last thing they had to do was travel back in time and unlock the door. Oh, Jesus Christ. If it happened before they saw the concept, the loop would have no origin, as the noise itself would tell them what to do. I couldn't think of a way to circumvent it easily. If the key could fit under the door, their future selves could have slid it inside. However, the gap wasn't blah blah blah. I couldn't have... Beyond that concept, I felt Kitei's story was iffy. As likely as it was that Sai and Akaru could have conspired together, nothing told us that Kitei couldn't have been on it too. They could have spent half an hour unlocking the door and then made it seem as if they'd magically escaped. Kitei immediately suggested unlocking the door bedroom to us, making a simple motive that all three of them were secretly against Erina's request. Remember how I said, like 20 minutes ago, like, why are you leaving the three suspicious people together? Sai, Akaru, what the hell are you trying to do? Kitei continued knocking on the door, acting accordingly for someone who'd been played as badly as him. Hey, Sai, Akaru! Yes, Kitei, I'm sure they'll come back if you ask nicely. Are you not worried at all what they could be Good night, Hata! What they could be trying to do? Not very much. If they're the culprits, we're safer now that they've left. All they can do is go back in time. Sounds fairly harmless at this point. And unavoidable. You're right there. It's now clear that they were the culprits, so if they come back, we won't let them in. Sure, you can stop with the knocking. They have the Sekimeiya though, so I'm betting they could teleport back inside if they really wanted to. That's not a great thought to keep in mind. Good night, Hata! Kitei stepped aside and appeared to be decided to stay. Even though Shiroya and Erina hadn't given their input, I figured they wanted that too and were likely dumbfounded by the fact that our self-imposed imprisonment hadn't lasted for 30 minutes. Synchronized, we all looked at the door. As we thought, Kitei was no longer in front of it. What the? Did they come back? Hey, who is it? It's me. What are you doing here? Without a doubt, Akaru was behind the door. Don't play dumb. We won't let you in. Who? What the fuck happened to the handle? Remember how I said Akaru and Kitei? This isn't our Akaru.
Yeah?
This isn't our Akaru. Ignoring Kitei's assertion, Akaru began to forcefully attempt to open the door. We understood he had the key, as we heard it being turned over and over. What the hell are you doing? You're not getting back in. But he was mistaken. After a few seconds of Akaru's struggle, the chain burst and the door opened. Akaru's figure was behind it, and we saw the key placed in the outer keyhole. That's not a very good chain. What the hell do you think you're doing? Where's Sai? Everyone was speechless. The chain hadn't been broken, but it had been forced open. It was old, so it wasn't surprising. Apparently, my plan had an obvious hole from the start. Shinju and Akaru wore a very confused expression and looked at us one by one. What the fuck? Who are you? Interesting. No. Not Irina. Not Isla. Either. Why? Okay. Here's a question. Why am I saying it's either Atsuki or Shibuya who is the odd person out? Sylvie? Parody? Why are Atsuki and Shibuya the odd ones out, but not Irina?
Are you not present in another world line?
Yes. He's asking who we are. He's directing this at someone in this room. But why am I saying that he's directing at either Atsuki and Shibuya, but not Irina? Why can it not be Irina? Actually, this is an easy question. Because Isla is in... I can count 3 different versions of Isla.
Oh, yeah.
So
Right.
Irina has to be in every world line. Who directed that? Who, me? Yes! Oh.
Oh, it was fucking Kate.
Ah! Kate escapes the tower. Remember how I said Kate escapes the tower?
Oh, shit. There you have it.
Nice.
Let's, can we stretch her? What's your game? Are you gonna pretend you don't recognize me? Akara responded by looking at the rest of us, appearing to be expecting to be backed up. However, his confusion only grew when he realized his words to be the strange one. Excuse me, why are you all looking at me like that? Where the fuck did this man appear from? Give me a moment. Okay. It's as if for some reason I'd gotten it in my mind that Akara was the calm one. Where the fuck did this man appear from? You're not tricked me twice. Where's Sai? Sai? I have no idea. He left the room earlier and he didn't come back. What are you all even doing here? Which room? As I saw how lost he looked, I began to take him seriously. He sounded genuine, but not a thing he was saying made sense. What do you mean? Do you really not remember Kate? Kate? Is that his name? What should I remember him from? He's been with us the whole time. He took a few seconds to answer, during which he eyed me like I'd gone insane. Why? Are you all lying? What's happening? What do you mean? Out of nowhere, he looked at Shibuya. Like the rest of us, she was taken aback. As the two of them had barely exchanged words since we'd gotten trapped. I mean, I said, why are you all here? We tried to stay in one place together. Do you not remember that?
Doesn't, because he's not our Nikaro.
This doesn't answer my question, though. How does it not answer your question? You and Asai escaped, and now you came back. What? That's not true. I didn't escape. I couldn't quite grasp it, but something felt off about Akara's behavior. Past his bizarre claims, he seemed more aggressive, and his voice sounded more composed. Not only that, he been fixing his gaze on Shibuya. That's weird. I'd actually noticed that. Didn't you notice how I had to actually go back and check how many times Akaro said the F word because I'd been weirded out by his
Wow.
aggression? I'm gonna stay here again. The door was locked, so were you all waiting here? I'm very confused. What do you? Ara's a lying piece of shit. Do you think you can simply come back and act as if nothing happened? I don't know who you are, but don't yell at me. I'm not opposed to staying here, but you'll all need to explain yourselves. Ariana moved forward and took the key out of the door. She brought Akaro inside, closed the door, and locked it. Then she set the chain again. Even the chain can be ignored from the outside. You'll easily hear it if someone tries to force it open again. Oh, it's probably wrong before. We should have kept the key inside to avoid all this. I'll keep it with me. That way if Sai comes, you won't be able to enter or let anyone leave easily. Where did she find the key? I think we need to ask them the questions. What room were we in, and where did she find the key? What is her? Aren't you gonna go get her?
She's fucking... Not Arakaro intensifies, like, the
He's-
fucking... Goddamn.
He's not just not Arakaro. He's not from the Trapped in the Tower timeline.
Whoa!
How is that possible?
We'd have to say that there's we have to say there's a minimum of 3 world lines with different outcomes each.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like, wait. Oh, right. So like when you say the trap in the tower, you mean like
For a month.
oh my god,
Yes.
I was like, weren't there multiple world lines where, you know, you ended up trapped in the tower, but
It's
a month? But yeah.
Huh? None of us could believe what we were hearing. Had he forgotten what happened, or was he talking about her dead body? I don't know what you're trying, but it's futile. You're revealing your true colors by trying to play dumb. I didn't understand anything. I thought the elevator was fixed. But how'd you all get here? Such an ambiguous question couldn't be answered by any of us since we didn't comprehend its meaning. The elevator? That was fixed a long time ago. What do you mean? Here, the Ashia floor. Oh, the key Naomi had. Do you not remember that? Are you fucking with me? She's not. What's wrong with that? Well, I don't get it. Where was the key exactly? In one of her pockets. But there's no way. Do you not remember that Naomi died? What? No, I mean... Wait a minute! This is a fucking confession!
Yeah, and also like...
When was her... What do you mean?
Body time.
What?
Yeah, that sure sounds like he's outside of, her body is outside of his world. Is what I expect. And so that's...
He thinks her body is hidden. There's no way. He might not actually know. This is a confession. We was about it from many hours ago. Akaro closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked as confused as us. Are you all lying to me? That's funny of you to say. Wasn't it you who told Atsuki that Atsuki had been threatening everyone? Excuse me? I never said that. My head was going numb. I had no way to interpret what I was hearing. This is ridiculous. Did you all go insane? If you're being sincere, it's clear your memories contradict ours. What time do you think it is? I have no idea, but I don't think it's 1600 yet. Right, that matches the current time. What do you remember, beginning at the start of our imprisonment? Atsuki, please don't tell me you're playing along. He's trying to manipulate us, and this time it's a lot more obvious. Shut up. As I said, we stayed put, but eventually you all left. Then I went to find you and I heard knocks coming from here. That's not how it happened. You and Sai were the only ones who left. Do you not remember from the time we started the wait? Wait, stayed put where? I understand why Katei didn't want me to humor about Karo, but not too long ago I considered possibly the Sekimeiya could cause memory loss. I want to know if that was possible. As it could have Isola's story occurs we'd imagine it. If Karo had been traveling through time after escaping, it could be the direct cause of the state he was in. I'm having trouble understanding. Before we started the wait, we investigated the building and Naomi appeared briefly just to disappear again. That's not true. You were surprised that Naomi's body was found, but not that she had died. Subconsciously, you must have known that, but you don't remember finding her. Is that right? Ouch. Are you sure nothing happened right before we began the wait? I don't know what you're talking about. We found a hidden passage in the storeroom and a door that could lead outside. You can't be serious. A hidden exit? Why are we still here then? We had no way to open it. Do you not recall any of that? Wait a minute. Oh, hold up. Did we just tell alternate timeline of Karo how he can escape when he gets back to his own timeline?
Yeah.
We just told alternate timeline of Karo how to get away with it! Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. I can understand why Atsuki doesn't know. He hasn't determined alternate rule lines yet. But, this is kind of hilarious. He's just talking bootstrap paradoxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is causal paradox. He just gave alternate timeline of Karo his escape route. I'm delusional. Sure, tell me, is this some sort of trap? I have a question. No? I understand, that's fair, I suppose. Sorry to sound so blunt, but is there a reason you keep talking to her specifically? Huh? I don't know how to answer this. I sympathize with you two, as I already said. That's why it's surprising to see you two lying like this.
Yes.
What the? Hold up. That's why I assume why you lying like this. This guy's been with us the whole time. So doesn't deserve this treatment. Why don't you be straight with me then? Akara, what the fuck are you talking about? You sympathize with us? Just drop it. What the hell does that mean? Everything about you's been suspicious from the start. I get it. What do you get? Is your plan to drive us insane because you're doing a great job? Why won't you answer? Why did you say that you sympathize with us? Maybe you're the ones who lost your memories and forgot about the time when you told me. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell would we tell you anything about us? No, I get it. The Sekimeiya must have inserted false memories into your head, right? Is that what you're gonna say next? The Sekimeiya? Oh, you forgot about it too? That's funny? I didn't forget about it, of course not. Why would it give me false memories, though? I wasn't being serious. I was beginning to lose it. Until then, I was trying to tackle every mystery calmly, no matter how crazy it's been. This time, though, knowing that Karo could have been lying to us, I couldn't do the same. Was he messing with us and hinting at knowing more about us deliberately? I couldn't tell if he'd been referring to that. I could tell you weren't serious, but why did you mention the Sekimeiya? Do I have to give you the rundown? We found out the Sekimeiya could make us travel to the past, so we locked ourselves up to escape from the culprit who's been using it. Karo didn't answer, but he remained pensive. Since he hadn't objected to the existence of a time travel stone, he must have known about it in some capacity. Even if some of his memories had really disappeared. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Of course. You don't seem too phased. Hey there, Brony! Didn't seem two-faced after hearing that the Sekimeiya made us travel through time, but earlier you didn't mention it when you explained your version of events, so how'd you know about it? I'm not sure. You're pathetic, Akara. What's your goal with these theatrics? Shut the fuck up. In case he was telling the truth, some of his memories must remain hidden within his mind. Now it's Naomi's death and the Sekimeiya's powers haven't been received as a surprise. No, where? He's from another world line, and he basically accidentally confessed the murder, and you just missed it.
Right?
Do you not remember Katei at all? He works in this building, managing the security system. He told us all about that a while ago. None of that happened. I laughed in frustration. Since we got entrapped, not a single thing had made sense. Hold up. Hold up. Katei and Akaro is independent culprit. I am doing well, Bernie. What, Isla? Isla! All of a sudden, Irina snapped. Her whole face shifted in the most desperate expression a human could make, and she dashed towards the door, slamming into it. Ignoring that she had the right key and the chain was set, she tried to pull it open practically until her emotions abruptly stopped. What are you doing? I sat up in the bed, reacting to her sudden change. When she raised up, I grabbed her shoulders before she stopped moving. Thinking she might have suffered from a panic or anxiety attack. Before we could say anything else, she crumpled down and started crying. Isla, she's there, I heard her! Ah, thank you, Bernie! My voice destroyed by sobs, she loved those words. The four of us exchanged looks, unsettled by that cleanse. I mean, no, Akaro seemed to have forgotten about Isla's death. He looked confused as well, since none of us had heard anything. She was suffering. I heard her yell. She's there outside the door. There! You all heard her too, right? When Irina stopped speaking, pure silence filled the room. After she asked that, we paid some attention, but no sound hurt our ears. Yes, it's her! Irina, there's nobody outside. I don't hear anything. You should lie down. What? No, there's no way. Even though she said that, her body gave out even further, as she understood what she was saying couldn't be true. She tried to steady herself by supporting her body in the door. I helped her stand back up and brought her closer to the bed. She was forcefully shutting her eyes as a measure to resist the pain. Whatever happened to Isla had suddenly rushed back to her. There's trauma she could never truly forget. She had hallucinated the sound, given how no one else had heard it. Hey, you don't mean to say that Isla... I nodded, making eye contact with him. Even though we knew nothing about Akaro, if he was acting disconcerted, it meant that he maintained a facade from the start and began taking advantage of the low amount of suspicion we'd openly thrown at him. She can't be. She was with us the entire time. Akaro sat on the other bed and he placed his hands on his forehead, staring at his lap. He had stopped questioning us since we mentioned the Sekimeiya, realizing that we weren't lying. Instead, he seemed to be trying to comprehend what had happened to him and why his memories didn't match ours. Do you remember touching the Sekimeiya and leaving with a sigh, even vaguely? Touching the Sekimeiya with your skin makes you travel to the past, you know that, right? No, stop. I haven't seen Sai in a while, since he left the room, and I haven't touched the Sekimeiya like that either. That's not true. You admitted to touching it a while after we found the second Naomi. The second? I have no idea what you're saying. Please, shut up. I was seriously straining him, so I refrained from continuing. He knew what time it was and didn't remember touching the Sekimeiya even once. If he was being honest, it indicated that he hadn't traveled far through time. His internal clock would have differed from ours if he had. And if he hadn't looked at the time, then he would have known it was earlier than it should have been, since he didn't remember the exact moment of the travel. So if his memory issues were caused by the Sekimeiya, it seems unlikely that it was due to traveling further than I had yet. I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone? I don't feel well. It's hard to breathe with so many people around. He may not have been aware of how unreasonable his demand was since he hadn't accepted what Irina was going through. His face was identical to the one he'd been making when we found him in the bathroom. Maybe he had a tendency to seek solitude when overwhelmed. Irina gave an immediate wordless response in the form of standing up and moving to the ladder, obviously intent on going up. Alright, let us know if anything comes to you. Shibuya and I followed Akaru's request too, and Katai, while he maintained an offended expression full of doubt, joined us last. He closed the hatch so that anything he said couldn't reach Akaru's ears. Atsuki, I thought you were smarter than this. Are you going to let him trick you so blatantly? The irony of the question was almost nauseating. But I thought back the urge to object to it. I was in no mood for pointless discussion. He sighed and sat in the same bed as Irina in front of Shibuya and myself. He tried a few positions until he decided to lean back against the wall. And we need to leave him... Wait. the entire lower bedroom so he doesn't cry. Meanwhile, God only knows what Sai is doing. Once again, nobody acknowledged Katei's presumptuous and ploy-time jabs. He rolled his eyes, accepting no one would humor him. His behavior had clearly changed gradually as time had gone on. He had attempted to look composed and firm at the start. He was no longer actively suppressing his anger and frustration. I tried to clear my head. Nothing about Akaru or Irina's recent actions made sense. But I knew I'd be lost if I tried to tackle those questions. Instead, I went up one step back and I realized I'd missed an important detail during all the fuss. Akaru was able to enter the room on his own, and when he did, he saw the key was placed in the outer keyhole of the door. Since Akaru later told us he'd only been drawn to the bedroom after hearing Katei's knocks, it's unlikely he had a key on him. Instead, it must have been already placed in the keyhole when he used it to open the door. That was a solid indicator of how Akaru and Sai managed to escape. The door was open from the outside using the key we did. Of course, it's possible they always left it there to make us think that, but it seems a bit pointless because they didn't hesitate to leave us behind. Wait, are we on auto? Once he made a blah blah, lots of help was used to escape and they accepted by unsettling the chain. Setting a chain. That's of course what I thought earlier. Referring to a loop set of actions that they could have fabricated on the spot. They thought of the loop. Lured Katei up here, so the door had been opened and exited through it. Traveled back in time and unlocked the door from the outside and left the key in the outer keyhole. If the universe accepted this, it was a completely viable way out. In fact, since the door had to be opened from the outside, not much else worked. It's unlikely that anyone else could have fulfilled that role. If any one of us exits the room with the key that Irina has in a while and goes to the past to unlock the door, we'd still be creating a causal loop. As the only reason Irina has the key is because someone unlocked the way out for Akaru and Sai. So if someone goes back to the past to unlock the door, for it to be a cohesive travel, that person will have to be unrelated to our imprisonment. And going back to the past can't be a result of our actions after we locked ourselves in here. Each of those actions branches out from the fact that Akaru and Sai has left. With how likely it is that Akaru and Sai dealt with the Sekimeiya after escaping, the person who will or already has traveled through time must use the Sekimeiya we hid in Naomi's locker, as its location has been influenced by the escape. Lastly, there's a much easier solution, that there was always someone else in the building who we missed. No. Just now, Irina acted like she heard Isla outside the bedroom, even though nobody else heard anything. If it truly had happened, she could have opened the door for Akaru and Sai, if her existence there wasn't in any capacity derived from their escape. I tried to calm Irina down by saying nobody was outside, and I thought it was impossible, however, it couldn't be. It follows Shuri's theory from earlier, in fact. If Isla went weeks back in time, dying in the cabinet must be the final step of her travels. However, she said that her friend would wait for her outside the tower, meaning that there can be a living Isla somewhere right now. And we found a door that might lead outside. We can't open it from here since we have no handle to turn, but the story might be different from outside. Thinking about it, it's technically possible for anyone to have entered the tower for the last time. So they could have opened the bedroom door. Right. I was still fixated in the thought that Akaru and Sai had the chance to retroactively open the door for the mere idea of having thought of a causal loop well aligned with circumstances. If it was possible, it was a very powerful concept to put into practice. The only requirement was to properly think of what you had to do. I knew I could be somewhat suspicious, but I decided to attempt it. You know who opened the door? It's not Akaru, it's Sai. Why do I say it's Sai, not Akaru?
Because he likes to cause trouble.
Not just that, because Sai seems fascinated with time travel rock. Akaru seems a little more confused on how it actually works. Sai is the kind of person who's going to think of something like that. Irina, can you let me the key for a second? Why? What are you doing? A slight frown also appeared on Shuri's face in response to my question. I want to understand how Akaru and Sai left. I won't use it. But why do you want it? Because I need to see if what I'm thinking of could work. Technically I'd lied. If it worked, I'd within the piece of the key. Is it important? I think so. Okay, as long as you don't run off with it or anything. I'll be back in a second. She gave me the key with her trust. My idea might have been rushed, but I didn't think that posed an issue. Essentially, I wanted to replicate what I thought a Carl inside did to escape. They didn't need to have the key inside, since it was outside the room from the beginning, and they could have used it after traveling. However, if I just managed to leave the room, I couldn't open the door after traveling. The key would be inside of the arena. That wouldn't allow the loop to work, so I wouldn't be able to exit in the first place. Hence, my idea had to be shifted a bit. I could go down and attempt to open the door. If it was open, it meant the loop could be completed. I'd leave, and on the crystal floor, I would unlock Nami's locker and activate the Sekimeiya. It's likely I would go back far enough, given how long the Sekimeiya had already been there, and when the time came, I would unlock the door from the outside with the key Irina had handed me, allowing the loop to be created. Finally, once my original self had left the room, I'd entered immediately after experiencing the whole loop. For them, it would appear like I hadn't gone anywhere. I opened the hatch and went down, a little nervous to see if it would work. Carl raised his head, but he didn't see anything until I began to walk towards the door. Are you leaving? No idea. If it worked, the door would be slightly open, enough to allow me to drag it inward. Since the Carl had been sitting on the bed the whole time, in the future, I would have to open the door very slowly so I didn't make noise he could notice. I unset the chain, put 2 fingers inside the door and dragged the hole and dragged the door towards me. You need to use the key. It didn't budge. Could such a thing really not occur? I sighed, slightly disappointed, and set the chain again. Figuring out the trick out would have felt like good progress towards understanding the Sekimeiya. It was unfortunate that I didn't know the reason why it hadn't functioned. Ignore me. Do you remember anything else? No, and I won't ever, since I have nothing to remember. If you say so. I accepted his claim and went back up. Did you find anything out? I doubt it. I gave the key back to Irina and sat where I'd been before. I seemed aside, ignoring the odd looks I received, and wondering if I could work with the results of my little test. This is really frustrating. There's no way to know why it didn't work. Well, it's easy to assume that the existence of this kind of loop is impossible, or perhaps the one in creating one is. I can't draw a single conclusion. There's way too many factors that could have stopped the loop from reaching its end, effectively denying its existence. For example, what if a car was lying to us? Making cautious of my presence as soon as I approached the door. So if I'd gotten it to open, he might have restrained me, and if that's what he's after, it's preventing us from leaving, and allowing the side of the room freely. That could be why he prompted the 4 of us to go up. If we did that, I couldn't proceed, so the door would have been open. Similarly, what aside took the Sekimeiya out of Naomi's locker? Downstairs, I couldn't have easily go back to the past, yet again cutting off a loop. Depending on what determines the amount of time traveled, it's possible activating the Sekimeiya wouldn't have sent me back far enough to open the door, and that this problem would have repeated in the future if I tried it again. There are plenty of unknown factors that would make this loop an impossibility. I recognized another potential point that could have interfered with my plan. It was a pretty big oversight, and it had to do with the biggest difference between what I'd attempted and what I thought Sai and Akaro might done. Right, when Shiroi and I traveled from the cleaning room, even though the cart disappeared, it didn't appear in the attic with us, as the bodies we'd appeared in were most likely identical to how they'd been at 1210, when both of us were in the attic at those locations. That means if I'd traveled to holding the bedroom key, odds are I wouldn't have appeared with it in the past, as Akaro and Sai wouldn't have encountered the problem, since for them, the key would have always been under the bathroom's carpet. No, that wouldn't have been a problem. I could have used one of the handles we left under the bed. There might have been another screwdriver in the opposite bedroom, and even if there wasn't, putting in screws without a screwdriver isn't too hard. Could it be that wasn't possible because it wasn't part of the loop I thought of? Or maybe it just wouldn't have been able to do it without alerting Akaro. Or what if I wouldn't have been able to travel? What if we left the Sekimeiya in Naomi's locker and it wasn't working? Perhaps it never started to function again for some reason. Finally, I thought about the most interesting reason why the loop might not have worked for me, and I was reminded of how messy time travel could be in the blink of an eye. We'd already been here for more than 40 minutes, and we think the location we traveled to is somehow determined by where we were in the recent past. So, for example, it's possible I would have been going 30 minutes in the past and appear where I'd been 15 minutes prior. Since I've been in both these time coordinates, I wouldn't appear to have been true. Even if I'd appeared at the key, that would cause a situation that I never experienced. Going to the past would have immediately changed things, overriding the way in which I've gone to the past in the first place. The loop would have become impossible if that happened, resulting in my failed attempt. And Akaro and Sai, who'd spent less time in the bedroom and more likely used a different Sekimeiya, might not have faced the issue either. Okay, let's hypothetically say something. There are 2 Sekimeiya, right? One goes to the past, one goes to the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, What if the one in the cabinet in the locker is not the one that goes to the past? The one in the locker travels to the future. That's why the loop doesn't work. Before us kept shifting around, I was to look at the ceiling or at the walls. We were all powerless, and our lack of mutual trust wore us down from constantly being on guard. I didn't discard my recent thoughts. The car inside found a way to escape that involved outside help. If the car below us wasn't acting, he had undergone something that causes memory to dip from ours. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how powerful it would be if you could create loops that ensured your success from the beginning. The culprit we chased could have taken advantage of it, making sure the movements would always work. It's bizarre, but if you understood how the Sekimeiya works thoroughly, you could use this concept to a sky-high extent. We went across a hallway full of doors and deadly traps, but you can think of many ways to do it, and you're not sure which one will work. With the Sekimeiya, you can be the creator of causal loops, ensuring success in these situations, so there will be a way to use them. You could think, I will try doors 1, 3, and 5, and I'll walk touching the right wall. After I make it across, I'll go around from the outside and leave a mark on the behind the door to display. If you look where you'll leave a mark and find it, you'll know that that arrangement of doors and movements will work. If the mark isn't there, you'll know that you'll die midway, rendering you unable to leave the mark. You can keep thinking of different arrangements until the mark appears, since you'll only move forth once you see the mark. It's an effective bootstrap. The end result is what allows it to happen, but despite being a paradox, there's actually an origin to it. Even though this is an extreme situation, it can apply in any circumstances because it removes the generalized risk associated with going back to the past. What the fuck? Regardless of circumstances, you can think something up in your head. If it'll work, you'll see a successful result, and if it won't, nothing will happen. The beginning did never fail, no matter what you attempt. The killer could have used this method before killing Naomi. If I move this specific way after killing her and I'm not seen, I'll let my current self known by leaving a drawer in the next room open, for example. Another big advantage is that you'll be able to make any move that's currently hard to accomplish by deciding to occur retroactively. At some point, the killer might have wanted to prevent us from entering a room. However, they couldn't go back and lock it or they'd be seen. Their solution would have been to decide in the future, I'll go to the past and lock it, so it's already locked now. This doesn't have to be a bootstrap paradox, but it's fundamentally similar to what I'm thinking. Depending on how it works, the possibilities could be limitless. There's even higher steps to reach. It's considerably different, but it follows along a few things I saw earlier regarding the date display in Sly's watch. To count the countless examples, could you go back in time, trade information with someone, write it all down, leave it all in a note you'd see before traveling through time? You'd read the note and go back to the past. Since you already would know the contents of it, you'd have no reason to exchange the information. All you'd have to do is leave behind the note that you've read, so that you could read it before traveling. Note itself to be the paradox you caused. But was the past itself truly changed? Was a past in which you exchanged information truly overwritten? Or did it never exist in the first place? If Sly's watch got to 9999-1231 by expending infinite time in a loop, is the past in which the time concept and that date really exists in any capacity? What? The final step is one I'm not willing to accept. Could you witness a very smoothly committed crime, decide you were the perpetrator, and go back to the past and replicate it? The loops until now have always had some origin to them. This one doesn't. It defies causality. However, what would be possible when it goes going back in time, preventing the real perpetrator from committing their crime, and then replacing it with being certain of your success? By the way, I don't like this green. Is that a... Serious question. Is that how Kate is here? The Sekimeiya operate on one of these levels, the lowest one being cut-off loops aren't possible. If this is the case, Akaro and Sai must have received outside help from a third party. Level 1, think using the loop they created mentally would have allowed them to escape on their own in the way they were thinking about. Level 2 would complicate things. It's more of an interesting concept than anything. The recorder and Isla's first made me think there are possible benefits of staying here for a much longer time, even though it initially seemed incredibly negative at first. If I found an very important reason to stay and a method to accomplish it, probably through the security room's computer, I'd grab the recorder, go back to the past of it, place Isla's first for the sole purpose of reproducing everything exactly, and get to the point in which I decide to turn it to reality. That would be level 2. Now I'll ignore it. When I send the recorder back in time to reproduce everything instead of writing enough that details it all thoroughly because I didn't live that, that's ridiculous. Even though level 1 appears to have endless applications, there should be a daunting barrier to cross. The memory is the person who thinks of the loop. Someone who did this would always have to work around the past they remember. Let's say the culprit wanted to kill someone in the event room and they had to choose between hallways A and B to escape. These loops always entail going back to the past. If the culprit had seen hallway A empty after the point Naomi would be killed, later, when they thought they had to create the loop, they'd know they couldn't use hallway A. If they see hallway A and B empty, they would be putting themselves in a corner and be unable to create the loop they escape successfully. It sounds a bit crazy. It doesn't matter if they saw these hallways empty. If they hadn't looked at them, they would still leave them empty. That's not the case though. The logic clashes with the most important part of the concept. The origin of the loop is the mind of the person who will execute it. Both hallways are empty. Why hadn't the culprit seen their future self escaping from one of them? The reason is that seeing their escape route would have told them about the plan they would later think of, and the origin would have disappeared. So one would never see a result of a future loop before having thought of it, as that would induce or highly influence its creation, resulting in the classic root step trap. They thought of the loop because they had experienced it. If the culprit is operating under this knowledge, there'd be very good reason to stay hidden. As they spent all their time in front of the security screens, observing what had occurred in real time across the building, whenever they needed to make a retroactive move, their memories of all the empty places would be the one thing preventing them from accomplishing it. Of course, this is also because the past can't be changed. If they observe too much, they would make any future loop impossible, as they would never see a loop in action before thinking of it. Where it basically boils down to is that in some instances, having a lack of knowledge could actually be more beneficial than knowing everything. It was an intriguing concept, nothing assured me it was applicable. Hold up. So, we see Sai and Akaro in the basement. Downstairs, right? Around the same time, right? In the one time travel, right? This is where they came from.
Oh.
So the Sai we see with the Sekimeiya in his hip pack is in fact our fucking Sai. I was talking upset that I had no indication of why my plan hadn't worked. Wait, no he's not. Would it work if I could slide the key under the door and wait a few minutes before trying to leave? They would have matched Akaro and Sai's circumstances more closely. It could have led me to even more reasons behind the failure. For example, Sai could have taken the key from under the door if they'd been nearby. I wasn't sure what to do or think. There might have been indications of how loops are handled already. Technically, the first time I traveled to the past, I could have created a bootstrap unconsciously. From room B4, I traveled 20 minutes to the past. I didn't know what had happened, so I ended up taking the elevator to the 6th floor. That action made our original selves follow the elevator up, and eventually it all led me into traveling through time. If I hadn't gone up with the elevator, things would have played out considerably differently. We would have remained on floor 4, and everyone's thoughts would have buried. In short, if I hadn't blah 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 blah. Look, get to the fucking point. I ceased my thoughts. I was getting dizzy. The minutes continued passing, and as expected, nothing had occurred. We were facing a dilemma regarding Prime. We knew he was probably down here, but we didn't know whether following him was what he wanted. His intent was unclear whether it was disrupting the peace, experimenting with Sekimeiya, or following along with his bigger plan. Sekimeiya. And the 1 and 2, not 3. Ultimately, we once again decided to continue staying locked up because of Erin's input. My thoughts had trailed off were revived by Shuria's yawn. The silence had become unsettling as it had gone on for more than 30 minutes since we'd left the car below. Are you guys really fine with this? Kateri took my renewed awareness as a chance to question our actions again. We're letting Sai run free and ignoring Akaru's obvious lies. Don't you understand that they set this up? Akaru's just making sure we don't head down. Why else would he have come back? Don't you think if that's what he wanted, he wouldn't have chosen to tell us such a wild story? Of course I don't. Before they left, they made us the full scenario, where you were the mastermind. I'm betting they thought of this. Akaru has lost his memory stored precisely to make us think it's too ridiculous to be alive. No, I don't think that's how it went. I was being an asshole, and Akaru was being opportunistic. Well, if you want to leave, you're alone on that. We've already decided what we'll do. He glared at me with an instant's look and attempted to calm himself. He insisted further before closing his eyes again. I thought he'd given up, but not too long after he opened his mouth again. Fine, stay here if you want, but unlike you, I won't let anyone laugh in my face like Akaru is doing right now. With 3 silent pairs of eyes looking at him, he approached the hatch and opened it. He roughly climbed down the ladder, not letting go of his indignation for 1 second. Uh-oh. What a joke. Atsuki, come here. Kate's voice boomed through the open hatch. Shuri and Erina looked at me and searched my reaction. I simply sighed and stood up. I mimicked Kate's actions and climbed down. Upon stepping off the ladder, it didn't even take me half a second to comprehend Kate's shout. Well, this is just great. Stop messing around. Perhaps the two of them weren't so far off the mark either. With intrigued looks, Shuri and Erina peeked on the hatch. From it, they could see the empty room around Kate and me. Is he gone again? Well, he's not here, so yes. I rubbed my eyes to Kate's obnoxious voice. Meanwhile, I got closer to the door so he confirmed the car wasn't anywhere. The chain is still set. That's strange. Strange? No, Atsuki, you really screwed up this time. From Shuria's face, I could tell she and I knew word by word the accusation Kate was about to make. What's strange is what you did earlier. You took the key from Erina, came here and unlocked the door for Akaru, then you set the chain. Why the hell would I do that? To let him escape, idiot. Wasn't he the one that decided to come in the first place? Yes, it appears both of you aren't quite on the bright side. If I'm wrong, go ahead and illuminate us. Why did you want the key? To see if I could retroactively open the door. You think you're smart, don't you? You've gone too far. Since Atsuki, Akaru, and Sai were working together the whole time, Shiroya, you heard the group too? Instead of answering, she came down, followed by Erina. She looked around, but Akaru wasn't anywhere. He disappeared without leaving a trace, as if he'd been an illusion from the start. He swapped. At the same time, I couldn't blame Kate that much for suspecting me, since I understood how questionable my actions looked. Anyway, this is more than enough. We're leaving. Atsuki, this time, the camera that clearly recorded your actions when you let Akaru escape. Don't think this will go unpunished. Oh shit, how like that? Forget about it. I had to stop taking him seriously, as eventually that would drive me insane. He pushed me aside and unset the chain and tried to open the door, but only met with failure. Alright, Erina, we've tried your suggestions, but it's not gonna work if half of us have different intentions. We need to go find Akaru inside. We can't even trust those 2 kids. I didn't feel like giving my input. Started being quiet, so did Erina, who looked down uncertainly. Enough already. Remembering the pocket in which she'd hidden the key, Kate suddenly reached inside and retrieved it, the cause of startling her. Without reacting further, she stayed immobile, watching him as he inserted the key into the door. With abrupt and stiff motions, he turned it and dragged the door open. Without looking back, he walked away. He opted not to lock us inside and kept the door as it was. None of us said anything or looked at each other, and stood against my own expectations. Erina walked forward and exited the room too. Then Shuri and I exchanged looks. She gave me a bitter smile that I replied to with a long sigh. I I estimated it was around 16:20, meaning that less than 5 hours remained until our scheduled freedom. We stayed still for a few seconds, then contemplating the open door in front of us that symbolized our utter failure to keep everyone in one place. I'm guessing he wanted to try to see if Akaro and Sai could have escaped alone. Yeah, it didn't work though. I figured, maybe we missed a hidden person then. Maybe. I shrugged lightly. I didn't know how else to approach their disappearance. Well, do you want to stay here? I'm not sure. First we should fix that. She pointed at the handle of the door. The handles should have still been under the bed in the other bedroom. Right, we shouldn't keep them detached. After more than an hour, I stepped out of the room and viewed the scenery of the attic again. I entered the other bedroom and kneeled to see both handles were still there. With the same screwdrivers before, I put them in place, turned them both to test, blah, blah, blah. Remember this? In my pocket, I took out the key to Naomi's locker. Oh, you still had it? Yeah, I used the cabinet key to hide it. Akaro and Sai likely left with that later. I think so. If they needed to use the Sekimeiya, that's why Akaro was in such an odd state. Most likely, if he wasn't lying, we could have been lucky the times we traveled since nothing happened to us. Maybe Akaro and Isla suffered from a side effect. Like before, Shibuya went quiet at the mention of Isla. It had already been a while since we'd learned about her fate. By the way, is it just me or is it smell from earlier back? Oh yes, now you mention it. It's really similar to the one all around the crystal floor. I can't tell where it's coming from and it's not easy to perceive. I moved around to see if it was getting closer to the source to be noticeable, but I felt no change. I spent a while going over the ways Akaro and Sai could have escaped, but I focused on the fact that the key was left in the outer keyhole. Even though Akaro escaped again, the chain is intact. I know. I think we should go down to see what happened with the Sekimeiya. We should come across the person who opened the door for Akaro and Sai too. Alright. We hadn't inspected Akaro after he'd come back, so it was possible he had a key on him. Despite that, he couldn't have let the chain slip when he exited. We took timid steps out of the bedroom, as if an invisible net was pulling us in. Once we were in the hallway, the first thing I did was enter the kitchen. It's been so long since I drank anything. I bet you're thirsty too. We should have anticipated it. Yeah, I tried to drink water when I went to the bathroom, but it wasn't very good. I opened the cabinet to grab a glass. Tap water wasn't my preference at all, but it should suffice. I turned the valve, filled up the glass, and quickly took a sip. But what the? You're right, there's no way this is drinkable. I grimaced at the taste. Not much water had flowed out of the tap. Although it was pretty transparent, it wasn't something I could drink. It had slightly alleviated the dryness, at least. I left the glass on the countertop and went to inspect one of the many things we had to check, the living room's floor. Look at this, I can see different pairs of footprints going between the entrance and the hallway. There are as many more under them that have degraded a lot. It's too hard to conclude anything from them, though. Irina and Kate had just left, so seeing two pairs probably belonged to them. As I looked at the footprints for, I realized at least 3 different pairs were distinguishable. One was fairly small, another was medium-sized, and the last was the biggest. In addition, the smaller ones were older. Huh? Are these Isla's? That can't be right. I think they're a bit big. Wait, look, the elevator door is shut. I walked to the hallway and saw the elevator was back in operation. After many hours I had spent stuck in the attic, someone had chosen to re-enable it. I wonder if Irina and Kate had done it. What it meant was the footprints didn't reveal the exact number of people who had entered or exited the attic. We wanted to understand what had gone on when we stayed in the bedroom, so we chose to walk down the floor. The attic key was still in the door, the vast and desolate sight of the 6th floor, which contrasted the comfort of the attic with a stark reminder of how things had progressed since the morning. We should find Sai. He has to be somewhere, and he should know what happened to Akaro. I'm not sure he'll willingly talk to us after what he did. If he's still around, though, we'll find him. The same applied to Akaro. There's a possibility that one last person was to be found. Did Irina's imagine her dead daughter's yells, or was there some truth behind them? After everything we thought, we couldn't fully rule out a living Isla being present around us. That time we walked down staircases forever. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not reading you going down another flight of stairs again. Oh. After moving 3 floors, an unexpected sound interrupted the overwhelming silence. It was the elevator moving through floor. There it is again. We were in front of the elevator, but the opaque door didn't reveal any information. I wish the button would light up when the elevator was moving. I thought Irina and Kate would have used it already, but no matter the reason, I'd say it was probably someone else. We hadn't tried to open its door in the attic, so we couldn't know the direction it was moving towards. However, it was likely that it had been used to move from one extreme of the building to the other. We would have gone back up if we'd known for sure the elevator wasn't in the attic, and logically going up. Instead, it took us a few seconds to circle the outer corridors until we were by the staircase leading to floor 2. Then the sound repeated, but it was harder to notice. Again. It's probably been a few seconds, so the first time someone must have called it. You're right, so either someone called it from under us, and they went up, or the opposite. I wouldn't think we missed someone above us, so I'd see the elevator was going up this last time. If we were about to find an empty crystal floor, we'd go up again, since the attic key was still in the door. Unless the elevator had been called from the attic, it would have only reached floor 6. Of course, assuming another key hadn't been used, but it was likely only one existed. Knowing that it could still have been going down, we continued heading towards the crystal floor. Shortly we were in front of this blah blah. The voice put out exactly as remembered. In hallway A, the light had begun to find a path through the dark coating and bounced off the walls more than it had the last time I'd been there. The strange smell hadn't faded since we'd been in the attic, and it started to seem like the natural scent of the tower. It wasn't unpleasant, only intriguing, as I couldn't associate it to anything I'd ever smelled, and we couldn't identify its source. Let's see. At our left was the elevator. I approached it and grabbed its handle. With a little force, I attempted to open it. There was unexpectedly no resistance. The door moved, uncovering an empty elevator and my mistaken assumption. It was going down? Was there someone above us we didn't see? If so, they must be here now. It left me more confused than I expected. Well, it was possible that someone went up and down from the crystal floor, sent an empty elevator upon arriving in the attic. Shuri's claim was the most probable one. However, if we'd already missed someone on the upper floors, they'd probably stayed away from us intentionally, so using the elevator to reveal their existence was a little strange. I moved aside, trying not to obsess over it yet. Like, I'm not sure what to make of any of this.
Like with the elevator movements?
Yeah. Before we do that, we should check the Sekimeiya if the Sekimeiya left in the cabinet is there. Yeah, but I wouldn't bet on it. As we stepped into hallway A, the cabinet key had been taken by a cow inside, so no part of me expected to find a shiny egg behind the curtain. It's not there, right? No. I can't wait to find sign here the excuses he'll come up with. Before I let the curtain fall, I tried to scroll the glass again, and it moved along with my fingers easily. The cabinet was definitely unlocked with the key, so there's no way the Sekimeiya teleported itself out. Isn't that a little strange? What is? They didn't lock it again. Maybe it's not, since it's obvious that a cow incited it. But I thought they would have done it to hide that they used the key. I'm not sure. They could have been in a hurry, but they knew they'd be suspected regardless. Eyes have not been shut. No, you understand the hurry. Can't listen more. Earlier, I thought maybe they were taking the Sekimeiya out so the cold wouldn't affect it. If that was the case, I'm pretty sure they would have locked the cabinet to prevent us from putting it back if we found it. There are other cabinets with temperature functions, but I think you're right. I'm sure they could have taken care of the others in different ways too. I suppose it's time to check our Sekimeiya. It's impossible anyone took it, but it might be working now. Do you want to activate it? I don't know, it could be dangerous, but nothing happened to us the other times. It sounds reckless. But it can take us to the past. If it started working at some point, we might be able to go a few hours back. If that happens, we won't appear outside the tower because there's no way we missed ourselves from the beginning. They can put us outside instantly. Technically, we'd be in the secret part of the storeroom. You're right, it could take us out. Seeing it like that, it was a lucky chance. But the Sekimeiya have to know it not gonna let you see your friend. Blah blah blah. Remember which locker belonged to Naomi? I stepped towards it with Shuri stayed by the door to alert me of any sound. I took the key out of my pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. With 2 fingers I turned it to undo the lock. The sharp sound told me it had been successful. It's not gonna be there, is it? It wasn't storing anything. Its interior contained nothing but an empty space waiting to be filled. My dumbfounded look persisted until the realization fully sank in. Hey, this is the right locker, isn't it? We left it up here. Yes, is it not there? There's nothing. She approached me with a neutral face, not a hint of surprise emanated from her. At that point, something truly impressive had either occurred with both genuine shock from us. We felt like we'd seen it all. We definitely left it here. Was it still locked? Yes. Yep. Did it teleport like Sai's been saying? Well, he and Akaro couldn't have taken it. If it did, we might know when. We've never seen 2 Sekimeiya exist at the same time, but it couldn't happen when one supposedly appeared in Sai's pack, right? I nodded unsure. Maybe there were 2 right then, but they had to be the same one, and one traveled from the future. I told you he didn't know how he had it, because he never put it there. He would have been telling the truth. At that point, there was another Sekimeiya in their cabinet in room B3. And there is the travel. Can't really teleport itself. Traveled. I'm reluctant to believe in any of this. Yeah. but we thought Sai took it. Like, I don't even know what testimony to flag because nothing's actually standing out to me. This is another mystery. First I hid it in the cleaning room. Next we hid it in this locker, but at some point the same thing happened. It teleported to the hallway, a cabinet with Isla. This time I didn't even have to go to the past. I could have simply teleported. Then since we brought it to the event room, a Carol inside could take it with the key. This could also explain how it appeared in the storeroom at the start. Only a few seconds of thought, so it's disappearing randomly. There are a couple things I'm not sure about, even though it could have teleported to the storeroom. The cabinet in the event room was unlocked, so I think one of us moved it. I suppose it's possible someone hid it in hallway B and teleported to the storeroom, but that's hard to believe. There's one unexplained thing I can think of. The first time Isla disappeared from the cabinet before appearing again. Nothing was found inside it, so the Sekimeiya couldn't have teleported from the locker yet. Or something else is needed to explain that. Yeah, I guess maybe it moved from the locker to another place. They activated and it traveled again to the cabinet with Isla. That's one way to put it together. I think everything holds up. Anyway, the Sekimeiya was taken by someone. It's possible they put it inside Isla's cabinet. Honestly, it feels out of place to think that it's been teleporting itself through time at random intervals. You're right. Well, how else could it have disappeared from here? There's no way this lock is picked, right? Another version of the key. The door was still locked, so I highly doubt the lock was picked and set again. Only one thing would have needed to get the Sekimeiya out of here itself, the key. Duplication can be achieved by traveling to the past, it's two versions, blah blah blah. You know what? Would you like to know how it got stolen? In the future, you're gonna explain to someone that it's there. They're gonna go back and take it! I don't believe that ever happened to the key, but it's not out of the question. Since the time we found the first anomaly at this point, it never traveled through time. At that point, we don't know. Well, the mystery of the second Naomi is as unsolved as ever. She didn't have any keys on her, which makes me think that her keyring wasn't replicated along her side of her body and clothes. That's not necessarily the truth. The main reason I think that is because the initial footprints in the attic and because her keys weren't removed from the first body. There we go! How a different person killed the second Naomi and grabbed your keys. There we go! They would have hidden them somewhere, so after how much we searched, it's surprisingly we still haven't found them. Since we searched everyone before locking ourselves in the attic, it can't be that someone still had the 4 keys from the second Naomi at that point. Well, it's possible. I don't think another key like this one exists. I'm inclined to believe that the second Naomi had never had any keys on her. Yeah, so nobody could have opened the locker? No, we could have. We have the key, so we could go back to the past and unlock it. Oh, I guess so. But this can't be it. It takes a while to think about these kinds of loops. Even though they seem possible, I find it hard to accept them. If we go back to the past and get the Sekimeiya out of this locker, would the origin be that we realized it happened? Would we be able to would we be choosing to explain the mystery this way? If we go back to the past and get it out, because we realized Sai and Akara would do it otherwise, the fundamental reason would be that we witnessed the end result already. On the surface, it sounds impossible. It sounds possible, but I don't believe it is. Shiguri and I are praised with an odd luck. Perhaps listening to me toss out those words sounded bizarre, as we've never had conversations remotely similar to that. Do you spend a lot of time thinking about causal loops? Silly, how much time do you spend thinking about causal loops like this?
Basically only when reading something involving time travel.
Right, so,
So, unless someone is, like, super autistic about time travel shit,
yeah,
why would they spend much time thinking about them?
So, if you were randomly in this situation, could you come up with any of this shit? As a writer, you know what? I couldn't just randomly come up with this shit if I'm in this situation. Like,
Right?
my brain doesn't work like this. like, okay, this is a visual novel, so my brain works on solving things, but not solving this kind of, but like, okay, when I'm in this situation, my brain is not work on solving this kind of thing intrinsically. You're still saying there's no other possibility, right? Well, I'm saying that right now there's likely only one. Someone else will grab this key, go back to the past, and use it to unlock the locker. Huh? Such an abrupt response made me laugh. I might have been deluding myself a little, but I thought I'd reached that conclusion through semi-logical reasoning. I mean, I find it logical. So, you know what that tells me? You're an unreliable twat. You're gonna fuck it up. I shook some thoughts away to close the door locker without locking it. Then I left the bedroom and told Shiroya to follow me. But without locking it, I entered the woman's bathroom and waited for her to come in. When she looked at me quizzically, I opened the toilet sleeve, dropped the key inside, and flushed it. There it goes. What are you doing? Yeah, it seems I was wrong. Perhaps I'm taking myself too seriously. The universe didn't break, and the doubt the past changed. Atsuki. You're a dumb shit. My theory involves someone else using the key to go back to the past and taking out Sekimeiya, so this is an easy way to deny that reality. It appears the answer is another one though, so meaning the Sekimeiya vanished differently. It could be teleporting itself, maybe it's becoming invisible. I went back to the staff room. Against all odds, my action had changed the past without breaking the universe or altering our memories. The lock would be locked and we had no way of... and tried to open it. I left it unlocked so it opened. Once again, the winter coat was the only thing inside. I brushed my hand to the higher compartment to make sure it wasn't going invisible or anything. I shrugged and closed the locker, unable to lock it anymore. Still nothing. Well, Sai seems like a bottom feeder, so maybe you flushed the key to his home. I exited the room without revealing that I'm about to consider something similar. I smiled slightly to myself and looked around the hallway. I guess we should try to climb the others. We have to be close to someone. You know, someone who we come across. After the longest time, we put into action the usual procedure. We began clearing room. With cleaning outside. That time we cleaned the we cleared the fucking crystal floor again. Atsuki, the Sekimeiya's on the floor. I've been able to move to the next room when Shiroya's casual voice stopped me in place. I turned around slowly to see her nodding at my disbelief. I approached the door and looked through it. In front of a cabinet was the Sekimeiya lying on the floor in glowing white. Once again, Shiroya had found it as soon as we started the search. That's sudden. Who could have left there? Nobody. I bet someone activated it. It disappeared and didn't come back. I thought of a coward's case. If he'd forgotten about traveling from that room, he wouldn't have come back. Similarly, if someone had time traveled and appeared outside the tower, the Sekimeiya would have stayed there. We walked up to it with guard stances. The sight was reminiscent of an anglerfish's lure, so we instinctively scanned the empty room before stepping in. I kneeled, hid my right hand under my sleeve, and stood back up holding the Sekimeiya. It's definitely working, it burns. So what do I do with it? I couldn't hold it too very long due to the heat increasing rapidly through my shirt. I started to walk through the doors and thought about it. Either we use it or leave it in its cabinet. There's no point in hiding it again if we're not ever going to activate it. The potential for danger was real, but greed and curiosity were powerful. In my hands, I had the key to every mystery. I thought we had given up on understanding it. But if we figured out how to use it as a time travel device before it was exposed to the world, it was undeniable the options were endless. Given what happened when we were in the attic, it seems likely that whoever took the Sekimeiya was the main culprit behind everything. Besides that, they simply left it here, probably after using it. They didn't come back for it, so maybe it's a hint to their goal or their failure. Regardless, it was activated recently, so she wouldn't go too far back, just enough to understand what went down when we were in the attic. Also, I don't think it's as hot as it was in the past, so depending on how far back we go, we could confirm that correlation. Alright, let's see what happens. She moved closer to me, stating that she wanted to blah blah blah. Alright. We inspected the building, and so the possibility of traveling to the recent past was open. I took my left hand on my sleeve and brought it to Sekimeiya. I'm back here. Oh, wait, the handle's attached. I heard a sound coming from behind me. As I turned around, I saw Shiroya climbing down the ladder. Did she disappear there? Yeah, we traveled the room from room B6, right? Yeah, there's the handle. Either we went more than an hour and a half into the past, or just a few minutes. You're gonna go down the elevator! Shimori and I slowly scanned the place we traveled to, though we didn't spot anything else noteworthy. Ew.
Yep.
We said it didn't feel as hot as the previous time, so probably the latter. She was right, meaning that we weren't going to see what happened when we'd been locked up. However, every single travel revealed plentiful factors they analyzed. Comparing them with earlier travels, this seems like the best way to get conclusions. This is my first travel, and again, nothing bad has directly come out of it. I don't know what happened to Issa and Akaro, but I thought the mere act of traveling was bringing any danger. How has he not gone to parallel worlds? Like, at this point, I've gone to parallel worlds. Like, no offense, Atsuki, but, you kind of suck at this shit.
Yeah, for how much he thinks about causal loops, he hasn't thought about parallel worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the weirdest fucking part. Like, bro thinks about the causal loops, but like, why not?
Yeah.
Like, if you're that deep in the time travel.
Yeah, that's actually kind of weird. He spends like an absurd amount of time thinking about how to twerk with a bootstrap paradox. I'm starting to think more and more that Akaro lied to us. He reacted to the mention of the Sekimeiya. That could have been intentional, trying to relate his memory loss to it and make it more believable. I felt like Ate was right and he was trying to prevent us from leaving. After his job was done, he escaped somehow. How though? I don't know, but I can come up with a bit of an idea. We had the key and the chain was left set. That makes it that he teleported out. I thought perhaps Sai did that. Maybe he traveled next to the door to encompass Akaro and make him escape since neither of them could open the door. It could be that he made us go to the upper bedroom so we wouldn't travel with them. No, you went to the upper bedroom. They went to the upper bedroom, right? To avoid him. I kind of vaguely remember that. Oh yes, we don't want to be around you arguing, so... Actually, no, Akaro could have saved all by himself and left the chain set. Maybe he suddenly disappeared from the room, traveling to the past, and in the past he activated the Sekimeiya to encompass the bed on which he was sitting. It wasn't necessary for Sai to do that as long as Akaro had thought of it. It must have happened before someone traveled from room B6 then. We walked out and when we looked at the living room, I instantly recognized our own footprints. These are definitely ours and they're recent. We went a few minutes to the past. Someone used Sekimeiya very shortly before us. We can't see what happened, but we can be pretty sure of that. And if Akaro never actually escaped the way I said, it's possible they went very far into the past. We spent a long time in the bedroom, so there was a lot of time for the Sekimeiya to store energy. You know, this could have been what Akaro and Sai worked together to accomplish. The stored time was originally Sai's idea. Akaro's job could have been to keep us from exiting the bedroom, letting the Sekimeiya store time for a while, and once they waited the required amount, they activated and went far enough into the past to exit the tower. No. Since the Sekimeiya was left on the floor, it's possible they aren't here anymore. And they simply couldn't simply have waited more before escaping the bedroom because the Sekimeiya was chilled. There's still the disappearing Sekimeiya in the locker to explain, but that'd be the only thing. Yeah. Sai seems to be having fun, so exiting the tower doesn't seem like something he'd want to do. However, they did this right after discovering the storeroom's secret exit. As soon as they saw that, they probably realized they could go back many hours in time, find that door from the outside, and try to enter and exit the Sekimeiya. And they might be about to try coming back in, since doing it earlier would have made their own travel impossible. What? Okay. Let's go down and keep an eye on the Sekimeiya. Yep. I find it hard to believe that everyone doesn't want to escape with it. Yep. We did the elevator. This happened again. What? The elevator. Remember? We were the ones to call it, it seems. This also happened in the beginning during my first travel. I didn't even think about it. It's coming up, meaning that it was below us when we heard it on the office floors. We're going to the crystal floor, where we saw it already arrived. According to her, she called it without realizing she was about to cause the...
Don't die, Huggy.
Sorry. I'm just, getting annoyed, that's all. There's one thing I don't like about this game. Do you know what I don't like about this game? The prose is very unwieldy. Like, it spends a lot of time repeating the same bit of prose. We want to have Messiah Power Aaron and Kate. When the button lit up, she opened the door and we boarded the elevator. Without a second thought, she pressed the floor 1 button. When it started to move down, we once again experienced a claustrophobic atmosphere that the dim light and opaque doors effortlessly created. We soon passed floor 3, where our past selves surely found themselves wondering who was inside the elevator and where it headed. We were in a big hurry, but we knew that we would soon appear on the crystal floor from the stairs. I thought of what to do to escape our past field of vision. We entered the event room for hallway A, and after seeing the empty cabinet, we looked outside Naomi's locker. We should go to the lobby where we won't be seen. It sounded like the best idea, so we moved there and closed the hallway A door behind us. Even though there wasn't much to be tense about, we felt safe staying there, so we began to automatically move towards the metal shutter. Remember what I thought at the time you appeared in the living room? It seems like we appeared where we'd been in the midpoint of the time travel. Yes, and this time something similar happened. I noticed it too. I think it's the opposite. You appeared in the lower level of the bedroom, and I was upstairs next to the hatch. These were the exact positions occurred before we unlocked the bedroom. Alright, I followed Kate down, and you peeked through the hatch when I was already below. That might have been the location. That probably happened a bit more than 10 minutes before we just touched the Sekimeiya. We discussed whether to leave, placed the hand stuck in the door, walked down to the crystal floor, and talked about the Sekimeiya vanishing. We appeared in the bedroom before the time we'd heard the elevator. I might have appeared where we were 10 minutes prior to traveling, only going back 5. I just want to flag this. We heard an indistinct sound from the hallway A nearby door. That's us, we just entered the event room. We waited, and seconds later, the same sound came from hallway B. Unmistakably, a closing door had created it. Now we're in the staff room, we'll travel very soon. We thought we only had to wait until Shiroya became aware of one thing we'd missed. Hey, look at the floor there. Is that blood? What? She was pointing at a spot next to the hallway A door. From afar, I could see a tiny red spot, close to the cleaning bucket. Both of us walked to it, and at the sight of it became clear. Shiroya's interpretation proved to be right. A single drop of blood existed in the spacious floor of the lobby. It's definitely blood. The contrast with the shiny white floor was immense. I looked around the entire room, but the drop Shiroya had found was the only one I could see. Fortunately, it was big enough to tell us something very important. It's almost dry. It's been here for a while. From where we were locked up in the attic, blood dripped off someone. Carl didn't look injured when he came back, but that didn't mean much. Isn't it strange that it was left here? If someone was in a hurry or being chased up by an attacker, they wouldn't have cleaned it. But I feel like the culprit would have, right? Maybe it's not evidence worth cleaning up, but it tells us something happened. Blood can never be a good sign. I feel like this is a place where evidence would be removed because it doesn't have security cameras. I stared at a single drop of blood. Something about it was intriguing. Well, it wasn't a puddle, it was very wide. There wasn't one drop that would come out of an innocuous scratch. Despite that, there was only one mark. Since any wound that would produce a drop of blood that size would keep bleeding, it was likely it had been covered to prevent further blood loss. Irina and Kate must be somewhere, but they can't have anything to do with this. And even if Akaru didn't appear injured, it's possible he dripped blood before traveling to the past, and time traveling could have undone a previous injury. To saying that, a thought came to me. Is Sekimeiya reconstructing our past bodies? We'd asked ourselves that question many times before, and I found a way to answer it. Abruptly, I put my hand in my right pocket and felt something. I took it out and showed it to Shiroya. Oh, that's from Naomi's locker. Did you appear with it after traveling? I must have. I flushed it away before touching the Sekimeiya. but since I had it when we were in the bedroom, it appeared with it in my pocket. Like we suspected, the Sekimeiya has been replicating our past bodies exactly as they were in the past, in the bedroom. Okay, here's the question. Why? It only works like this for the sake of the mystery, and because it only works like this for the sake of the mystery, it's fundamentally confusing to me. I feel a sense of, well, the rules work like that just because the rules work like that. Since the key was under my possession at that point, it was also, at least not in a... I feel like the lore was actually kind of internally consistent and explained in Zero Escape. Getting cut to the cranium past was more likely to cease existing as soon as you try. I will touch you. I see, that's how it works. That's why the cleaning cart didn't... Something about the cleaning cart caused it to be in the same space as something else, and it got unpersonal. I closed my eyes. It was very likely we conclude something regarding Sekimeiya's travels, but at first glance it didn't seem important. Well, it already says this. I think the thing to flag... This is the thing I want to flag, I think. Yep. However, we could be almost certain that the Sekimeiya replicated our past bodies exactly as they'd once been. And as soon as I tried to explore that concept, something major came to me. It was proof that small details could open seemingly sealed doors and that we had to explore every little path. Escaping our life was the main goal to start, then escaping the time travel device, blah blah. But Shuri and I had internally sought an unreachable peak where we've been taunted by such inconsequential time travel that was saving our friend who died 2 weeks earlier. Even though it appeared impossible regardless of the approach, and thinking the last detail might have opened the first real path to it, no matter how vague or improbable. If we could understand the exact amount of time that we traveled, or more importantly, their disappearing location, if there had been a time in which I'd been touching Mia, maybe I could replicate that body. The possibility that Mia would appear with me was potentially real. No. Well, it didn't sound that special. I think the locker key had been brought back into existence. Blah, blah, blah. It was in your fucking pocket. My past body and my possessions of the past can be replicated, but Mia might not have counted if I'd been simply touching her. But I can think of a time when I've been holding her hand or her shirt. None that came to mind. I think the only way you could replicate Mia like that, and this is not me saying this to be problematic, I am actually sincere here, is if you're fucking her. Like, I think that based on the rules I'm understanding about how this thing works, the only way for you to replicate her is sex. And I don't think you two did it, so I don't think you are... that worked. And I looked at Shirota, whose pensive look surely resembled mine. We remained silent for many seconds, and while I hadn't thought of voicing my recent thoughts to her, it was fast she could also find herself. Blah, blah, blah. I might have jumped again by minimizing the fact that me is a human. Well, I thought that we couldn't rule this out while attempting it. I see a big problem that might reveal its impossibility. The biggest difference between a key and a human being is without a doubt the possession of consciousness. In the bedroom, our past bodies were recreated and we appeared within them. The locker key is proof enough of that. You know what? I bet someday we're gonna be in like the... If we ever go back to Star Rail, we're gonna be in the fucking universe simulator, and we'll get a relic and it's just the fucking Sekimeiya. The brain belonged to a past version of us. Despite that, we possess memories and knowledge obtained after the recreated point. So even though we appeared in the bodies identical to our past plans were left out. Where do our consciousness appear in the past bodies not conflicting with our past consciousness? It has to be because we touched Sekimeiya in possession of a future consciousness. Then it was broken up. A past version of us when it had a vacant mind. Yeah, I don't even want. I'm getting exhausted watching you do this. Blah! Blah! Sekimeiya touched Ansela's dead body and she didn't travel. That's because there's no longer consciousness present within her. To try and make this happen, the test which hypothesis is correct, attaching ourselves to the smallest possibility, we have to understand the Sekimeiya completely. We would need to make one final, thorough attempt to save Mia. Shuri and I could... Oh my god, no. Wisdom is the point in time our replicated bodies are based on. It's definitely different from the amount of time traveled. It doesn't seem to be consistent. The second step, the amount of distance traveled, appears to operate under a consistent rule. The longer the Sekimeiya spends storing energy, the further we travel. I mean, I have to say this. I figured this out a while ago. We're gonna put this in red text because that is a fact.
Stick it in the mountain.
Meanwhile, the replicated location has differed with each travel. There's no clear rule to draw. Nonetheless, it's hard to think that only one thing would be consistent. The core of replicating a past location is purely teleportation. We're teleporting to a coordinate of space we were once at. However, how is the Sekimeiya working with that coordinate? Well, the answer could be that its powers are simply magical. There's more depth to it than I first thought. The easiest concept to teleportation of grass with two pieces of matter teleport them one another. Teleportation point is the other container because it exists and can be accessed. We weren't appearing inside designated objects containers though. Let's assume that the coordinate of the bedroom where I appeared can be measured with a number. When I touched the Sekimeiya, it sent me to that space coordinate after recognizing that I'd found myself there in the past. The problem is that we live on Earth, a place that is constantly moving. As time went forward, Earth would move away from that coordinate. Uh-huh. Oh, Jesus. I don't even want to. Please shut up, Atsuki. Should we go? It's well past the time we traveled. Yeah, but I want to do one thing first. I showed her the locker room key, then we left the hallway B. It became evident we left the doors of two rooms open, the event room and room B6. I ignored them and went to the bathrooms. Like before, I raised the toilet lid and tossed the key inside and flushed it away. I had to do it, but I wanted to deny the reality where someone uses it in the past to take out Sekimeiya. Well, the universe handles it fine again. The way the Sekimeiya disappeared from the locker is still basically a locker room mystery. You know who can solve this? Aima and Hero.
Right?
She shrugged, and while she was right, I still went to the staff room. Yeah. Nobody else held the key, right? Did someone go back in time and replicate a position where they were holding it? Only when Sai found the whole set in the first Naomi, I'm sure. Holding me. I can't even read this shit anymore. Can we just get to something? Can we get to something valid? Let's get to Sekimeiya. It's left me in the other room.
God.
We lowered our scan the floor. Puzzle faces. Nope, it's not there. It's not here. That didn't make any sense. Did someone take it when we were in the lobby? When we traveled, it would have fallen instantly to the floor. Did it roll somewhere? Nope. Couldn't know snotty. But Few cabinets were composed of drawers instead of having a hollow interior compartment. One of the drawers was sticking out more than the others. I walked over, unsure if it was anything important when I saw Shiroi. When Shiroi saw what I was staring at, she also realized what was off. Upon noticing the difference was minimal, my observation was proven correct. The lowest drawer of the cabinet wasn't fully closed. Before I could reach it, Shiroi spoke with a lot of detail I missed. This is the cabinet that Sekimeiya was next to, right? Oh, earlier. You're right, it was on the floor not in front of it. Which meant it was most likely the person who left the Sekimeiya behind also opened the drawer. Object rolled within the narrow interior. Huh. As the Sekimeiya moved into a passage into Shuri and I looked at each other, well aware of what we were seeing didn't make sense. The Sekimeiya disappeared, only to reappear inside a nearby drawer. Is it even the same one? The drawer wasn't shut all the way, so we could likely ignore the self-teleportation we've been thinking of. Someone put it here. But who would have failed to properly close the drawer? Once again, it seems as if we've been lured to the Sekimeiya's whereabouts. What with burning? If you're right, they must have been here. It's been here for a long while. The longer the Sekimeiya spends away from a cold temperature, the hotter it gets. The further back in time you go, the bigger the range is. If that was correct, she must have been right. I'm pretty sure it wasn't this hot during previous travels. It was an imposing claim. Every time we found the Sekimeiya, the decision of whether to touch it had been quick to arrive. If the proposition was to go substantially back through time, I wasn't so sure about it. As it would make our presence in the tower hard to accomplish, and we'd still be unable to change the past. Let's put it in the cabinet. I looked at Shuri and with a bitter expression. She'd already made up her mind. Touching it could have brought us out of the tower, but also the chance to considerably drag out our stay, where we'd been unable to move, to have any impact on the history which had already occurred. Blah, blah, blah. I think we should stop altogether. Let's wait till just leave. We can travel through time, which is insane to think about, but there's no point to it, right? And most it can help us understand what's going on. But there are cameras all over the place, and the police are probably a few hours away from entering. We don't even know how it got inside the drawer, and it's clear we don't understand anything about what we might get caught up in. Touching it again could just be dangerous. There's no point risking it. And the tacitly listen to her give blah, blah, blah. I'm sure you can imagine that I've been thinking about how we could undo what happened, but it's not possible. The more time I spend thinking about it, the further I am from being able to let go of that wound heal. I don't think having hope itself is bad, but it is if we know it doesn't really exist. To Sekimeiya is useless. I was left dumbfounded by those harsh words and found myself thinking about a reply without realizing that I agreed with her. I've been going on about Isola's decided fate while obsessing over a way to reverse Mia's. In reality, they were impossible to change. I recalled the pensive face Shiroi had been making in the lobby, where she must have reached that ultimate conclusion. We said we'd go to the eye room after we got out to see what's become of the cabinet. Let's make sure that happens. As I felt the breaking wave of emotions, I managed to give her a nod, and let the desire to escape become a background goal. Well, it shouldn't have been the only thing to strive for. It had been sudden, but after all those dreamlike hours, Shiroi brought me back to reality. Mia's death was irreversible. I breathed deeply, trying to keep myself balanced. Alright, I agree. Let's wait patiently and ignore whatever the hell the others are doing. At 2100, the front door has to open. Right. What's going on here has nothing to do with us. It's gotten too big to try and understand. We said a car inside could enter from the outside to grab the Sekimeiya, so let's leave it in the cabinet and wait next to it. I grabbed the bottom of my shirt with my left hand to create a small hammock where I placed the Sekimeiya. As the cloth wasn't touching my skin, I was able to touch it to transport it safely. I quickly headed to the door and we left the room. When we were in hallway B, my perspective on the recording had been fluctuating drastically, and once again it had become one of the worst possibilities. If it did occur, despite meaning that Isu would be alive in the future, that was the only illusion of an upside. She'd end up going to the past to die in the beside the room A5 cabinet. I took short steps so that Sekimeiya would stay still. Eventually I reached the open door that led to the event room, where we would once again attempt to wait, detaching ourselves from our surroundings.
Wow, an actual choice. I didn't think that this would be a choice game.
I'll be damned.
I didn't know that there were going to be multiple endings. If there are, I don't know. Like, unless one just puts us into a bad ending.
Not gonna lie, I felt the fucking chill when I saw this. You know what I think? I think touching is the bad decision.
Mm. Seems likely.
Atsuki and Shiraya lived in a delicate universe. A single modification could collapse the complex structure they were climbing. However, the structure could be partially frozen and then changed. The universe will be frozen, and that will permit its observation. It will become a universe that will collapse if it's set in motion. Rules have to be bent abstractly. The flow must stop. Only that will allow an impossibility. What? Atsuki and
We're
Shiraya were
finally
friends.
done with chapter 1.
In front of the bedroom, unbeknownst to them, instead of deftly weaving their way through myriad tangled threads, those very same strings took hold of their own body. Atsuki's thread reached for the Sekimeiya, and as his brain was informed of the most painful burn he'd ever felt, his eyes took in the sudden darkness that appeared around him. He attempted to understand where he'd appeared, but his lack of sight made it futile. He touched the Sekimeiya, going against him with what he'd agreed to Shiroya. However, there wasn't no reason behind it. He didn't question his action. After a few seconds lost in the darkness, his eyes began to adjust, and he spotted a faint blue light coming from the left. Instantly, he realized where he was. It belonged to the reception desk on the lobby of Ashiya Tower. That was where he had appeared. He had turned the time, a little lack of light. Oh, that's not good. Can we, I want to see something. We have a diverging path.
Huh.
Oh, shit.
Interesting. You know what's freaking me out? What freaked me out immediately? It's in red. The lack of... He determined the time. The lack of light wasn't a complete difficulty. He knew he had to travel a short time back. He approached the hallway gate door and surreptitiously turned the doorknob. Spending a while locating without offering any resistance, and opened the path to the wide corridor, which resembled nothing more than a haunting void. It was just as dark as the lobby, with no light to verify its surroundings. Stop moving at once! Stay still and don't run away! The sudden robotic noise pierced through Atsuki's chest, accomplishing its demand before the words could be processed. Atsuki understood the meaning behind the voice as it explained to him it must have belonged to the microphone installed in the security room. He hadn't seen it, but the speaker was surely placed somewhere in the walls. Conclusions could be drawn from the overly loud voice. Someone was in the security room, and most importantly, the hallway cameras were functioning. As Kate told him, he possessed night vision. Atsuki had traveled to a point that met those conditions. Awaiting his next instructions, he stayed immobile, showing no signs of defying what he'd been told. However, when the voice played again, a frown drew over his face. What are you doing? You cannot escape. Atsuki was beginning to lose his sense of direction as he knew he couldn't discern the walls around him. His words let him know that he was not aware of the situation either. It was unlikely the last message had been addressed to him because he hadn't moved at all. With that, he walked forward, just waiting to see if his resistance would be recognized. After a few steps, no new message reverberated. He looked up and saw a distant and fake green light that belonged to a security camera, but he couldn't know if it was working. However, he had to remain to ensure he remained unseen. Attempting to achieve a safer position, he moved, took a few more steps, and began to feel the cold left wall. He shortly spotted the door and took hold of its knob. He felt an alien pain in his hand that startled him. Confused, he tried with his other hand and pushed the door open with ease. To comprehend where he was, he reached for the closest wall. After recognizing the shape of the locker, he knew he'd picked the correct door and had arrived in the bathroom. He chose it for its lack of cameras. He thought something was happening around him, so he didn't want to be mistaken for an escaping culprit. He could feel slightly more comfortable in a closed-off space. There he waited. He didn't know why it had come to all that, but the imposing darkness only allowed him to wait until he could understand what was happening. Just a few minutes earlier, he'd been talking to Shiroi about making it out of the tower and resuming their old life. He couldn't yet be sure if touching the Sekimeiya had made that easier. He stood next to the door, certain he'd notice it if someone were trying to open it. Am I the only one who's like freaking out that this is red?
It's a bad end for.
Bad end.
I
That's
can barely
why-
see it on my phone.
That's why I picked it. But what he expected to be a short wait eventually morphed into more than half hour of pure silence. As the empty minutes kept going by, ominous emotions began to fill his mind. Would he be mistaken for a criminal at the end of his wait? Was he alone? Even though someone else must have been addressed earlier? If someone else was present, should he try to evade them and go look for them? Countless thoughts passed through his brain, yet he couldn't decide. Whatever that point in time was, Atsuki spent a full hour Atsuki spent a full hour of it as a sole guard of the staff room. Uncertainty permeated his being. Suddenly he checked his pocket. There he found a small key, which he recognized in the shape of Naomi's lockers. Without warning, the lights turned on and emitting no noise. Instead of being startled, Atsuki shut his eyes forcibly, attacked by the sudden illumination. After a few attempts at reopening them, his vision had finally adapted, and he looked around the room where he spent so much time and confirmed it was a stat room looking exactly as he thought. The lights indicated that he wasn't alone in the building, but there were no key to start moving. His dilemma hadn't been solved. He remained indecisive. Before he could give his updated situation much thought, he heard a sound coming from the hallway, resembling the one of the footsteps he'd heard a few times during the past hours. Further amplifying their presence, the person in the hallway continued to make noise. Atsuki heard a door being opened and closed with low sounds coming from the wall to his left. Atsuki's heart began to beat faster, as much as he... Wait, this is the first time we've seen Atsuki! He wanted to understand what was happening. He had no desire to be found. He was paying close attention to every sound, but he failed to recognize someone who was right behind the door. He heard the knock being gripped and looked at it turning. He stepped back, and as soon as the door opened, Atsuki fixed his gaze in the eyes of the person who found him. The figure was immediately taken aback, while its expression morphed and shaped into one of defiance. Atsuki, on the other hand, wore an unsure look after immediately recognizing the man. What the fuck are you doing? Those were the first words Atsuki heard in more than an hour. He didn't know how to reply, so he moved forward, drawn by the scenery behind the man. However, he stopped himself when he spotted something of massive importance. The man was transporting a black suitcase. Are you gonna fucking answer me? Who are you? Since Atsuki knew that explaining wouldn't serve a purpose, he produced an inquiry of his own. What's the suitcase for? The man's expressions instantly morphed again. Those cold words were interpreted as a clear and sudden attack, but he tried to hide his reaction. What do you mean? It's just a suitcase. How are you even here? Hold up!
It's in green.
First, tell me what you need the suitcase for. Are you trying to imply something I'm not following, huh? I understand what's going on now. Are the gems already inside it, or were you about to go get them? Being able to reason something had calmed Atsuki. Every trace of fear left his body, replaced by confidence. Can the past be changed after all? That question flooded Atsuki's mind. The man's face didn't change. He was lost in thought after Atsuki's abrupt accusation. Nonchalantly, he entered the room and locked his piercing eyes on Atsuki, who didn't waver. Suddenly, he grabbed Atsuki's neck and threw him into a wall. What the fuck do you know? Were you waiting for me? Atsuki's reasoning had given him reassurance, but it hadn't prepared him. He had future information, so he should have expected the upper hand. However, his discussions with Sai had given him false expectations. Wait, Sai? And he hadn't reacted properly to an abrupt physical attack. With Sai? Kid, no matter what you think, you know you are done for. You're sticking your nose into something very delicate, and this will not stand. Those words didn't reach Atsuki as his head slammed too hard into the wall, while the man threw more and more threats at him. He was unaware that Atsuki's sight was only registering a blurry image of his face. Once he told him everything he deemed necessary, he'd let go of him, thinking he'd managed to convey the seriousness of the situation. However, Atsuki's body plummeted down, the same lost gaze looking upward towards the ceiling. As soon as he understood what he'd done, the man rushed forward to grab him, hoping he was only being tricked. However, that was far from the truth. Atsuki's remaining time alive was in a countdown. As it ticked down, he couldn't even process that his fresh start Shibuya would never begin. Oh, shit! For that reason, he stood next to the door, spending the minutes growing accustomed to thought that his life had been ruined. He ran through the course of action. Suddenly, he concluded there was some hope left for him. Even though exiting the room would cement the reality of his actions, he might have had a way around it. After what happened, though, he was unsure he could count on it. Entering the previous events repeated themselves. The door opened from outside, and the man met face to face with the first person who'd seen him as a killer. On the floor, Atsuki spent the last seconds of his life facing up, unable to move any part of his body. Resembling a hallucination, he saw his killer being startled by the knob's movement. When the door completed its arc and bounced on the wall, 3 more figures entered Atsuki's sight, but he couldn't distinguish their expressions. In front of him, some saw 4 people. 2 men, a woman, and a girl. It seemed all of them were looking at him, and he felt something. He knew all of them. He recognized their clothes, bodies, and faces. He saw the last 3 of them rushing him, but one cut off. That was the last image Atsuki saw. Then his consciousness didn't fade away, as he had none. So, Similarly, none of this happened as it couldn't. The frozen sections could have been reached. Everything would have crumbled down. But that wasn't all. Something else denied the whole structure's connection. Another rule identified. What? Did I just get a bad end?
Does that imply Atsuki was involved with the robbery?
No.
Or maybe the previous one?
We got fucking sent back in time in some weird way. He gets murdered by the robber.
Wait, what did they say before about a previous attempted robbery of the place? Like
The robbery. The robbery at the beginning of the thing. So a frozen world that defied a very important rule. The past can't be changed. Paradox broke the world?
Well, I mean, with how the Sekimeiya works, you know, with the fact that he fucking died, then
Yeah.
that's the paradox. So it's not necessarily.
They keep talking about the rule of the universe. So something actually fucking breaks there.
Yeah.
Still cupping the Sekimeiya with my shirt, I stepped into the room where I saw the cabinet and another open door. Am I the only one who think the chapter's about to end? Shibuya came after me, glancing at the cabinet,
Feels like it, yeah.
which was partially covered by the dark curtain. She opened up the glass, scrolled open the glass, and helped me place the Sekimeiya inside. After we closed it again, we had a question to ask ourselves. Do we lock it? I think we should. We said we wouldn't use it anymore, so there's no reason not to. I nodded after thinking about it. Akaro inside took the key when they left the bedroom, so it stood to reason that they still had it. If they traveled through time far enough to appear outside the tower, they wouldn't have appeared with it. If they'd planned to enter once more, they would have hidden it somewhere to retrieve it easily. Nonetheless, locking it would prevent anyone else from opening it. I moved to the left side of the cabinet and crouched manually to turn the wheel. There, only someone with the key will be able to open it. We'll stay here, though, so that it won't happen. She tried to move the glass and confirmed that I'd locked it properly. To achieve a better effect, she pulled down the curtain and proceeded to glance around the room non-committally, unsure of what else to do. We haven't seen Irina and Kate since we left the bedroom. You want to search them before we decide to stay put? She didn't answer. I thought she was considering the whereabouts of Akaro inside, who we had to find as well. The single word defied my assumption. Look! Her gaze was fixed on the floor. I traced the line, spotting a drop of blood in the middle of the room for a second time. We were right next to it and hadn't seen it easily. It was smaller than the one in the lobby, but there was a much more important distinction. This one isn't old and it's not dry. Is someone walking around and bleeding? Despite what it seemed, there had to be something more to it. If what we seen in the lobby was only a single drop, and it had come from a fairly serious injury, the one in front of us didn't give the same impression. I looked all over the floor again and didn't see another speck. I think we should try and find the others in case something bad has happened. I took a good look at the blood. Blood, it wasn't fully dry like the spot in the lobby, indicating that the bleeding could have gone on a while. If a wound had started the clot, it explained the smaller drop. Small amounts of blood dry up fast. While many factors are involved, I could estimate that it would take, say, half an hour for it to fully dry in our conditions. The spot is close to meeting their mark. Or the one in the lobby dried up before we saw it. How do we do it then? Does one of us stay here to make sure no one takes the Sekimeiya? After all we'd considered, exploring the possibility of a deliberate trap to send us out wasn't ridiculous. In truth, the 2 drops of blood didn't feel very natural. I think we should do what we've been doing up until now. One stays in hallway C where the other looks through the rooms. It's unlikely anyone had an accident and bled on and off for so long. We should be careful. I wasn't opposed, so we entered hallway A. Our tension had gradually escalated once we'd seen blood on the floor of the lobby. Using that arrangement we felt safe enough, as we wouldn't be forced to separate ourselves while searching. Moving to the mechanical room would be the only unavoidable instance of that. I'll see if I find anyone then. We're searching the floor again! You have no idea how crazy I'm going with this. Volunteering to look through some rooms was no heroic task, but I felt better doing it myself. Naturally, my attention was first directed at the storeroom. I opened the door with Shiroya looking on from behind. The long corridor extended up to the door without a handle, and I stepped in to see if I could spot any change. However, everything was identical, just as I remembered it. There was no way to know if the door had been opened from either side, but I was still certain I couldn't do it. In front of was A5, where the gems had been stolen. Although the room where Isla had been found was a more suitable name. I looked down as I entered it, knowing I'd have to see her face again. There she was, immobile, her skin already showing a slight ashen tint. There was nothing next to her, so I closed the lid and looked through the other cabinets. After all, I'd seen all their harmless interiors and moved to the next room. Leaving it vacant is an easy task, which repeated for the next 4 ones. Only a security room remained. After, I'd go to the mechanical room, make sure nobody had entered the event room, and Shiroya would move to hallway B. That would prevent anyone from using the event room as a bridge to remain hidden. But when I opened the door, I was met with a sudden and unexpected sight. My mind reeled as I stared at it. Too stunned to react differently. I abruptly turned to face Shiroya, who responded to me with a plain expression. I yelled at her to come over and she sprinted over to me. Not only had I seen something that could put an end to the search, but I also knew that Shiroya and I absolutely couldn't be separated. Uh-oh. Katei's body was on the floor, partially under his desk. Oh. Oh my.
Monka.
Oh my god! It appeared 2 drops of blood had been a mere introduction to the sea. Yeah. This is a statement, this is a thing that is happening. Also, I think that's the long red. What is this? There's no way. At some point, it said that reading needing pure disbelief. I couldn't bring myself to reply, but I took a step forward, scanning the dimly lit room. 3 bright lights were situated in front of me. There were the 3 main computer monitors, which indicated that less than 50 minutes ago it had been used. Shibuya entered behind me, taking careful steps to avoid the blood that covered the majority of the floor. We looked at Katei's face, under the shadow of the desk. His darkened expression looked distressed and agitated, reminiscent of the one he'd made in the attic. I swallowed my accumulated saliva and carefully crouched to check his pulse, but didn't feel anything. I tried not to look in Shibuya's direction and continued inspecting Katei until I saw a bit of blood was pouring out of his skull. I didn't have to turn his head too much to see a huge crack. I immediately averted my eyes, with no doubt about what I would have seen if his white hair hadn't prevented it. I stood up, shaken by the eerie background noise that the rhythmic sound of dripping blood in the whirring computer had joined forces to create. There's a horizontal crack on the back of his head. Given how much blood is on the desk, I think he fell on its edge. Once again, Shibuya looked down at the pool of blood. It was natural for a head injury to bleed so much. And what I'd observed didn't reveal much. For all we knew, it was an accident. The way I'd imagined it, he'd be fallen back, he would have hit his head against the desk, end up under it, and push it. Okay, but how did the blood get outside the room? When nobody was moving the room. Or the gruesome scenery obligated us to think someone else could have done it. Pushing Kate would have achieved the same result. Vast pools of blood would take a long time to dry, so I easily spotted smaller drops on the sides of the desk. Those are much closer to drying up, reminding me of the one in the event room. No matter what happened though, he was dead. Kate, who was an enigma of his own and could never stop claiming his innocence, met a sudden end right after freeing himself from confinement in the attic. Look at the screen, there's a message, huh? What does it say? 10:04. Cameras disabled and associated footage relationship with 10:04. That must have been when Kate was here alone. We checked the time at 9:41. 20 minutes later, when we left, he stayed behind trying to fix the system. You're right. And instead he erased the existing footage and shut down the camera. I mean, I'm not surprised. We should not drag the message aside. Behind it, the program Kate attempted to display the footage with was the only thing seen on the display screen. It had a list of all the cameras, but they were useless as if they'd been disabled. I lowered my eyes. The taskbar contained a single clock we had at our disposal. As soon as I glanced at it, the number switched from 1659 to 1700. It's 1700, only 4 hours left. Let's get out of here from the room too. The smell is unbearable. I had no complaints. Even though the hallway's illumination was worse, we left a much darker room and breathed steadily after the minutes we'd spent inside. The message on the screen, without a doubt, it belonged to the security system program. But was that full proof of its trustworthiness? With such an obvious message being found next to him, I had to ask myself if it was legitimate or the version left by the killer. Not only did the room leave the possibility of an accident open, it also displayed an incriminating message next to Kate. Was the message a fabrication by the real culprit that put blame on Kate and played off as an accident? Well, they were the only ones to deal with the cameras and the security system? It wasn't easy to tell. I wasn't sure which idea I was more inclined to lean towards. Wait, no, it doesn't make any sense. Look. I followed Shuri's line of sight again, this time to the ceiling. That green light was to indicate the camera's recording, right? There's no way they were disabled so long ago. I'd forgotten about that, you're right. However, it was Kate who told us what the green light meant. We can't be certain about it. They haven't stopped flickering. I'm pretty sure they also were before 10, so if the cameras really aren't recording, the lights must simply indicate that they're powered on. Strange Kate would tell a lie like that. If he disabled the cameras, part of the reason would be that he didn't want the police to see him when they entered. Despite that, he incriminated himself by lying to us about what the lights mean. Yeah, that's not consistent. Could someone else have left the message to blame him? I'm not sure, but thinking about it more, there's no way this was an accident. If Kate fell backwards and hit his head against the desk, it means he was exiting the room. Why would he try and leave with that message being shown on the screen? Another person had to be involved somehow. Akaro. Shibuya agreed with me. After a few pensive seconds, being presented once again with the fact that a murderer was nearby, we had to decide what to do. You want to search for the others? We should. We don't know what happened to Akaro inside. I'm worried about Irina. We can't split up Atsuki. We have to stay together no matter what. I couldn't see it was unlikely for Irina to become a target for the culprit. Kate was employed by Ashia, a member of the security staff, but Isla had died despite being a complete outsider and a child. Any one of us could have been next. Okay, let's stick together and find Irina. Let's be extremely careful. We have nothing to defend ourselves with if, am I still... Okay, yes, I am still streaming. It's just that no one said anything for a while. Suddenly attacked. She gave me a strange, saddened look. Even though only 4 hours remained, seeing the outside world felt infinitely far away. Let's see if the Sekimeiya is still here. We entered the event room. The Sekimeiya hadn't been taken while our attention was grabbed by the security room, so it was unlikely that was the intent of the culprit's plan. As a routine effort, I lowered the curtain again. We have to find Irina. It's not good that we haven't seen her yet. Alright, there's no need to separate at all. We're only trying to find her, and she wouldn't hide from us. It would be dangerous to try and corner the culprit. Right, let's finish up the floor. We went to the lobby to access the mechanical room. Down the staircase was a strangely imposing room which could have served purposes beyond our understanding. There were some spots out of reach from the stairs, under a table, or behind some chairs in the back. Stepping further in revealed the lack of any hidden person. I doubt Irina would be in a hallway B room. Let's look before going up. The first room was empty, blah, blah, blah. We'd explored, the range was huge, Irina had a chance to be caught up in it. However, Kate had gone downstairs before her and should have traveled as well. Since the dryness of blood indicated he died almost half an hour before we found him, I was willing to disregard that theory. Shuri and I proceeded to the next room. Of course, if they traveled out of the tower after leaving the attic, it was possible Kate had re-entered the tower through the storeroom entrance and then died. If the search for Irina yielded no results, then the angle would gain some traction. The next room underwent an identical search. Halfway through, we realized that searching inside the cabinets defeated the point of what we agreed on. They were only a potential hiding spot for a culprit we decided was out of our reach. We proceeded to room B4. Past Naomi's corpses there. These are why Irina laid her clothes tinted maroon by all the blood on them. Shibuya and I looked at me with a clear wish to deny reality. It hit us like a truck. Irina was dead too. Oh my god. Under the void. I gulped before I took short steps toward her. She was lying sideways, which let us see all the blood on her chest. Though not extensively on the floor, there was some on her stomach and legs too. Unlike Kate's expression, hers looked almost serene despite everything the tower had put her through. When I turned around, I saw Shibuya kneeling down, burying her face in her hands. Someone around us had killed a mother who just lost her daughter, and we would have to continue fearing that looming danger. For 4 more hours, I had no words for the horrendous view I was forced to accept. We stared at the scene in silence. Irina's clothes were slightly torn, signaling a physical fight, and the color of the blood indicated that it had been drying long enough to be a solid, almost like Irina stays. That's it. I can't look at her. Let's go. I lowered my head even more than it already was, clutching my fist. Seeing Shibuya like that was heartbreaking. But it was ultimately impressive how strong she'd been. In the end, I only found myself rejecting reality, never fully allowing the depths we'd seen to sink in. I stepped out of my room, but I couldn't avoid turning around and witnessing the end of the 2 women we'd met that day. Give me a second. Naomi's body was covered by an elegant curtain, so I didn't want to leave Irina without one. The cameras might not have been recording, so I went and detached another curtain from a cabinet, laying it over Irina. With that small amount of dignity, we left the room. We walked to the event room lost. A threatening atmosphere reared its ugly head with more finality than before. 2 murders in a row, and perhaps we were on the same floor as them. Given the state of Irina's blood, it was more than likely that her body had been in that room for a while. We hadn't reacted strongly to the past 2 or 3 deaths. It wasn't that we were desensitized, but our feelings seemed insignificant compared to what was going on in the place. If our defeat had been unavoidable from the start, there had been no time to really stop and consider the true gravity of being sealed away with 1 or more murderers. At least not for me. Thinking of ways to either avoid or root out the danger had taken priority. But things had changed. Shibuya and I being the only ones left hammered in how deadly the situation was. With all color drained from the world, we simply moved forth, feeling like birds with clipped wings trapped in a cage. I made sure the Sekimeiya was inside the cabinet, and we sat next to the hallway A door. Then Shibuya leaned against the wall in front of me. More than likely, we were no match for the culprit behind these deaths. So there was no point in trying to do anything else. We had nowhere to possibly hide, wishing for only stillness and what time could carry us. With nothing left to do, I meaninglessly ran to the possibility of trusting one of the others. There's only one detail that felt off. Doubting that Akaro and Sai were the culprits was foolish, but one thing pointed me towards it. It was a drop of blood we found in the lobby. It was completely dry, meaning that it was left there while we'd been locked in the attic. However, the blood had been around on Kate's and Irina's bodies had been naturally from a time after we unlocked the bedroom. Therefore, during the time Akaro and Sai should have been the only people outside the attic's bedroom someone had lost blood. In addition, I thought a small injury wouldn't have preceded a drop as big as that one. It had every possibility of being an accident. Akaro and Sai could have fought, resulting in Akaro's victory. Going off the lack of injuries when he joined us again, however, the truth had the potential to be slightly more convoluted. Perhaps Kate or Irina traveled to the past after leaving the attic. Then they'd been attacked in the lobby and finished off even later. No matter what had happened, it was clear something went wrong when we were at the top of the tower, and no matter who was left nearby, we didn't want to cross paths with them anymore. Nonetheless, we were guarding the Sekimeiya. We hadn't discussed it again, but it was what we intended to do before seeing the last 2 corpses. If the culprits showed themselves to obtain it, in the instance we had to escape, there were doors on both sides of the room we'd left open. I closed my eyes and left my mind blank. It felt nice after going over so many thoughts, but as soon as I did, different questions came to me. Instead of how, why? Why had someone killed Irina? What could anyone have gained with that? Had it been out of pure malice, taking advantage of the disabled cameras? That didn't feel right. We all would have been killed by that point. With the Sekimeiya around, actions were bound to have more depth than they appeared to. I had a hard time believing that anyone who actually chose to remain undiscovered that long would have no real motive. I couldn't be sure of Kate, but Erina hadn't done anything to warrant her death. At most, I could assume she'd found the culprit. I went back to the small theory I put together. If she'd traveled to the past and confronted Akaro inside while the rest of us were in the bedroom, that could have given them a motive for her death. Even though they were the only suspects, they hadn't shown back up, so it was appropriate to think they might never intend to. Wait, the recording. According to Akaro inside, Erina was alive. Atsuki, what are you thinking of? Give me more details. And Erina, what's with that face? And Isla, what's gotten into you? What are you holding? And Erina, why aren't you doing anything? Who did that and the trick? It couldn't have been a coincidence that Akaro and Sai were the only other people still alive, and the only ones who mentioned in the recording. However, Erina's death nullified its chances of being real. Or did it? I tried to think about it. Even though Isla's already dead, she was third and last person to appear in the recording, but her death wasn't enough to completely deny it being real. And that's solely thanks to the Sekimeiya's existence. It's Asa Isla still alive. She'll be part of the recording in the future, and will travel to the past to end up in the cabinet where we found her corpse. There might be different arrangements, but the gist will always be the same. No, it's gotta be world lines. It's world lines! Did something similar apply to Erina? Nothing supports it in her case, but the exact thing could be going on with her, couldn't it? So, even her dead body is enough to disregard the recording, not while the Sekimeiya exists. Counterpoint! Is this our Erina? Assuming that on touching the Sekimeiya, a 1-to-1 swap happens, right?
When the attic, she was strangely calling out for Isla. Or saying that she heard her.
She could have just been hysterical, but there is something I'm thinking. Assuming that world line swapping, I would have to say it only involves a 1-to-1 switch within radius.
Yeah, given
because we have 2 examples of that.
Corpses of the same person. Then it does have to be possible for it to not be a 1-to-1 switch.
With the same would have happened with Isla earlier. Sekimeiya exists. I have a question. No, never mind. Sleep began to fade and I began to feel drowsy. Every time I rested a little, my body reminded me of how tired I was and of its strong demand for a full sleep. So, for the... Okay. Assuming swaps with dead Isla, right? Erina is alive in the timeline with dead Isla. Erina is alive in the timeline with dead Isla.
Yeah, could be.
A dying Erina assuming travel. Replicates the body we have in the past. Dying! There we go. She was expecting to swap with our arena. This is where this arena comes from. Against the wall. I knew that my consciousness was soon to fade, but having to wait for another 4 hours made any attempt at preventing it futile. Which means... Pause it. Where was the last time I used the posit conclusion setup? I want to know the exact posit. Theory. Oh my god! Isla's... This is other Isla's mother. This is other Isla's mother. Okay, hear me out. Assuming that the world line where they're trapped in the tower, right? Irina is alive there. Isla is not. So we know Isla's time-traveling doppelganger comes from another timeline, but does not get to play it out. This could be the mother of Isla's time-traveling doppelganger. I let myself go, futilely abandoning the nightmarish tower gulf of mystery.
That feels like the end of the chapter.
It feels like it. It better be. My subconscious... Oh my god, we're still in the same part. I was aware at all times where I was surrounded by the ever-present danger. For that reason, as soon as the faintest sound met my ears, all my senses came back. As if I traveled through time, I opened my eyes, unaware of how long I'd been there for. Thanks to the open doors, I heard the origin of the noise. I stared ahead where hallway B was. What? I froze. The sound of my heart echoed within me and stuttered. Just behind the door was Shiroya. As soon as she looked inside the event room, she saw my piercing gaze and returned it with her own. After an eternity of a second, she turned around and sped up, her figure rapidly disappearing. Then, without moving, I looked at Shiroya. She was still sitting down and leaning against the wall before my very eyes, resting her head on my arms. Hey, are you awake? Shiroya. Huh? She lifted her face and looked at me with nearly closed eyes. Were you sleeping? Sorry, yeah. I stood up, clueless, my mind cluttered. No, it might sound ridiculous, but I just saw you. I dashed to hallway B, it was empty. This is bad. My mind was still reeling. I re-entered the event room. What? I'm being serious. Footsteps woke me up and I saw you in hallway B. You saw me too, but you walked towards hallway C and there's no one here. How long have I been asleep? I don't know. What I saw could only have been achieved with the Sekimeiya, so I uncovered the curtain. The Sekimeiya is still here and it's locked. I don't understand. Are you sure it was me? Yes, but there's a big difference. You were wearing different clothes. Wait. room. After a You're wearing different clothes. Different clothes, were they mine? No, but I think I recognize them. You still had your coat, but you were wearing a different shirt and pants. I think I saw them earlier in one of the attic wardrobes. She was too lost to respond, and understandably so. It meant that in the future, she was guaranteed to travel to the past and live out what I'd experienced. But it went far beyond my comprehension, especially her strange behavior and clothing. Stay here for a second. I rushed out of the room and ran to the hallway to see it was empty as well. Is it an hallucination? There was no way, I'm sure of what I'd seen. I circled the floor and entered the event room for hallway A. It appeared that Shiroya I'd seen had deliberately hidden herself, so I wasn't sure if searching in depth was a good idea. Let's go to the attic. I need to see if I'm right about this. She shot me another questioning look and approached with her hand on her forehead. No matter how much we had to spend the remainder of our time in the event room, Shiroya's bizarre apparition indicated something else was happening or was about to. Should we check time first? Oh, probably. Hallway A was still vacant. Shiroya had seen me and chose to walk away. It made no sense. That was a future version of her. She already knew I would see her. It was Sai's dilemma all over again. It's an alternate world line Shiroya. I had just explained what I saw to Shiroya, so if she ever did travel to the past and repeat what I told her, she would be complaining on loop with no origin. It couldn't be that she purposely let me see her because I said so. If Shiroya ever traveled again, she'd immediately recognize the situation I described would come at any time. There was no chance for it to happen without foreknowledge. Like when she'd called the elevator to the attic. Security room is 720.9. Sure, you're there. It was such a nonsensical sight. The person I was calling for was standing next to me, but she wasn't who my shots had directed to. Once again, if I tried continuing reasoning with my assumption that everything had to have an origin of some kind, the most simple explanation behind things was that Shiroya would eventually lose her memories. I was getting a headache. I wanted to finally put a stop to all these maddening lines of thought, but I couldn't. Now I have to wait as Shiroya in the hallway stared right through me. The elevator's still here, so if you went up, you probably didn't use it. Let's walk. She simply nodded. I understood that she hadn't personally seen herself. She was too baffled and sleepy to feel the urgency I did. As I went up, I reassured myself of what I believed. Something else has to be happening. The way we think that Sekimeiya works does not explain this. Both of us wanted to stay in the event room until 2100, but it was a different Shiroya who made us leave. What if whatever's about to happen leads into Shiroya traveling and she experiences her side of what I just saw? That doesn't make a bit of sense. Again, the reason why we left the room would be because we left the room, and then made ourselves leave the room. Something clearly missing. Not only is this a bootstrap paradox, it contradicts our own interests. We both had every intention of staying there, so what could be the meaning behind this actually be? I hoped that whatever the attic contained would be some kind of hint. Either Shiroya was wearing clothes I thought I'd seen up there, which amplified how outlandish it would be for that bootstrap to occur. Why had she dressed in clothes from the attic? Instead of going over how unlikely causal loops were, I had to shift my approach. The answer had to be something that wouldn't directly come from me seeing her wearing the clothes. However, that had already happened, and I told her about it, so what possibilities remained? What could the masked answer have been? Reason? That was I need to locate. We arrived at the entrance to the attic. The key was still in the keyhole, so we began to go up the narrow staircase. My reason behind the Shiroya? Well, I just saw it. It has to be somewhere. Is it a coincidence that the hardest mysteries to solve that involve double selves? Now that I think about it, almost everyone but me has produced this mystery individually. Naomi's body appeared dead twice, Sai appeared in the attic and on the crystal floor, and simple time travel couldn't explain it. Without the Akara who had different memories. Isu and Irina had died, despite the fact they're supposed to be alive in the future. Now a Shiroya that's hard to explain with pure time travel has suddenly shown itself. The core mystery is always the origin of the extra person and their reason for existing. Something else might have been happening right under our nose, but we hadn't noticed yet. Could it be related to? A second Kate hasn't appeared. Is it related to what Akara said in the bedroom? He didn't know who Kate was, but he knew me. It doesn't seem like anyone's been here recently, going off the floor. We entered, leaving behind the first footprints in a while. If anyone had entered or exited the attic, they used the elevator. However, since the key was still in the door below us, it was unlikely the elevator could have gone up far. So far. I believe it's in the right bedroom. The wardrobe had a few articles of clothing. This one, right? I saw them too. I nodded and opened up inside. Inside, a few old-looking clothes hung in the empty space. I thought so, you were wearing these. I took out a moderately sized white shirt and dark pants, neither of which looked to have been designed for a young girl. These, I'm not sure I like them. Well, there isn't much else to choose from. I suppose, yeah. I imagine I'd pick these if I wanted to use this wardrobe to get dressed. and you are wearing them even though they're still here. I'm very lost about this, but does that mean I'll go back to the past with them? I don't know. Could something else have been the answer? I thought about that first. I just put together how unlikely it was that anyone had entered the attic recently. This meant that the Shiroya I'd seen probably had hurried up to the attic and returned those clothes to the wardrobe. I didn't imagine that had happened, but it wasn't out of the question. What if Shiroya possessed another key to the attic? She could have come faster than us when we gone to the security room. I wasn't sure she had the ability to use the single key we knew existed. The elevator had probably been on the crystal floor, so even if she had the key, she would have had to go up with it, leave the clothes behind, take the elevator down to the 6th floor, then send it to the crystal floor, and place the key back in the attic's keyhole. That's too fucking complicated! Even though... Good night, Astral! Even though they look the same, I'm willing to assume these clothes aren't the exact same ones I saw you wearing. I mean, 2 identical sets. I don't even want to think about those. Exist at the moment. If your other stuff's still here somewhere. I feel pointless trying to think about how it happened. Uh-oh, I need to check. We don't love Nasuna. She's not the best waifu. Alright. I mean, I'd need to wear the clothes for a while and travel with the Sekimeiya. After that, I'd have to appear far back enough, and the place I show up would have to be from the time when I was wearing the clothes. Yeah. I was getting overwhelmed. The way she described it was one way for it to work. Other arrangements existed, such as traveling far to the past, borrowing the clothes, seeing me in the event room, and eventually going to the past again to return them to the wardrobe. Nonetheless, it didn't make any sense. Why would she do that? It was so bizarre and unlike anything else that had happened. I couldn't think of even a semi-logical explanation. Let me see. It's possible to come across that version of you again, even though she didn't look too surprised to see me. Just in case we do. This isn't dried yet. As long as these cameras are still working. I might get in trouble for this, but... You could tell us something of value. Are you gonna leave a mark? Yes, washing it won't get rid of it, so we'll make it tiny. On the collar of the shirt, I put a tiny black cross. The more I think about it, the more unlikely it seems that whatever happened was accomplished by traveling from the future. It'd be a loop without origin. Which is not how a consistent timeline would work. Why the fuck have we not gone to parallel worlds yet? Just like I thought when we were locked in his bedrooms, there was a way to place the origin of the living inside Shiroya's mind. If she'd created a plan downstairs in the event room where a future self of hers would lure us out to accomplish something, and she'd later travel to make that happen, I'd begin to accept it as possible. Since it happened to Shiroya, though, I wasn't able to reason it out like that. If you ever see that version of you again and you're wearing these clothes, I'll check the spot. If the mark is there, it'll mean you traveled from the future with it somehow. If not, it'll tell us the truth is different. If I ran into that Shiroya and saw no mark, and there was no way to explain it with her coming from the future, they all relied on returning the clothes to the wardrobe before we found them. Can you quit fucking talking? I left the marker inside the drawer and sat on the bed. Shiroya joined me at my side, evidently not fully accepting yet that a mysterious version of her was likely roaming around downstairs. You don't plan to travel to the past to put on these clothes, right? How could that happen if you never make it happen? I won't know, and I don't know either. I think it's just as strange as you're making it out to be. I replayed the moment in my head, the expressionless person who had unmistakably been Shiroya. What were her thoughts at this time? I lay back in frustration. This was the first time a bizarre double-body situation happened to someone I could trust and freely speak with. But she had no idea what the meaning behind it was. Perhaps that also applied in every other case. Could it be the original Naomi wouldn't have been able to explain the existence of her double self either? Could something have been creating replicas of us without our notice? Alternate world lines. There's no way, otherwise Shiroya... Blah! Can we get to it? Get to it! I had some goal. She was lost somehow or suddenly popped into existence, she wouldn't have ignored me. What kind of goal? Let's look what she accomplished by wearing clothes from the attic, not responding to my shouts, and quickly hiding from view. She brought us here. You think I wanted to lead us far away from the event room? Honestly, what else could it be? That's what a Sekimeiya is. Not accusing you of anything. I'm sure you would have had a good reason for doing it. No, that can't be. I'm sure I don't want to touch the Sekimeiya again. But you could have come from the future with further knowledge and a specific plan to achieve. You just said earlier that doesn't make sense, right? Even if I could think of a good reason to travel back to this point and use the Sekimeiya, I'd know how to do it, just because me doing it already happened. I'd be repeating what you saw thanks to the fact that I repeated what you saw. That can't be it. How old are you two?
Yeah.
I mean, how old are you two?
Ridiculous.
Aren't you supposed to be like 17 or something? I couldn't object. I used that same argument to deny multiple theories, but it wasn't fully reliable. We don't know the rules of the universe regarding time travel. Let's go back down, I suppose. We'll see if the Sekimeiya is still there. And there's a chance we'll see you again. Okay. Right. Right. I don't even care.
Blah.
Game. Oh. The game? Huh? Shuri and I realized that we'd stopped earlier than expected. As the secondary door was open, we saw the 3-button blinking. Did you hit it accidentally? No. We looked at each other puzzled before staring at the opaque door that led to the 3rd floor. We were unaware of what awaited us, but we expected something to happen. Someone must have pressed the button while we were inside. However, the door didn't immediately open. The only explanation was that someone called it from the 3rd floor, but they weren't getting in. I cautiously reached forward and pushed the door. A desolate corridor came into view with 0 apparent signs of life. I don't see anyone. I think this is you guys again. I stepped out.
Jeez. This is fucking stupid.
I stepped out with Shuri right behind. I looked at the button, but nothing indicated whether it had been pressed. You're sure you didn't hit it, right? Yeah, definitely. Oh, the elevator kept moving to the crystal floor. Shiruya called it again as I walked a few automatic steps, attempting to comprehend what could have happened. Someone ran away after pressing the button? I approached the stairs, the most likely route anyone would have chosen to hide in a rush. I couldn't see anyone, so we'd have to choose which way to go. There's no one here, which we should keep going down. Yes. Maybe we could continue on foot for the other version of you. Okay. Our synchronized footsteps began to lightly echo around a wide interior, setting up an uncomfortable atmosphere we'd gotten very familiar with. Right. What? Out of nowhere, I saw a hand gripping a knife swing towards me. My heart didn't have time to stop before I began to see the motion slowly. Without being able to give it any thought, I turned my whole body around as fast as possible. I felt the breeze at my side from the slight swifting and looked up to witness Shuri's expression progressively changing to a terrified mask. As fast as my worn-out body let me, I bolted to her and grabbed her hand, running to the opposite direction. We ran as fast as possible and began to fear a 3rd person coming from behind us. We were being chased. The distance between us and the attacker was minimal. While we desperately sprinted, we saw the elevator and the floor staircase in front of us. I'm certain we didn't have time to open the elevator and use it before being caught. The staircase was our single option. I fully focused on running as hard as I could, gripping Shiroria's hand. Without a doubt, the person we heard behind us had tried to kill me. Before we reached the stairs, I let go of her hand and prayed we could go up fast enough. Halfway up, the crisp steps will let us know the attacker hadn't given up and would continue to chase us. My heart began to race faster than I'd ever felt it. Despite how unreal it seemed, the idea that someone around us wanted our death had been proven correct. As soon as we reached the higher floor, we took off again. I looked to my side, ensuring that Shiroya was still okay. She met my look with terror, not a trace of looseness remaining in her. What had we done? Why had we been attacked? A myriad of similar questions flooded my mind as we kept running through the straightaway. Even though the bathrooms could be locked from the inside, Katei had said that he opened all of them. We were most definitely being chased by this killer, who could have picked us up or go back to the security room to do so. Instead, with the distance between us and our attacker beginning to extend, we did our best not to slow down for even a second. Let's go to the attic. In a hoarse voice, I let her out what I intended to be reassurance. I realized our only chance to run in the attic. The key should have still been there. So if we could keep the same pace until we arrived at the door, we'd have enough time to lock ourselves inside. Once more, we forced our exhausted bodies up the floor 5 staircase while the adrenaline's effects started to wear off. I desperately needed to slow down, but I pushed myself more than I ever thought I could. I wasn't going to die. I rejected that thought more than anything. I grabbed Shiruri's hand again and sprinted towards the offices. We hadn't come to the tower to die. It had been the complete opposite. Yeah, people die when they're killed. Almost 4 hours remained, and the footfalls behind us continually warned us how badly someone wanted us dead. Despite their lower speed, they were still running. We had to go to the attic. That was our only way to survive. Somehow the culprit had a knife. As soon as I considered how nonsensical that was, a flash appeared and his death came to me. There had been a bloodstain on her chest, and although we hadn't inspected it, the same knife had surely taken her life. The last staircase we'd have to power through was in reach. Shiroria's body began to tremble as a sign of how much she'd pushed herself to escape from the danger of death. Only one more. We'll lock ourselves up in the attic. My eyes started to feel numb as I spat out some words. She nodded almost imperceptibly while the terrifying echo of our persistent attacker refused to fade. As I stepped up the stairs, unable to match our prior pace, our bodies couldn't withstand much more. As much as I tried to keep up for just a few more seconds, my legs were barely responding. Seeing how the same thing was happening to Shiroya, I feared our lack of sleep would finally catch up to us. I hadn't been able to see the body of the attacker, but there weren't many options. They were chasing us with a knife, so we weren't going to die without knowing our killer's identity. We stepped onto the 6th floor and resumed what could no longer be called running, but a forced stagger. Fortunately, our pursuers seemed to be in a similar shape, as they hadn't used their exhaustion to catch up despite their continuous audible steps. It's still there! The attic door was open and I could see the shining key placed in it. Merely wishing not to faint, we forced the last sprint as we heard the noise behind us growing louder. It's a Kara, right? My body had already given out, but thankfully too late to spill disaster for me. I took the key and entered the narrow staircase of Shiroya right behind me as fast as I could. I shut the door and inserted the key in the inner keyhole. With a trembling hand, I turned and locked it. As soon as the tumbler clicked, I stopped trying to control my body and collapsed between the 2 walls. Are you okay? We spent the full minute catching our breath, during which no other sound reached our ears, even though we'd achieved our only available goal. In an instance that whoever had another key to the attic, there'd be nothing we could do. I'm fine, let's go up. You should set the elevator so they can't go up. I stood up as soon as I felt able to. Still staggering, we walked up the stairs to distance ourselves as much as possible from the door. The culprit hadn't tried to open it, even after chasing us all the way up, which made it more unsettling. You didn't see their face, right? No, I only saw the knife coming out of the corridor, and I think their sleeve was black. They must have had it hidden somewhere. I'm not sure, but it could only be a cow or Sai. I found out earlier that I run faster than Sai, which I very much doubt is the case of Akaro. It has to be him then. I think it's fucking Captain Feet. Okay, I don't think if it's Sai, it's not about, the robbery. He wants the Sekimeiya. I don't know what to think. Someone who really just tried to take my life when I'd done nothing. Was I a threat, or were they just a psychopath? If it was Sai, I couldn't decide. I don't know, but we might be safe yet. I looked at my feet. No new footprints had been left since the last time we looked at the floor. There's supposed to be only one key to this place, but who can really tell? Duplication is a trivial matter at this point. At least if they haven't made a duplicate yet, they won't be able to do it now. We could be alright. I'm not sure. If this is the same culprit who's been using the Sekimeiya all this time, I'm certain they'd have a way to replicate the key, even if they have it with us. Mitsuhi could go back to the past and replicate his body during the time he was holding it. The pale fear projected on her face for a single instant was more than soul-crushing. I'd been with her so many years and had never seen anything like it, not even remotely recently. That was why I didn't voice this much more frightening way the culprit could make their way in. By traveling from the future, they could deliberately materialize themselves in the attic if their location was simply based on the time they'd been there. Let's make sure we're alone. Yeah. No matter who the attacker had been, 2 people would be unaccounted for between Sai, Akaro, and the other Shiroya. We'd been in the attic for just a couple minutes earlier, but it wasn't impossible that someone else had been present at the time. We quietly walked around to a piercing feeling invaded my chest. Erina and Kate had recently died. I was barely able to accept it, and the killer had shifted to targeting us, the last people remaining. I truly hoped that at 2100 the police would come. I needed to get out with Shiroya at that time. There was no way I could even make a second longer without breaking down. My heart was still racing. I went to the hallway through the kitchen and looked at the storeroom while Shiroya stayed in the corner. After I'd seen the empty bathroom, we'd isolated the 2 bedrooms. I'll go up the ladder, stay here. She came to the 2 parallel doors and watched me while I climbed up the ladder into the rightmost bedroom. I was easily able to confirm nobody was hiding. I repeated the process in the opposite one, to conclude that we were the only people in the attic. Shiroya joined me inside. Our lives were at risk of being cut short, but we couldn't do anything else. She sat in the bed, knowing that we were possibly in the path of an unstoppable force. No, but life took no pity on us. Before we could speak any words, a heart-stopping sound came from the hallway. Through a terrified whisper, Shiroya's raw English poured the foundations of my will. The sound had made it clear we were dealing with the real culprit, who'd been able to enter our makeshift fortress, trying to escape us feudal. I couldn't think of anything else. During the few seconds in which the approaching footsteps grew louder, only a single course of action came to me. The key. We need to lock ourselves in again. An equally terrified whisper came from within me. I rushed to the doors where the key to the bedroom should have been. The bedroom we were in didn't have a chain, and crossing the hallway was too risky. But it's not here. The bathroom's door was opened and closed. The culprit was searching for us. Within my panic, I remembered it. Sai had tried to use the bedroom key to unlock the opposite door, and we hadn't seen where he left it afterwards. Another door was opened. It wasn't ours, but the one in front, leading to the bedroom where we'd spent more than an hour locked inside. Fuck, we could shut the culprit inside with the key, but entering to get it might be too dangerous. We need to leave. Is this shit really happening? This is not where I expected this novel to go at all. As I said that, I took my shoes off and gestured at Shiroya to quickly do the same. We've been able to hear the approaching culprit because of their shoes. Without them, walking on wood would be almost imperceptible. I looked through the door and heard movements coming from the other bedroom. We didn't have that much time. Shiroya and I nodded at each other, and left while making the least amount of noise possible, holding our shoes with our hands. We approached the living room and began to increase our speed. The culprit had somehow entered the attic, but we didn't know their method. If they'd taken the elevator, it was still there, but we couldn't afford the risk of waiting for it to arrive. Without giving it much thought, we entered the living room. As soon as we did, the dry noise of footsteps and wood froze us in place again. They were coming to us. Instead of entering the other bedroom, very faint footsteps were approaching the living room where we were. Wait. Huh? No, we can't rush out. We might be going up against Sai, and you wouldn't let us escape like this. If we entered the attic with another key, he could be luring us to the staircase. We'd been so desperate that I left our key on the floor next to the attic door. If Sai had managed to enter and lock the door, if he'd also picked up our key, we couldn't leave him, we would just corner ourselves by walking down the stairs. I glanced down and saw footprints that didn't belong to us. Our pursuers definitely walked across the carpet after our arrival. The terror locked my muscles in place. While the sound got closer, I began to explore the thought of attacking the culprit as soon as they entered the living room. Fuck, why didn't I think about this? They have a knife. I can't just tell Shiroya to help me. You have a fucking briefcase, but we can't go that way. Hit them with the fucking briefcase! She'd been telling me to hurry up with her eyes, but that could have sealed our fates. I grabbed her available hand and dashed to the kitchen. What are you doing? Trying to leave through the main door didn't sound right, but we might have already been done for. The only other way out the elevator was no guarantee either. The person behind us had waited a couple minutes before making their entrance. So if they'd used that time to disable the elevator below us, we were completely trapped. From the kitchen, we heard the living room's door being opened. We had to make our move. If they look at the footprints, it's possible they can see that we're in the kitchen. We have to get out of here. But a different thought came to me. If they recognized the footprints and anticipated our actions, they could wait in the hallway, knowing we'd immediately leave. It was too late, and as I'd already grabbed Shiroya's hand, I wasn't able to stop mine from turning the handle of the door. The hallway was empty, but we could see the open door to the living room. With very little time to think, I only came up with two courses of action. Do we go to the other bedroom where we lock the door, or do we try to use the elevator? I couldn't decide. I don't see the map up here again. Got it. Once again, I considered that we were potentially up against Sai, who had taken some time to think of a strategy so that we couldn't run away. He'd have thought far enough ahead to disable the elevator below us. And he just left the bedroom earlier. I put the key inside the drawer when we found it. What if he just took it? And going there would trap us as well. We had the chain, but it was unreliable. We didn't know a car burst through it in 5 seconds. Not only that, but even though we were supposed to possess a single key to the attic, someone had managed to make their way in. The same thing could repeat in the bedroom. Earlier, a car inside escaped with its key, and we knew they then activated the Sekimeiya in some way. It's possible they produced a spare key already. But let's try the elevator. Trying to call is all we can do. If it doesn't come, we'll have to leave. Okay. My heartbeat running wild inside my ears almost drowned out our voices. The culprit had entered the kitchen, meaning they were either in the living room or the staircase. We'd have to pass through the open door to get to the elevator, so we had to hope they'd gone down the stairs and wouldn't see us. In an instant we were on the other side, I'd be able to glance through the door and see an empty living room. I sped up towards the elevator, but I stopped myself as soon as I remembered something. Huh? Wait, this could be bad. Everything here had the threat of a trap, and even though we were in close proximity to a killer, we had to attempt to think rationally. We'd been instinctively running away to gain time, but we knew that it was utterly pointless if every place was in reach of them. There was only one goal we could strive for. The noise behind us resumed. Again, the culprit was approaching. We didn't have time to run to the elevator and hope its gear were functioning. This is definitely a trap. I opened the storm and dashed inside. Through the gap in the door, we could see the hallway. The sound of the culprit's movement still reached our ears, but it had become too hard to discern the way they were going. They're not coming here. I think it's possible that after we left the event room, the Sekimeiya was taken out. We have to rely on that and try to find it, since we don't have the key to open the cabinet. When we find it, we can choose the place to stay hidden until we're unavoidably found. Then we can activate it. If we go too far and too fast, we won't be able to think of ambushing the culprit, knowing they'll be, since it will contradict them finding us. But we can make it outside the tower if we're lucky enough. If we travel to the recent past, we could find a new place to hide that this person just looked at. It'd only be buying us more time, but it's better than not having to confront someone with a knife or keep exhausting ourselves. This has to work. On the 3rd floor, our attacker was by the office's corner, not the staircase next to the elevator. That was either to watch us from afar or prevent us from going down to the crystal floor. They wanted to chase us up instead of down. Eventually, every sound faded away. and we could only hear our shaking breaths in the cramped storeroom we had to prepare for what our next and most important move would be. Why are they not moving anymore? Are they waiting for us? Should we try to call the elevator? No, I just remember how this all started when I stopped myself. We were going down the elevator and stopped on floor 3 because someone called it knowing we were inside. No matter who this is, at this point they must have thought of disabling the elevator under us so we can't use it to escape. If we called the elevator anyway and it came, it would definitely be a trap, and they intended to do the same thing as before. As soon as we go down, they could call it. The last time they waited next to the offices. But this time I'm sure they'd be right outside to make sure we can't continue moving. Think about it. It's also possible we're dealing with both Akaro and Sai. If one of them is on the floor under us, they could be hoping we take the elevator and lose any way out. But there's nothing else we can do, is there? Thank you, Koishi! Assuming the elevator hadn't been used again, it should still be on floor 3. If the culprit or one of them was waiting next to the floor 6 elevator and we call it from here, they'd hear it going up. Then they'd know we were about to board it and use it. They could call it to intercept us. I was experiencing the most unsettling silence possible. Waiting in the storeroom wasn't an option. I could only find 3. Trying to use the elevator to go down, trying to lock ourselves in the bedroom, and trying to leave the attic through the main door. The person outside wasn't moving. They could have been close by or far away. Regardless, it was certain they thought of a course of action to apprehend us. Why would they have stopped searching for us when it's certain we're in the attic? It could mean they're working alone. If they quit looking and want to ambush us instead. It could mean that nobody's working with them. Their partner would have taken care of that while the other kept trying to find us. So where are they waiting? No matter who we're dealing with, they aren't stupid. They must have grabbed the bedroom key just now. So going there is too obvious a mistake. If the elevator is working, it means they have a contingency for us going down. It sounds illogical, but trying to walk out could be the best idea. It doesn't make sense to think that they're outside the storeroom, waiting for us to leave. This implies they know we're around here somewhere. And if they did, they would be rushing in. After all, they were opening every room earlier. Therefore, for some reason, they might have left the attic. Even though we're exhausted, we're also faster than them. We should be able to run away again if they see us on the floor below where there's more space. I thought about going to a bedroom to pick up a screwdriver. It was the only weapon I could think of. But I abandoned the thought. There was no match against the knife. The more I thought about it, the more I thought that going back to a bedroom was a bad idea. You know what would have been a good idea? You know what's a good weapon against a knife? A suitcase. Furthermore, if the person chasing us had taken the key, they would probably have taken such an obvious weapon as well. Let's go, we'll leave through the main entrance. Shiroya responded with a confused look, but she didn't object. We had to hope that, out of the few options we had, one would let us live. I wasn't confident that I'd picked the correct one, but I applied to all of them. We stepped into the hallway, praying the faint noise our feet produced wasn't being conveyed to the attacker. Every corner made my heart stop, and my senses were on higher alert than they'd ever been. Knowing a knife could suddenly swing at any time, we took short steps forward until we saw the entire empty hallway. But our terror couldn't subside yet. Silently, I peeked into the living room and let out a long, coming breath as soon as I saw it empty. Okay, we need to leave. The tension I felt when I found myself in the middle of the living room was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. There were 3 doors someone could suddenly appear through. We paid attention to everything in our surroundings until the staircase came into view. Nobody was there, but I knew I had to look for something else. That's our key. On the floor, the key we used to lock ourselves in showed the culprit hadn't taken it. We can leave at least. Making it to wherever the Sekimeiya was still felt like the single goal we could attempt to achieve. We started to walk down at the same time. At the bottom, I crouched to pick up the key, but midway through, I realized we wouldn't need it to leave. The door wasn't closed. Look, that someone said they have another key for this door, and that's how they entered. Well, they could have teleported inside and unlocked the door with our own key. They wouldn't have left it behind. I reached for the door and began to push it from a distance so that I'd be able to quickly turn around if someone was behind it. But nobody was. The barren scenery of floor 6 felt almost harmless, although nothing would have made us fully lower our guard. Wait 1 second. Shiroya turned around and grabbed the attic key from the floor. Then from the outside she locked it. If they're still inside and disabled the elevator, I just locked them in. If they already left, they might think we locked ourselves inside again. It was a good idea. She put the key in her purse, and attaching ourselves to the left wall, we picked up a fairly brisk pace, intending to reach the crystal floor. Every floor was packed with perilous turns where our attackers could have been waiting, and I found it very likely they were near an elevator door, expecting us to use it at any point. We circled through the entire 6th floor and went down the first staircase. We still had our shoes in our hands, so we were making the least amount of noise possible. Unfortunately, the strong echo amplified our steps enough to nullify the effect. Running through floor 5, I thought of what we'd do if Sekimeiya hadn't been taken from the cabinet. Unable to undo our own lock, we'd be done for. Going to the security room to try and get the Katei's bathroom key would have been the last thing we could depend on. How it was likely the killer had taken it. We made the floor. We continually made a series of turns, moving down the building. Meanwhile, I kept trying to force out the thought that any of these plain walls could be the last thing we ever saw. The same knife, the same breeze at my side after leaving the partitions, as if the culprit had hovered behind me. I saw another mid-swing that was incredibly close to taking my life, and happened again, a sudden ambush. Shibuya let out a cry at my side. We didn't stop running, but something had taken my desire that we laughed. This time I saw it. The hand gripping the knife and a wristwatch. Then the voice of the person who tried to kill me broke out and resounded through the entire floor. Atsuki, you son of a bitch! Sai's voice echoed in my mind, without stopping. We turned our heads around the scene in rage expression full of malice. Then he took off behind us, knife in hand. The chase returned. Shibuya and I sprinted as fast as we could towards the staircase to floor 3 while I reeled at the fact that it actually had been Sai. Why, and why then? His face had made it clear that trying to ask would be our end. However, as soon as I forced my body to move, it rejected me. I understood there was no way I could run for much longer, and the same applied to Shibuya. As we moved towards the staircase, I thought of something. Sai's pretty far behind, and it's likely the elevator is still on floor 3, just under the stairs. Since Shibuya called it before we were attacked, if it is, we might be able to get in before he catches us this time. It sounded feasible. As soon as we got to the lower floor, we attempt to open the elevator. Sai disabled it, so it was likely still there. We concluded that he had probably entered the attic through the main door, and meaning it wasn't in the attic. It was risky, but our bodies were on the verge of giving up, our lives balancing on life's edge. Even if Akara is working with Sai, as long as the elevator is here, that shouldn't be a problem. If Sai is really working with him, what's likely that Akara was the one to go to the attic, with Sai waiting here to ambush us. The way it happened, I imagine Sai was hiding in the first partition, waiting for us to pass by. We began to speed down the stairs while I described and decided what to do. Sai hadn't started to chase us until he yelled my name, which had created enough distance for us to seriously consider the elevator. Despite that it fell off, our attacker was Sai. Not many things slipped by him. The elevator wasn't particularly fast. Most importantly, would he really let us use it? Even though we could outrun him at full speed, trying and failing to open the elevator was time we didn't know we had, considering we weren't going to be able to keep running for very long. What the fuck?
Oh boy.
Oh no! No!
Yeah. Let's stop here for tonight.
What the fuck? This is not where I thought this game would be going at all. I didn't know this game had fucking choices. I didn't know this game had choices.
Yeah, choices and bad ends, mostly bad ends.
Yeah, that was a tense chase.
I don't know why he's fucking doing it. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I am incredibly confused.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
Suvi,
Yeah?
I'm fucking dying. You need to cure me. Fuck, this is quite a place to stop!
Yeah, I know. Like, I want to continue, but I am also super sleepy and already in bed.
Yeah, I'm super sleepy too. I think the scene is the only thing keeping me awake.
Rip.
I think we could probably continue tomorrow.
Okay. Holy shit, this is, Didn't I say
It's
before
finally
that...
something different.
What?
It's finally something different.
Didn't I, yeah, I figured this twist out on 329. I'm 80-90% certain I've solved the mundane heist aspect, and the rest of the game is going to be the cast figuring it out, the cast trying to figure out how the mundane heist happened, the time travel stuff, and the cast getting cabin fever and turning on each other.
Yeah.
I just want to say we got cabin fever and turned on each other.
And we're still on chapter 1. I have
Jesus.
no idea where this is going to go.
Boom, 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 boom. I will be right back. Thank you for joining us, Parody. So I take it we will be continuing this tomorrow.
Yeah, likewise. Sounds
This
good.
is very intense. Very intense.
Very intense.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. I will be right back. Hello. Hello. Sylvie, are you still here? Are you still here?
I think so.
Hmm. So how are you doing, Koishi? So, here's the big thing. What are we doing next? We could do a flavor of randomizer, but I feel like it would have to be either long or short. Also, I would need you to talk to me. I would need you to speak to me for more than 20 minutes. More than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
For no, not Raid Shadow Legends, but I would actually need your help. I need Suvi to help me. So, Sai fucking lost it?
Yeah.
You know what I couldn't believe?
Hmm?
We got to see Atsuki's sprite.
Yo, for real.
By the way, I just want to say again. There is a thing I've been thinking for a bit. You know who I think killed Kate?
Hmm?
I think it was Arena.
Oh. I don't know, it could be.
She bashed him.
Oh yeah, like
From behind.
Hmm. Sure, doesn't sound unlikely.
Wonder if I should include that in notes. So, we add this.
Mm.
Did Arena kill Kate? Bum, 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 bum. We're going to save now that I've added that into the notes. Boop boop. Yes, I would like to quit. There we go. Oh, hey, I still have this window here that, um, um, it's this button. Yeah, that button. Hmm. So, by the way, what did you think of that ending? That was, terrifying? Terrifying, yeah.
Yep.
I was not expecting this to suddenly turn into the help me out here. Sylvie, what do you think we should do now? No, this is a serious question. What do you feel capable of?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I guess we could do something randomizer shape.
It would have to be Link to the Past though, because you know how much I feel I'm capable of. I feel capable of 4 hours tops before
Yeah.
I'm going to crash into the ground and die. Ugh. Am I the one who feels vaguely like I don't like Link to the Past anymore?
Honestly fair. I mean, fuck, like, I almost only play it with Super Metroid at this point, so you know.
I feel a lingering sense of I want to do something with. Okay, let's go over to ALTTPR. I just want to see if there's anything new and interesting in the randomizer. Bum, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. Generate. Let's see what we'd want. You know what drives me insane? They never brought over full dungeon shuffle to the main randomizer. Fuck them. Full dungeon shuffle's awesome. It's there's another fucking there's 2 fucking forks, right? Do you remember what the other fork was? I remember who the dev is.
No.
There we go. Ah, they have a new version. Let's see, we have. Holy shit! Would you like to hear a thing that exists now?
What's that?
Okay. Look at that, a Assured Master Sword? I'm looking at the Kara fruit version. Let's see. What are these challenge modes saying? We don't like. What the fuck is Gloom?
Ew. Oh god, no.
I'm not gonna play that, but. Wait. Really?
Huh.
Book flips crystal switches. Bomb bags. I like the idea. I think bomb bags are kind of fun. Wait. Free light cone? Kara fruit's fucking amazing! Wait. No dark rooms? I like the idea of mirror scroll. The fuck is pseudo float? That's interesting.
That does seem minorly QOL coded.
Other pool set. You know what? Let's make something fun. Let's see. Entrance shuffle. It's full. It's it'll be crossed. What the fuck are link drops? Oh. I mean, drop downs are shuffled independent. Link's house. Wait. Wait a minute! Show? Does the compass do anything? What do maps and compass actually do?
Not much. I mean, they like what you see.
Okay, which one shows that tells us what the item? I could get behind an AD. No, I'm serious. Like, which one is the one that shows the item?
By default, it would be map.
Let's
Like,
show
don't add
dungeon
that.
locations on overworld map. Dungeon shuffle. You know what? I like. Dun, 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 dun.
Is they sure have done things. with
This is not the
randos
this is not
play.
vanilla though. I just need to say this. This is not the vanilla randomizer. This is Kara fruit. Wait. Small keys are either within their own dungeon or a nearby non-dungeon location. Isn't that local keys from
OT? Yeah.
Yeah! Nearby big keys. Maps encompasses are wild. I don't want shops. From every underworld enemy? Fuck that. Key drops. We only want pottery keys. Rise shuffle. On boss. That's kind of weird, but okay. Wait, follower shuffle? What the fuck is that? Do you feel comfortable navigating me? What the fuck? Oh no, we don't want tile swap. So we want boss shuffle. Interesting. Prize unique. So GT can have anything, but the main dungeons you will never fight a repeat. I actually find that kind of cool. What the fuck is all mimics? Oh, I know what mimics are.
Yeah.
It took me a while to figure out what the fuck mimics were. We are currently just setting up a thing. Like, okay, this is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, mimics are things that give you logic puzzles, right?
Yes, we need, what's it, 3 crystals for GT. Do we want cross entrance or just dungeon entrances? Wait, I just realized something.
Hmm?
They don't have. We're working on it. I just realized something. They don't have a plain full dungeon shuffle.
Kitty.
Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I'm not gonna shuffle skull ones. I don't feel super comfortable. Drop downs are. I mean, drop downs. Bum 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 bum. So what do we think? Cross You'll help. You can help. You can read a cross key
Mhm.
thing, right? You know how to do this.
I've played fucking cross key.
Right, right. We have nearby big keys, wild small keys. I don't want to do fucking shops.
That's okay. Shops don't want to do you either.
Do we want pseudo boots or no boot starting boot or no boots?
I mean, pseudo boot seems QOL. Why the fuck not?
I actually don't want dark rooms to be in logic. That doesn't actually sound. Also, I love this idea of the book can just flip crystal switches.
All right.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
That's like that's some fucking off wall shit. Like fucking just fucking make the book able to flip crystal switches.
Okay, I think I like it. Do we want inverted? We want inverted or... No, I like inverted. I like my inverted. You know what inverted lets me do? It lets
I mean,
me...
lots of things.
Is there anything else, You know what? Just because I like to break everything. Should we have the starting mirror
Yeah.
to allow me to break things? Baba, 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 baba. Generate. Look at that blue dorm.
Holy shit! They gave Molder a shiny palette.
We need the sprite to be...
Rumia.
Oh my god, is it? No. We need to be Rumia. My hearts are yellow as always. There's no fucking background music. We have quick swap. Remember when quick swap was a thing we were all afraid of? Quarter heartbeat speed. Let me choose file. Does anyone remember when we were all afraid of quick swap?
Skill issue. Lamau.
I have I mentioned that I don't respect anyone in Link to the Past anymore? At some point, I just kind of started fucking hating everybody.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what's not to hate?
Oops. Ah, time to twirl, Kudo Kudo. Thank you for being so nice, Koishi. Boop boop.
Yeah.
Bloop. I haven't touched this forever. But Sylvie, I can totally trust you 100%, right?
Yeah.
Great. Let's press the... Oh, good. We have pressed the...
You can totally trust me that we're screwed. Ah.
Give me a moment. I'm working on. You know what? I have no idea. I have no idea what the fuck is actually playing.
I misread incarnated as incarcerated for a sec.
Isn't that what it says? Sylvie is cute.
Jail.
I think it's a better answer is why wouldn't we want to put you in jail? If there was a high chance of you witching out and killing people,
Hey. I will have you know that I haven't witched out since, maybe that one time in band camp.
there we go. The song bar needs to be behind me. I'm still getting my shit sorted out. So, where's the key? These menus have fucking changed, haven't they? Oh, okay. Also, we're gonna have to check the radio. We need to check out what's actually fucking playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's Hazu Night Style, huh? Well, we're gonna have to go to Rando. Wait, I have a thing called Rando 2026?
Yeah.
Nice. Koishi, do you like Toho music? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not supposed to look like that. Please tell me I still have my, seedling. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like, Oh, there's the problem. Oop. My bad. So what do you think? Do you think I can still pull off, help me out here. You know, any trick that matters? Considering I
Guess
haven't
we'll see.
touched the game and, like... I actually have not played a round of Link to the Past randomizer in a very, very long time. Like a very, very long time, actually. Na 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 na. Okay. Ha. Zoo. Key. Oni-san, Kochi-da, Tengo-naru, Hono-ne, Kagome, Kagome. No, that's right. My timer is always in the games for some reason. I know, that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Oh, that's live split, right? Live split is a timer people fucking use because I can't remember what my timer's called. Because I haven't played this in, like... I haven't needed a timer for anything since, like... Since the last time I robbed a bank. The last time I ever needed a timer, I was robbing a bank.
I guess that's one bad.
Alright, count us down. Wait, no, give me a moment. I'm going to DM with you. Alright, count us down.
Alright.
Dot ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's a fucking go.
There is your thing. So, wait, bomb shot? Wait. That wasn't what I was expecting. So, a lot of stuff has changed, huh? Give me a moment. Let's adjust the game volume. So, I just realized something.
Oh shit, the ocarina is green.
Yes. By the way, who's joined us?
So this spoiler line starts out with a bunch of entrance shit.
Let's see. Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh, there's the problem.
Cool.
Shit.
Okay, so 2 of your progressive shields are on fucking mushroom and ether tablet, respectively. Not that those necessarily matter. Shields are. small key.
Okay,
to
I'm gonna have to restart the game because my gamepad jammed. Remember that one time when that happened during a fucking race?
Oh god.
Oh yes, Oh yes, Irene, you do speedrunning. It happened during a fucking tournament race.
I don't do speedrunning, I just watch it. But I
It
know
happened-
exactly what you mean.
It had my gamepad jammed during a tournament race, and I lost.
So digging Stumpy are both small keys. You probably want to head there real quick. Those are means.
I was heading towards Stumpy right before the gamepad died.
Yeah. Pyramid has a power up here key, but you're not getting there super fast given you don't have flippers.
I have a question. Like, I haven't kept up on how shit works. But, can you water walk with pseudo boots?
I do not know.
I don't remember on that one.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
See how hard the Misery Meyer small key, but
Wait, did you just see Link's house?
Sea House.
Oh, Sea House.
Chess game is Bloomerang. You can choose whether or not you want that.
I think at this point I do want that because
Yeah.
I have nothing.
The ability to stun is
Wait, I just realized something. Where is chess game?
Left side of this town, right?
Cross?
Oh shit!
always random entrances.
I'm stupid. It's entrance random. Oh my god. Right.
This is the back of
I'm
fucking
stupid.
woods.
It's entrance random.
I forgot it was entrance rando for a moment. I
Uh,
skipped an entrance.
So Desert Palace has
So, tell me more about where a Desert Palace small key is, because this is
right.
cross
Okay.
doors. Hmm.
Okay, you don't have a track on the screen, guy.
Okay, Lumberjack, definitely not. Fire.
I got my
Mystery
first
Meyer
item.
What the fuck? I don't know what that means yet.
I'm correct.
Dark, I dropped that Desert Palace. Turtle Rock Roller Room, right. Tower of Terra.
You know this pseudo flute's amazing. I really hope there's something useful down here.
Go with the compass chest.
Oh right, to save us some fucking sanity, I did not shuffle any part of Skull Woods into the main pool.
Yeah.
Do you like sanity?
You. I do not like Velga Woods unless you're like a really experienced player, and even then.
Yes.
Um,
Sylvie. Regal Irene with tales of my ability to navigate a cross-door seed. Don't you know? I beat Solski once.
No, I did not know. Nice job.
Do you know who Solski is?
I don't remember the person much.
You're better off.
So
I-
basically, it was a like team thing, and they were offering up Atsuki to as basically a fucking free win to Solski while her
Yeah,
teammate
I
tried
volunteered.
Wow.
I volunteered.
And you beat Solski.
Yeah, I said, you know what? Like, okay, Walsh, you have you have a better chance of beating. I think was it Imosaru? Yeah, I think it was Walsh had a better chance of beating Imosaru than he did of beating Solski. So I said, you know what? Just to maximize our win potential, I'll take Solski. You take Imosaru.
So, who has?
Well,
bottom
would you like to know what kind of seed we rolled?
Huh?
We rolled something that I practiced and I'm basically made for. Guess what kind of seed it was, Irene? Inverted cross keys.
I like what you're playing right now. Very nice.
Yes. By the way, side note. Oh, here's fucking lumberjack. When we rolled this, I wasn't actually good at entrance at the time. Oh right. Help me find the bomb bag as soon as we can.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to need one of those. Ow. Oh, that's fine. I have money.
So.
Fuck. Okay. Let's not overcomplicate this shit. I can get this. Wait. I don't have a weapon.
But the bomb upgrades count as bomb bag?
But you know what I can do?
That means bottom left. And ooh.
Wait, did you say bomb upgrade?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Does anyone know where...
Top right at Hyrule Castle.
Okay, that's acceptable.
Yeah, now where the fuck is Hookshot Cave? Wait, bottom left is, Hookshot Cave. Bottom right is the one with the bomb.
We can't bonk with pseudo boots.
Yeah.
We need real boots for that.
Wait, so does running into a wall not even recoil you at all with pseudo boots?
Shit. I don't think so. Pseudo boots are just movement. How'd you go? By the way, my broken gamepad lock is actually where I rage quit Link to the Past.
That's fair.
It was, I actually wasn't having fun, and it was something Ricky said. Like, he was having a rough time with the cancer. And he said to me, like, wait, I can bonk. I just can't bonk entrances. It was something he said. He wasn't having fun with the tournament.
Sure,
But we
yes.
were doing it because, like, he actually said to me, and like, that we weren't he wasn't enjoying himself, and that he was just doing it because we said we would do it. It's like, wait a minute, you're struggling right now, like, with your actual health, but you're not having fun? Oh, right. It's entrance shuffle. I forgot it was entrance shuffle.
That's a dark room, right? That's cool.
Yep. By the way, in case we all wondered how I became a Rumia VTuber, this is how.
Oh! Oh my god. Go to Uncle! Go to Uncle!
Yes, where is Dodongo?
What?
Well, you were saying Dodongo,
Wait,
Dodongo.
Go to Uncle.
Oh, go to
Like,
Uncle.
oh, like, where is the entrance to Uncle is a good question.
Oh, I thought you were saying Dodongo, Dodongo.
Yeah, Uncle has the pearl. If
Nice.
it's fine.
Wait. So where is Uncle?
Yeah.
By the way, if you say the words pyramid, I'm going to scream.
Yeah. Right, so... what is...
I got tape. By the way, Irene, in case you noticed, I'm a master of bunny tech.
Bunny tech is nice.
So where is Uncle? Oh, right. Hello. Thank you. Well, thankfully we won't be searching for Pearl very long because I
That's
can.
funny.
What?
Hammer Cave gets you into Hookshot Cave eventually, or can. Where are the drops?
Super Bunny power!
It up. I got nothing.
Castle secret entrance. Off the pitch.
Like castle what entrance?
What? That looks like it's... No. Or is the Lost Woods in it? No. Yeah, Lost Woods hideout exit is Hyrule Castle secret entrance stairs. Yeah.
Got it.
So that should be...
You say that it's there? It's there. Bruh.
Why? Wait. Oh my god, did I get it backwards? Because that's the fucking pyramid. Yeah. Oh, Lost Woods hideout drop exit pyramid direction entrance. Fuck man. Okay. So then the Hyrule Castle secret entrance leads into Lost Woods hideout. Not Fairy Cave leads into.
Oh.
So Lumberjack Hyrule Castle secret entrance. Okay.
Wait, number...
Yeah, Lumberjack. Wait, that's like right near here. Holy shit.
It was right near here. There we go. Hey, we have an early pearl. That's a bonus. You know what would have been awful? If it had been vanilla.
Ew.
I'm pretty sure if it had been vanilla, the only way I could get to Uncle would be through Aga? I think you can jump on him from above. So, we still have one, like, fatal problem.
What? No sword?
Yeah.
Right. So then,
Let's poke around at these swords. Progressive sword, even.
hey, well, where is the well?
Well, I can go
That one
check.
will draw. Oh. Huh. Eastern Palace boss at Eastern Palace. Ew.
Wait, the well is at Eastern Palace?
No. That's another progressive sword entry.
By the way, you know what would be very sexy?
Hmm?
If you could find me bombs.
Tower Terra, map chest at Tower Terra.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yes! I do have a fatal problem with that, Tochiko. Let's start checking doors. I look forward to being able to show everyone my mastery.
Come on.
keyboard.
Oh, Link to the Past.
Wait, I think the well might be in the well.
Vanilla, yeah.
Hello. Well, good news. Trinex is in logic.
Ow.
I have the fire rod and ice rod.
And a sword.
You need 2 swords, actually. You have to have the master
Not
sword.
always. There was
Oh,
a stu-
my...
This seems really fast and it's scaring me. You know what I remember? There was a race that we lost because you know what the goal was? I don't remember specifics of the goal, but I think it was still the main goal item thing we needed to clear the thing was on Lumberjack, right?
If I can get you bombs, then the well has minor big.
And you know it was on Lumberjack? I can't remember, but I basically winning was whoever got to Lumberjack Cave first. Like, plain and simple. And would you like to know, but in order to get to Lumberjack Cave, you needed to do Aga, right? Well, getting into Aga was a little hard in this seed.
Yeah.
What the? Are we listening to Jet Set Radio? Did I actually put this on? I put Jet Set Radio music on here. Bum, 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 bum. So, you had to guess where the Master Sword to get into, What?
Alright,
The
so
Master...
in Hyrule Castle, you should have a bomb upgrade somewhere, yeah?
Got it, I'll look for Hyrule Castle. Guess where the Master Sword to get into Aga was in the seed.
Atsuki?
Yeah, well,
It was
yeah,
on...
this is Dorn, so it's like Ganon's Tower, DM's room, top right at Hyrule Castle, so it's like,
Got-
not too-
No, Irene. It was actually in, you'll love this. Fighter Sword Trinex.
Oh god.
Fighter Sword Trinex to get Master Sword.
You know some seeds like kind of have a weaker version of like what can actually normally damage the boss. I guess that's where I got mixed up. I think they slightly buffed the fighter sword so it can allow
Yeah.
for that.
When did that happen?
Boss Rock
I don't remember.
Graveyard Cave.
I do know that it's actually really good against thermals. So that's
Graveyard?
Master sword.
Is there anything in Eastern? Ow.
Oh no.
Bucketed!
That's
It's
funny.
those two. Oh boy.
I like doors. Don't you?
Oh yes, I do too.
Do you do Link to the Past randomizer?
I do not. I mainly watch. I'm not good at Link to the Past. I'm much better at Link's Awakening DX.
You know, I've never played vanilla still. That was my claim to
But
fame.
yeah, I think Graveyard Cave should have your Hyrule Castle.
Got it.
Should have your
Take me to the power. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Where did you say an our sword was?
I think
Hello, Toshiko. You know what I learned how to do for multi-world? I learned the magical power. The most magical of all powers. Basic bitch OWG. You said Graveyard Ledge? And what was in blind set? You said there was something bomb gated in blind set.
I don't remember, but there was a big key and well bomb gated.
Oh right, thank you. Go. It's ready for the big surprise.
I think there might have also been something in Blind Set that was bomb gated and useful. But...
Don't worry, I'm sure I can handle Hyrule Castle. Head tap for Toshiko. Wait, what was it?
Doors. Ah, there we go. There's the shit. This is the place for shit. Woohoo! And that's shit. Alright. Bombs came.
Is there anything in the back of blind set?
Right, top small piece doll. Okay. So blinds didn't have.
Do you know where blind set is? Like just really quick, so I don't spend like a ton of time searching for the entrance. I know it's in Kakariko.
Right. That would be sick kid.
You're big. Is there anything we want in Meyer?
You know, that's a good question. Let me stop. Let me just actually look at that for a sec.
Do you know why I did good in the first season I did Link to the Past Randomizer League? I did great for all the wrong reasons. Would you like to hear them, Irene?
Sure.
There was a fantasy league. People made fantasy league teams, and would you like to hear something? I was the last fucking draft pick in everyone's fucking fantasy league.
Ouch.
No one fucking picked me.
So.
Lots of ass.
So I was motivated to go undefeated.
So yeah, about that Meyer big piece,
Yeah.
it unlocks a chest with a small key for Aghanim's power.
It unlocks agony.
I don't know if there's anything useful in Aghanim's power, but probably at this rate. Oh, also,
Oh.
Hot key, which is in the Misery Mire complex somewhere, has
I can't get into Myro without a small key. Wait! Wait! I can. I can cheat the rooms. No, I can't.
Oh, me. Oh. Alright, time to look.
There's
for
a
some
drop down in a
models.
separate drop down in the first half of that fire throwing room or what the torch room. Maybe
Okay.
that way somewhere.
So one of your small keys for Misery Mire is in two are in Turtle Rock. Oh, two are in Mire. To me.
Is Turtle Rock actually real?
Hera. Okay. Okay, so there's one in fucking Tower of Hera. And Desert Palace. Boss at Desert Palace. Oh. Okay. So if you clear Desert, you can get a Mire Mall. That's funny. Oh! It's down attic at Hyrule Castle.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So there's kind
Come on.
Did you manage to find a win somewhere?
Yes.
Oh fuck. Congrats, now suffer.
Well, I didn't find a way in. Irene did.
Remember the drop downs from watching too much.
Oh, I read it.
Yes. Turtle Rock small. I love fires. The fuck are we listening to? I think we wanna go down this hole. Oh,
Oh, this is fun.
Castle Tower. Half magic.
And there's your half magic. Wait, what? You were just here!
Yeah, this is it's a common thing. GT, small. Nope, there's nothing more we can do here, I think. That's fine. We
Got
did.
a lot done.
We did. Did you ever wake up one morning and say, you know what, I'm gonna join a color gang?
Sank should be Batcave, which is only relevant if A, Batcave has anything, and B...
At some point, you know what I need to do? I need to head back to, Mini Moldorm.
Oh, yeah. Just,
Where's
see
Book,
what
by the
we've
way?
got. Oh, yeah, Old Man House. Oh. Mini Moldorm.
The fuck is Old Man House?
No. It's not like the one up that mountain.
Aren't we all amazed that I'm actually pretty okay at thanks to the fast randomizer? Told you call, Irene.
Oh my god, it's
So, I knew you
it's the one up
really
that mountain
curious.
pass, isn't it?
How did you know how did you know that I was okay at it? I spent forever
You've
talking.
played it before. You have to be okay of it if you've played a reasonable amount about it.
Okay, would you like to know what my average is?
Go for it.
Okay, what do you think? What is a good average in Link to the Past randomizer? Do you know?
I actually don't know how it's scored, to be honest.
A good average, like when I could probably would be like top tier. I think top tier your 120s in the 120s, and it used to be top tier you were 130, and then my average is 210. I am what you call really mid. Like,
See, for a second there, I thought you were eating just 3.
yes, you are 3/5 of a person because it's linked to the past randomizer. Your worth as a human being is directly correlated to your peak average time. Well, you know what? At least by comparison, Sylvie's like only 2/5 of a person.
Ouch! Speaking of, so you've already the second item in the well. Or not the well, the Uncle Drop Down.
Oh. Well, about that. At some point, we'll find out. No, the reason I'm saying it like that is because I have no idea. So let's see what's at which. At Wooch. Oh, it's a fucking
Oh.
shopkeeper.
Yeah, it was a fucking pod key.
Well, that might be useful someday.
Yeah.
Sometime before we die.
Yo, you know what? Where the fuck is pod?
And cryptocurrency envelops your skull. Has your skull ever been assimilated into a cryptocurrency?
spawn in his house.
Let's see what's over here. Potion shop.
So I think that means that think Paradox Cave will shit you out in the like from the bottom will shit you out in the Palace of Darkness.
Well, I'd rather get shit out into the Palace of Darkness area than get shit out into a toilet.
Oh god. Fire shed.
What?
Fucking fire shed.
What's in my shed?
Pod.
I mean, I can get there right now.
Yeah.
Is that what I need to be doing right now?
I don't know. Let me check the items in pod. Small key thieves town, progress forward, big key pod, crystal 6.
You know what I think would be funny to do? To run a D&D game, okay? But
Well, pod might be clearable. Holy, wait.
but here's the catch, Sylvie. You want to hear the catch of the D&D game? That if you pay close enough attention to the quests, the MacGuffins, and the encounters, it's just Link to the Past. How long do you think you could keep a party from figuring out that you're just running them through Link to the Past? I got a lotion. So currently,
Wait.
I don't think I really want to leave the light world because, like, I don't have an easy way to get in.
Huh. Fair. Right. So, gloves, hammer. I know I looked at gloves. What the fuck were they? Where?
It's also cross keys, so gloves may not really be super obtainable yet.
Yeah. Cannon's Tower Compass Room, bottom left at Thieves Town. Tower Paraboss at Tower of Hera.
Where is Thieves Town?
And Hera, yeah, let me just scroll back up to our entrances and
I'll be back.
Cool.
Waterfall of Wishing. That's Hera. Thieves.
Wait, Waterfall of Wishing, isn't that... What is Waterfall of Wishing?
You know, waterfall? The waterfall? The like two checks behind it normally.
Oh! I thought that was just Waterfall Cave.
Yeah, waterfall cave.
You're calling it Waterfall of Wishing. I got confused and thought the spoiler log was calling it that. It's like, wait.
Oh yeah,
what?
the spoiler log did call it that. I was reading off the spoiler log. It for some reason called
Hey!
Cave Water.
I found my first map! Look!
Yay!
No, look at them! Look at...
Oh, there's a dungeon there.
I know, isn't that
Oh
kind of
wait,
cool?
Yo, that's Thieves Town. Doesn't Thieves Town have a glove or something? Weren't we just talking about that?
Yeah, but weren't you saying that was at Waterfall?
No, I was saying Hera is at Waterfall.
Oh.
Because Hera has her own dog. And I searched that first.
You know, before I do anything with that, we're gonna check elsewhere.
There.
Big
Oh.
tree.
Oh.
Oh, hallway pot key. Okay.
I like doing hallway pot. Do you like hallway pot?
Maybe. So the big key to this dungeon should be in here somewhere.
Ew, one way. Hey, Sylvie, you wanna smoke some hallway pot?
Yeah, sure. They want you back there! Lol.
I can't get out of spending my keys.
Oh, shit. Fucking stun drop is money.
I got another map. Oh, it's Hera. We know where Hera is.
Yep. Ah, there it is! What is it in the big chat?
No idea.
Gaming tower, big chest, small.
Oh,
key, game.
fuck! Hey, Ducky! You get to see me be Rumia! The ultimate Rumia! Ow.
Dark maze, small key, escape, and 20 rupees. So the bottom chest is entirely skippable.
Alright. What about upper chest? Small key for escape.
Yes. I don't know if that's worth much, but it is a small key.
It's a small key to Hyrule Castle. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I need the map. I'm amazed I got this far without the. Give me the fucking map, the pod! You fucking fuck
Oh,
face.
yeah. Oh yeah, the GT compass room is the big prize that we're here for. Oh!
Is there
Double switch pot key, Gammons Tower, double switch
Map.
pot. Double switch pot key. Key. There's a pot key. Or a pot with a shovel. In a room that would be in tower. Oh! Oh yeah. There's a couple pots that drop keys in GT. Okay. Wait, is shovel even anything? Hold on, let me look at it. Spot. Or wait, no, maybe it would be flute.
Ah!
Keyboard, please work.
Holy, by the way, look at that chest count for Thieves Town.
What's that?
Look at that fucking chest count.
Yo, for real.
25, like...
There is a shovel in here. Don't chase the shovel. It's not worth.
Got it. Hello, Marissa! Welcome, welcome! Ah,
The shovel is near a pot.
hi, Aga. Please? Just... Hello, Mari! How is our friendly neighborhood PC98 Marissa? I am currently being very...
So the smart palace room
Wait, hold.
with pot keys here are worth, but
I'm about to get 4 more checks.
oh yeah, one of those is your glove.
In,
Wait, no, this is Hope.
well, that's a desert entry. Parrot, small.
Yeah.
So how are you, Marissa? Wow, this place is filled with maps. Well, this is the end of our entry. Alright, we have the big key. Link to the Past, it's, cross doors with some other shit. Crossed entrances, cross doors, inverted. I used to be into Link to the Past randomizer. Emphasis, used to be. Like, extreme emphasis.
Used to be? Those were days.
No, they really weren't. Those were not the days. Yeah, I think those are decidedly not anything I would call the days.
They were days, but not
Yes.
these days.
You said book was pod?
Book?
Yeah, book. I think I couldn't get into Eastern.
Yeah.
Wow, pod's fucking small. breaking chests. Wait, I just realized something. I could dash through this room. I have cape. Oh. What about this way? Oh.
Oh, this is a nice place.
I think this is a guaranteed check. Do I have pod big?
Shit. Right. Oh, that's fine.
What?
Wanna know where your fucking big key is?
It's somewhere around here because we have local big keys.
On the fucking boss.
Okay, that tells me a lot, actually. I think I still remember how to do this, actually.
Tom Holland is hard.
No, I mean, never mind.
Oh. Huh.
Do you know where a, Do you know where a, pod small is?
If you can get the digging game.
Where else?
One. Oh, right. Alright. And, the check you opened over by Apple, now in the secret passage.
Fucking. No, that's all I have to say is fucking. Ow. Yep, let's get out. Is there anything of value in pod right now? If the answer to that question is no, or I'm not sure, then I'm coming back later.
Progressive sword.
I'm
Castle
coming back.
Tower, dark key drop, but wow, that's a dark bird.
Yeah, I'm coming back later. Wait. Okay, we're gonna go around the southern lakeshore. Then we're gonna fake flip up the heron.
Fair enough.
Is there anything on Zora?
Big Tower of Terra.
Of course. Well, we'll do this another time, I guess. I'm kind of hoping this gets me onto Death Mountain. But I think this is gonna get me to the back of Skull Woods. Or not. I'm kind of pleased that it didn't get me out of the light world.
Yeah?
Where are all my swords?
Alright. Swords.
Where was Uncle again?
Already got the one from the west.
Oh, I know where the uncle is.
Um,
Ba, ba, ba.
Eastern Palace boss at Eastern Palace. Tower of Hera map chest at Tower of Hera.
Okay, do you remember where Eastern was? Yeah.
Let me just...
I'm back.
Library? Could be a library. Maybe?
Thank you. Wait, do I have Eastern Big? Let's have a look. No.
Huh. Shalar hunt hot left. So let me just see
Oh god, I should know where that is. Sarashala is somewhere in Kakariko, right?
probably
What?
shop. Pack
Kakariko
shop.
shop. How do we feel about the randomizer playlist? Do we like it?
Like I want to have my headset so I can actually, feel comfortable listening to it and know that I'm not gonna have it fucking bleed into my fucking mic.
I miss your headset. I want to play Wuthering Waves.
Same.
Eastern Big. But Eastern Big gets us... probably. Hopefully I'll have my sleep schedule sorted out by then. Alright. Wait. I'm proud to know a lot of esoteric shit that I shouldn't know at my skill level.
Lol.
And how not to fall in a pit is not one of those things. Oh. I love one with dead end rooms. How many hearts did I lose trying to go to that dead end room? Oh,
I'm going with yes.
yes. What's rooms down here? That's reverse Aga. I got book.
Yeah? So now if you can just hunt the boss, that'll get you up the rest of the game. Incidentally, you wouldn't happen to have a would you?
I have something that's
Fuck me.
I'm fine.
Phoenix has one of your progressive bows.
I'm going to do as much of this with fighters as I can. Because I want to save my fire rod for like the second phase.
Yeah. Shit.
You know what? Actually, I changed my mind. Oops. You know why I changed my mind? I have a potion. Wait, shit!
Oh no. No, 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 no.
Fine. And what? This is a sword, right?
Yep.
How many hits is this? How many hits is this?
Probably less than boomerang arrows. Which, incidentally, I have been crazy enough to do that. I don't
Yes.
recommend it. Stop.
I feel more comfortable with this when I have
What bullshit you're gonna have to get up to fucking, like, Lando forced boomerang armos?
I mean, you create a linear seed that puts everything behind Boomerang. There's nothing in the overworld. Or it's inverted. Master Sword. I think randomizer is really only fun when I get to do it with someone else.
Clear a spot.
So where was I going after this? Alright, I was gonna go to Hera. I'm counting on you to guide me.
Oh, incidentally, Combo's Tavern is near here, yeah?
Yes.
Might as well pick that up before Hera.
I mean, if I'm gonna be over here, you know what I might as well do?
Hmm?
I might as well go back in the pod.
Okay.
I have a key.
Oh, chicken house!
I have come up with the ultimate vegan weapon.
Eh?
We give chicken the properties that link to the past chickens. So every time someone cuts into a chicken, they are summoning chickens of death. Can you imagine being at like a KFC and then suddenly death chickens just start swarming everybody?
I love it.
Ah, Haraki. There's also another thing we can do when we're here. We can go into the entrance of desert. So how are you, Tojiko? Oh wait, I can go this way. I feel like if I go that way, there was also another route that was this way. What? I need to... Oh, I know what room this is. Oh.
Da 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 da.
Can you get me an egg and one map?
Right, Aga. Oh. Maze race.
Wait, a minute,
Oh,
maze
wait,
race.
no. Wait, no, you mean like the dark rooms, don't you?
Yes. I mean the pit room.
Right, let me just, have...
On that crowd in this stormy world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill.
Okay, So, right, it was, I had to go yeah, that's desert, fuck, oh, that's the one, the pit room, yeah, could be this room?
Yes, I got it.
That's not the room I thought it was. Wait, where the fuck is the rest of Aghanim's power? What the fuck? This game is laid out in a very, very intelligent fashion. Yeah. Oh my god, it's down the fuck here.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'll come back, I'll plant. What's a Desert Palace entrance?
What's that?
Desert Palace entrance.
Wasn't there one over at Sea House? Or wait,
No.
oh, you mean that?
Yeah. I'm a little reluctant to.
Why does my keyboard fucking insist?
I'm a little reluctant to go right into the entrance of desert without a.
Yeah, let me just... Desert Palace entrance east? West? South. South. Turtle Rock ledge exit? West? No. Wait, maybe?
Good enough for me. The moment you said it's a dungeon, it was good enough. So where's Hammer? Ow. Oh, actually, I don't really need Hammer that badly. You know what I really need? A way up the fucking Death Mountain.
Oh. Yeah? Yeah? That.
At which point, I'm gonna just break the game with overworld glitches because... As you can see, I respect rules. Oh, hi. In fact, this could be my way up.
Yeah.
I may have found the map you're looking for. I'm not sure if it's that.
I already got through.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh. What? Okay, this is actually pretty cool.
Okay, that's pretty fucking neat.
The only way we can go forward is this way.
Yeah.
Can you give me another Turtle Rock small key?
Yeah. Small.
I can fight the boss if I have another small key. That's why I'm at. The main reason.
Tiles to pot key at Tower of Hera. Ice Palace, many pots, pot key at Tower of Hera. Agonist power. Each fight
Let's see if where Laser Bridge puts me.
That's the one. Unless it's the map chest at Turtle Rock.
Hey, I found
No, Palace of Darkness map chest at Turtle. Wait! Palace of Darkness map chest at Turtle Rock. Okay.
Where's my other glove? Wait, Palace of Darkness map chest at Turtle Rock?
Arapara has two. There's one in ice and one in fire, one in
I think I got the map chest one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's kind of not good feeling to be like one item away from
Boss.
yeah.
Able to-
Ow!
Oh shit.
It's Hoshi's song! This song is still here for Hoshi Hearts, and has been for a very long time. I don't actually like this song.
Ha ha.
The goal is to... No, that's a small key. Wait. There's a check in this room. I can live with that. So where am I going next? Like, I'm still trying to approximately feel my way around the seed.
Well, you could go for Skull with Left Lobby Hot too.
What's in there? Like, I'm going now, but I'm just curious what is in there.
It may or may not be something, lamp ship.
Oh,
It's
lamp! Left lobby, hotkey.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Ow.
What?
Ow.
sewers in that.
Yeah. Hmm. Is this Skullwood big? I think it is.
Sure seems like it might be.
It's based on what I know the settings are.
Oh yeah!
This is a...
This is a dark room. Oh right, that's literally where you came from.
Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, right. Do you hear the song? Monica!
Honestly, I practically heard the Yakety sax right there.
I'm probably gonna regret doing that, but I don't care.
It's fine.
Give me your body, give me your love. I'm gonna make you mine, Monica. I need your scotty. Big time, guys.
Wait.
Give me your titties, give me your muff. What?
I guess it does depend on
How do you feel about girls named Monica?
right? Because there should be a drop to the room with the chef.
Oh. Your box used to fit me so well. Now it fits Amazon products.
No! Anything Jeff fucking Bezos. Actually, no. I would also object to Elon Musk this hard. Well, at least as hard.
Your box used to fit me so well. Now it fits Easter chocolates. Oh, this room.
Shit.
So what was I looking for in here? The lamp?
Yeah, West Lobby pot keys. So, you know, like, you know, that thing.
If I find it.
Yeah. Ah, there you go. Should be right around the corner here somewhere. There's some coffee somewhere. Yeah.
I know.
Oh, the big key chest is quake.
Uh,
Remember which chest is the big key chest, quake wherever it is.
oh, cool.
Yeah.
There is so much in this room. Well, at least we're getting maps.
Meyer map. Meyer map. Meyer map does.
That's gonna knowing where these are is gonna take some work off you.
Yeah, Mini Helma is rupees, by the way. Like the, you know,
Shit.
the room there with the actual Helmasaurs up there. Oh, it's that,
Yeah.
it's that.
I had to burn more, So what does
Piece
this
that
take
you'd
me?
like. That's it. Hello, ass end of Skullwoods.
Hello?
Hello, fucking fairy.
Hello, ass? So, would you think of something kind of not comfy?
Huh?
I only have one way into that I can think of between the light and dark world.
Oh, shit.
There's only one I've memorized.
Huh?
I'm heading up the Hera. I can go clear Todd, I can go clear Coldster at any point. So
What?
I'm half asleep, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those games I can play half asleep, so... I do
Yeah,
require a little extra reminder of where, like, things are.
Yeah, where the fuck was Hera again? Right there, so...
Hera's at Waterfall Cave.
Alright. Huh. Fucker. Flickers are in Hate Cave. Alright, where the fuck was Mini Moldorm? Mini Moldorm has, like, all of the good shit. Holy fucking shit. Where
Where's
the
Mini
fuck was
Moldorm?
Mini Moldorm? I am looking that shit up right now because holy shit. Oh yeah. Fucking need definitely connections. Wait. So what if?
I remember at some point I found a dark room, but I can't remember where. But that dark room I found might be my way up there.
Oh yeah, maybe. Probably.
Oh, that's the library. Let's find out if there's anything worth having here.
Like, so where the fuck is old man, huh?
Old man
Dark
cave?
World Shop. Dark World Shop. Dark World Shop.
Where the fuck is Dark World Shop?
It's somewhere in like the Thieves Town area.
Oh yeah, I remember Dark World.
Okay.
That's right. I knew it was somewhere that I'd accessed early in the game. How's this?
Well, shit. There you go. It wasn't much, but it was something. That's good. Okay. Fair enough. By the way, Mini Boldarm is on, like, the west part of Death Mountain somewhere. Old Man Cave Top, which should be, oh, that's like Norpair and SMZ3. That's not gonna help you, but, you know, the one with, like, yeah. And one up the stairs from, like, the lower Old Man House, yeah? What the
Since I know how to get here, and I don't want to like perma-fuck everything.
Oh my god.
Oops. That's not what I wanted to do.
What was that about perma-fucking everything? Do you happen to have any idea where the fuck you actually are right now? Because it's sure as hell not where you look like you are. Okay, I might be starting to be where you are. No. Where the fuck are we? Hazu, where the fuck are we?
I kind of have a vague idea.
You could have gotten your bow before deciding to break everything. Like,
I made a small mistake. Let's load position real quick. Wait.
the fuck?
I'm pretty sure. Oops. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Cool. I think it got worse.
It didn't do what I wanted to do. I just want to say that. It was supposed to get me to this side.
You're on this side. I'm pretty sure. Wait, is here? I think your hammer is. I think
But
your
what we're-
hammer might be the same place as your bow, which is.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to go to the first entrance down there to trip the pseudo-flute.
And there's a light world portal up the top.
Yes.
Okay, convenient. I swear there was a thing.
GT big.
Okay, there were several here.
Meyer small.
My god exploded with heat. Oh right, that was the other thing.
Bombs.
That was like the big thing that I remembered.
I would love to explore where the other entrance goes, but unfortunately I have more important shit to do here.
I'm sure you would like some progression items. Which are here.
Ah! I have 2 crystals on fucking Turtle Rock. Is there anything in GT?
By the way, I'm stepping away to get water real quick.
You're stepping away to become water. That's your superpower. You turn into water. Ah! Guess how we could have gotten up here?
Alright.
So guess how we could have gotten up here?
What's up?
Guess how we could have gotten up here?
Oh, how?
Hyrule Castle. Yeah. I thought Old Man was supposed to be here.
So yeah, maybe Moldorm should be that in.
Got it.
And I think that's got at least 1 or 2 big progressions. I mean, I know it has both. Compass. Ooh. Hammer. Oh. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Where the fuck was your other bow? Just get...
Keyboard?
I need to fucking, like... figure out
Keyboard?
the
Question mark?
ports. Oh yeah, my keyboard is, on the frips in about the same way that my headset was.
I just realized that I can go over here with hookshot.
Yay! Alright. So now you don't have another fucking, progressive bow until fucking Trinax.
Where is Trinax?
Oh, well, I just assume it's Trinax. Turtle Rock boss at Turtle Rock is, what the check is marked as.
If I have another Turtle Rock key, I can kill the Turtle Rock boss at Turtle Rock at any point.
Huh.
If you direct me to another Turtle Rock key, I can go kill that right now.
Okay, Little Rock Crystal Roller Room at Meyer.
Got that one.
Chest at Turtle Rock.
Got that one.
Okay, oh right, House of Power Room 3, Aghanim Tower.
I haven't found
No.
Aga.
Yeah, and we haven't found ice either, but Thieves Town spiked switch pops. Oh my god, that's a mouthful. Oh right. There's two in fucking Agonim's Tower. Oh right, there's a couple in Hera too. Where the was Hera again? Cooperate
Is
with
this
me.
what I thought I think this is?
Hmm.
No, it's not.
Oh right, we already fake flippered to Hera. I forgot. Wait. So, do you need more Hera keys to get further into Hera? Because, like, there's a couple.
No, I just need to get myself down to Hera.
Are you attempting Death Mountain Descent?
No, I was attempting to go up the Hera.
I think you might have fucked some shit up. Pottery already. So, do not ever Kazuba's adventure in Ocarina.
That seems like a lot of effort.
Yeah. I mean, Bond Adventure is genuinely
Come on.
more at the reverse spot.
There we go! How's this?
Oh shit.
So where were all these Turtle Rock keys?
There's two in Myers, two in Agonim's Tower.
Wait, 2 in Meyer you said?
Yeah, there's two in Meyer. Or wait, no. Hera. I'm stupid. There's two
Right,
in Hera.
Hera.
There's like one in Ice, two in Agonim's Tower.
Oh, what? Wait, I can just go to Hera right now. I have hammer and glove. What was it? Hammer cave? Wait, I don't have a mix.
Well, I know I went to. I should fucking hate like I'm a dumbass. But I'm not gonna do that because I'm a dumbass.
Is there anything useful on top of Death Mountain?
Not sure. Oh, that's funny. Clearing Hera gets you your fucking record for
Nice. I feel like I am ready to start like shitting on progression or on dungeons. Did you ever wake up one morning and say, you know what? I'm gonna shoot JFK.
You know, that's usually not anywhere near the top of my list, but
I am Lee Harvey Oswald, John Wilkes Booth, and the guy who shot Martin Luther King. I am basically every single person who ever had, like, a middle name.
alright, this is a thing. I forgot what thing it is, but it's a thing. system on yourself. Weird after effects of water walk.
I like water walk. Oh, here's Harabit. Oh, I forgot to do a thing. I forgot to do a thing.
Yeah? Oh yeah, you forgot to visit Zora, didn't you?
Luckily, logic doesn't actually matter. I have butter.
3, 2, 1. Oh! Huh. Purple chest has ether. I don't know that if that will ever actually matter, but...
Purple chest is ether? Is
Yeah.
ether squiggly line?
Lightning bolt.
Hmm.
Squiggly line is crate, yeah? Yeah, squiggly line is crate. Wait. I swear, Quake was near where... Ah yeah, big chest and skull was. Wait!
What?
Big key chest. What is
Ah.
skull woods? Big chest.
Well, I feel confident killing,
Yeah.
the...
By the way, big chest over here is, bug nap.
Well, that's not happening. Because I don't have the big key.
Yeah. Huh. Turtle Rock chain pump the power hair offering activated. So your non-fake flute is here. Like your non-pseudo flute.
Oh.
Oh, and cane. You already got progressive sword. There's a piece of card.
Alright, let's do this.
By the way, if you happen to find yourself somewhere in here that looks a wee bit like Hyrule Castle, go get Zelda's chest, huh?
Got it. It looks like Hyrule Castle. Bring it back.
Alright. I really hope not too much of this is fucking Zora-gated, but we're absolutely Zora-gated. God. I swear, like, all of this shit here, and, like, I'm gonna say this again once she gets back, but, like, all of the shit here that, like, is shaped like fucking late Dark World shit is good shit. Hmm. Oh, that's funny. Hmm. 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 Huh? Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Paradox Cave entrance leads to Castle Tower. I don't remember where that was, but I remember seeing that somewhere.
No, like you know, the top East Death Mountain entrance.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I can't progress in this dungeon without.
Going to Zora.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Where are
Huh?
flippers?
Oh. Yeah, you wanna kind of head like you're gonna fight Aga without entrance shuffle. Yeah, it's in Head Cave.
Where the fuck is Head Cave?
Oh, yeah, that's right in the middle of the top pirate. Oh.
How do I get up?
Oh shit.
How do I get up?
Oh. Eh. Let me just
Thank you, Tochiko.
yeah, it's good to know how to. Oh my god, I'm fucking. Okay. Spectacle Rock Cave. Oh. Okay. So yeah. Wait. Half and south isn't shit. Okay. Death Mountain or Torn Cave. Wait, I've seen Death Mountain or Torn Cave. What is that?
Have we seen that?
I am sure I fucking seen that shit.
Well, we have Aga Tower.
Yeah. Oh, Blowing Tide Out.
There's Turtle Rock.
What? No. Wait, no. No, wait. Death Mountain Return Cave then just connects Two Brothers' House and Blowing Tide Out. Wait, what?
Here's Boots.
I'm confused. Oh. It's the entrance to Death Mountain Return Cave from the Death Mountain side that gets you into. I will castle. Wait, no. That's what I want. Right. Okay, where is it? Oh. That's like highly a healer fairy isn't gonna be a connector. Steve House isn't gonna be a connector. Wait, what? There has to be a way up Hyrule Castle though, right?
Not necessarily. It can just be fucking Aga.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Agalok? What I'm hearing is our flipper is the Agalok.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that kind of normal, common in cross keys? Okay, let's exit the super tile. I need a fucking Aga key. Wait, no I don't. I don't actually need a key to Aga. There's another way up there.
Oh, that's funny. So if we got you boots, some high query, but like...
I can clear. I can clear Ice Palace. Remember how I said there's another way up there?
Hmm. Oh.
Behold my mastery of super tiles. Am I amazing?
Yeah. Well.
So what are we thinking? Are we gonna get
Wait.
Are we gonna get a 0 blue balls?
Oh, maybe.
Blue balls or no?
Oh
No
my
blue ball.
god.
This is kind of isn't
Oh.
that kind of basically mythical?
Oh shit. Oh shit, we're here. No, no, go in the door. I think.
3 crystals to enter. C shape. Mire. So what's this door to the left that I've never seen before?
Hmm.
Oh, that's the return! They moved it up here!
Yeah.
How convenient! Please tell me it's not GT. I'm 3 crystals, gated.
Oh my god.
Do I have a... Where's Thieves Town Big? We have Thieves Town Big.
Huh. Guess that's where.
We're gonna head this way, kill 2 bosses. We're basically like keys away from go, right?
Could be.
Wait, no, we can't do Thieves Town until we do, we can't do Thieves Town until we do... Where's Blind?
You
Oh.
see, one thing about that, Blind Spell is listed as wait, what about the fucking bomb? Wait. Wait, that?
In Thieves?
Yeah, Blind's cell is listed as being in Thieves, yeah.
Got it. I thought the Thieves Town attic was...
Maybe.
Is there anything in GT?
there's an Agus Small and Compass chest, Turtle Rock Compass chest. There's some pieces of parts. Bottle of potion at Big P chest. Sandheart at Big Chest. Swamp Small at right there. Oh, a heart container. Hero Castle. Yeah. Hero Castle Boomerang chest at yeah. Honestly, there's more good shit than not in here. God damn.
Desert Small.
Alright.
I'm already spending a semi-unacceptable amount of keys, so I might... Well, I was gonna say I was gonna bail if it just didn't take me anywhere I particularly wanted to go. Oh. Okay, that... I felt cheated.
Yeah, that's some shit right there. Holy fuck.
You know, this would be way better if I was doing this, like, after I got silvers.
Iceland mode.
Oh. I like French vanilla. What's the difference between French vanilla and actual vanilla?
One may or may not be a command that involves NTR and creams.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know, French vanilla.
Oh.
Ah.
Let's try this way. Do you remember where Laser Bridge was?
That was in Turtle Rock, I guess?
Entrance.
Oh, right.
Thank you for headphones, Tojiko. Hair is small.
Okay, oh, keep it down to the bottom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
What?
Keep it down to the bottom.
Got it, got it. So are we ready to go get silvers?
Yeah. Holy shit, that's swamp.
Yeah. Forgot which one that was.
Is swamp a crystal?
It's AD.
Alright.
I know, I should stop doing AD.
I mean, fuck, it's good for your rest, I guess. Lol. Also, wait, do we have to, like, kill Agate now to be able to get, flippers? Or does having killed Agate won't give us a path to
Yes.
the distance? I don't know how this works.
Oh, hi. Ow.
Well, someone was happy to see ya.
Yes. Is that a Trinex in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh god. I mean, I don't know about the Trinex in the pants, but I can tell that some people around these parts are happy to see you pretty often. Don't proper know what that says about really anything, but you know.
Oh.
Well,
am amazing.
You know, I kind of wonder. You reckon that, like, that second phase of Shrinex might have inspired the design of Onyx Honey?
The second phase of Trinex is Onyx. The only thing that defeats it is Pikachu setting up the sprinklers. I'm glad you can appreciate that one.
Alright! So, that's one dungeon down.
Next, we're gonna have to go. I have a crazy idea.
I guess the Turtle Rock entrance isn't shit, so the medallion doesn't matter.
I need many head pats.
Yeah.
That's not important. Right, that's a Aga. Nope. I know left is something good. A crystal. All in all, I think the Kara Fruits Fork is pretty nice.
Huh.
Oh. That was Turtle Rock.
Oh shit. You have ice?
Ice is hard gated behind small keys we don't have.
Oh shit. Well, oh. Well, if we get head.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Potion shop is oh fuck. Okay, cool. So fucking clear and all the pendants. So we're fucking getting the fucking mushroom. And it's all
We only need okay, we only need one key.
Now let me just find the shroom, huh?
The reason I think we only need one key is I'm pretty sure ice is a oh shit, we can't go to do
Yo, where's the sewers drop? Because yes.
no idea?
Like all of the sewers items, one of which is mushroom, are pretty fucking good. So I'm gonna
Oh, I know where that is.
Yeah, it's an okay, yeah?
Yeah.
Jeez, pot is shallow as
Yeah. And after this, we'll be able to go get flippers.
Oh yeah, just free fucking dungeon tours and then, however the fuck we can talk about. I got a big gift on the box here.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
All right. Bum 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 bum.
Oh shit. Alright, it's close there.
And this. Is there anything in Ice Palace we want? Or pod we want? Locked behind that bit pod big key.
Wait. What?
What?
That was duck food. That was the pod food, you know. Shouldn't lock
Yeah,
anything in I.
I mean, this is pod. I was fighting cold stairs, so I made a mistake.
Oh, right. So you already have your progressive sword from here. Eastern map test, wherever that is, was a small key, and other than that, this is done.
Wait. What's small key?
What's that?
What's small key?
Oh, thieves.
We need thieves keys.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, oh yeah. Well, because you don't have that fucking here.
Cute.
Is that it?
No.
No. Oh no. Is that? How else can the hater drop that? Or is that room just not actually accessible as a check from this dungeon? Fuck.
No, access was a check from this dungeon.
God, that's silly. Incredibly silly.
It's cross doors.
Yeah. Oh. So this is where that conveyor key drop lives, and that's just a regular key, but it's not a key.
I like rupees. Let's hope this takes me somewhere. It's vaguely sexy shape. We need the other pod small key.
Ow. Okay, have you gotten over on digging game yet?
What's in digging game? Pod small.
Yeah, pod
Fuck. Ah, fuck. No, we haven't. Hey.
Oh, God. Why?
Hera.
Oh, God. I feel stupid. Not putting that together. But yeah, if you heard the game, get your ass over there and you can get yourself a fucking pod key.
Cool. Where was my last hand? Oh, my last glove is in Hera, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I can go get that now. But I'm over here, so I'm gonna get the digging game.
Yeah.
Is there anything under the bridge? Small key to GT?
Yes.
Well, we need that actually.
Alright.
So we're gonna get that while we're here. Isn't GT, aren't we really like locked behind small keys?
Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. Oh! Right, have we gotten Dora yet?
No, that's where we're going now. Also, we're checking out Ice Palace entrance.
It looks like Ice Power.
It's what?
Mirror bonk.
Mirror bonk? Oh. I thought you meant like what entrance it was. Oh,
Oh, well. That's useless.
Not totally.
Yeah? It is a shortcut from this area to the other fucking side.
So, once I'm done with Hera, I'm gonna take that shortcut and go clear pod.
Fuck yeah. Wait. Can you roll? Oh, you do. Hold down.
Thank you, Toshiko. I'm dying of
Yay.
exhaustion, Toshiko.
Pat, pat. Well, good news. Not this.
I can't feel my brain. Is this German?
In what German?
Music.
Oh.
Wow, hair is long.
Paris seems to have gotten a lot of the rooms this go rando. Anyway, if you happen to want Cane of Samaria, that's in here somewhere.
Oh, keep in mind, you know what room?
Yeah, Turtle Rock Roller Room. Actually,
Got it.
like, fucking... Basically anything from late Dark World dungeons in this fucking dungeons is good shit.
Cool. Promise, I don't know how to get there.
Yeah.
So I'm basically...
Oh, right. Alright. Fucking... Oh, God. Fucking... There's your fucking king.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh, oops.
Ooh. I think like Turtle Rock is less relevant, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Unless I missed something in Turtle Rock. Well, okay then.
God.
Oh, I'm dying. Don't think I'm dying.
Well, the good news is this is probably about the longest dungeon in the goddamn seed.
Really?
Definitely one of them.
Hooray.
Okay. This feeling like ice physics.
Yes.
It looks like. It's just funny because it doesn't look very ice, which is a function of the PAL, I know, but like, oh fuck yes.
East Town?
You smell. Yeah. I think it's picked pretty clean now. So now it's just a question. Swagnet.
So, I think I am about to shut. My brain is about to shut down. I'm sorry. By the way, this map interface is actually pretty cool.
Oh,
You see,
absolutely.
in about a few hours, I have a dentist,
Getting some
and I've been
sleep
here
before that.
7 hours.
Like, oh,
And I guess we'll be continuing Sekimeiya tomorrow.
alright.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming, everyone. We're going to go over to hang out with Keiki. Keiki. Bye, everyone. Like, I have to go. I'm so sorry.